Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Reconvene Special Council meeting of Thursday, December 2nd, 2021. This council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. The City of Vancouver electronic meetings, as such, council members may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, staff are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The staff contact information has been circulated to you. Councillor Wee. Video of council members speaking, presentation, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members are reminded that in accordance with Section 1413 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. To start, we acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Deputy Mayor DeGenova in the chair. Mayor Stewart is absent today. Councillor Carr. Councillor Fry is absent. Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Not here. Councillor Bly. As an LOA till noon. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
You have quorum, Deputy Mayor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. And I'd just like to remind all council members, because we're a little lean on quorum this morning, if you could please just let the clerks know if you need to leave the meeting for any reason, including chambers. The purpose of today's Reconvene Special Council meeting is to continue to hear from speakers on the 2022 capital and operating budget and related reports. Motions related to reports on today's agenda will be considered next week. Debate and decision on the 2022 capital and operating budget is scheduled for the council meeting on Tuesday, December 7th, 2021. On December 1st, 2021, council received the staff presentation, had 3 rounds of questions to staff, and then began hearing speakers. The meeting recessed after hearing Speaker 29, although Speaker 42 has also been heard. Council also approved an additional round of questions following speakers. Speakers, I'd just like to remind you before we begin to hear from speakers, I would like to note the following. I want to remind speakers that they have 5 minutes to make their comments and may only speak once. Council members may ask questions of speakers for up to 3 minutes following their presentation. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. The public is strongly urged to listen to the proceedings via the city's website or YouTube link and to follow along on Twitter at VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. Any comments on the agenda item or on this agenda item can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on @VanCityClerk. Following the last speaker on the speakers list, we will go back over the speakers list, calling those who missed their turn and give them the opportunity to speak. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. We will now continue with Speaker 30, Norm Leach. Yes, Councillor Carr.
Thank you.
Oh, I'll just turn your microphone on. There you go.
Thank you. You asked about if you have to leave the meeting for any reason. I don't think you announced that I have an LOA that's been approved from 11:30 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Thank you for reminding me. Clerks, do we have speaker number 30, Norm Leach, on the line?
Hello.
Hello. I will start your timer now. You have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. On this beautiful sunny morning, everything is much more possible on a sunny morning. Over the last year, this incredible year that we've faced, we've engaged much more deeply and regularly in the downtown east side of Vancouver. Well, actually, before I start, I like to speak in favor of multi-year funding for a homelessness solution for SROs in the downtown east side, as well as in favor of a restorative justice initiative to bring Vancouver into the restorative justice realm. But what we've learned over the past year and the people we've met and the relationships we've built have been incredible in the downtown east side, and we've been forced to work together to meet the needs of the community over multiple crises that converged on the downtown east side of homelessness and overdoses and poverty and hunger and now weather. But what we've learned is that the people are capable of so much, the people who work in the neighborhood and the people who live in the neighborhood, that when multiple crises hit at the same time, that they are able to pull together and do what's necessary to help each other. So what we need as far as coming up with a long-term sustainable solution for homelessness and SROs is more time. We need multi-year funding to support the SRO initiative that's developed. The conversations that have begun and the relationships that have been built need more time to build and grow and find the solutions necessary to the problems that have developed over decades. So if we can please get more than 1 year of funding for the SRO initiative that's begun in collaboration with the SRO Collaborative. So we really hope that Council can show a little faith in the citizens and the people and the neighborhood of this city by demonstrating that with a little more faith than 1 year of funding. Also, the conversations that have begun for restorative justice in Vancouver have been very fruitful and have revealed many of the gaps in the so-called justice system. But the conversation needs to extend and go beyond just the 30 or so people who've been involved so far. And so we're very grateful for the motion to provide funding for that initiative, and we support that wholeheartedly. With that, I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you so much for speaking. There is a question for you from Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Wiebe, please go ahead.
Norm, thanks for coming to speak today. Can you talk a little bit in our budget? We have an item that is not currently funded, and that is on the CPCs. Can you talk about the importance of having community volunteers in our community to help community safety? So can you talk a little bit about if we should be funding the CPC program to support community safety?
Absolutely. CPCs are vital. CPCs, for the amount of funding that CPCs receive for their core budgets, they magnify that by very likely 10 times that amount in the value of the volunteers that volunteer at all of the CPCs. The citizens' engagement that CPCs provide and develop is invaluable to this city. It's what initiatives like that make this city much more livable and probably contribute a great deal to the fact that Vancouver is very often considered one of the most livable cities in the world.
Great. So it's a good ROI. Can you talk a little bit about how you brought up the restorative justice work? Can you talk about how that's kind of embracing some of the Indigenous knowledge of working on dealing with the healing of the person so that we can solve some of these issues with what you called so-called justice?
Well, the colonized system of justice relies on, professionals, people being hired to do this work. But a restorative system depends on the citizens themselves becoming involved and taking responsibility for community safety. Both CPCs and restorative justice rely on that and build on that relationship with citizens to step up and to accept responsibility and to invest their time and energy in their own community, which means community safety, community health, because a healthy community pays off in our own health. So both invest in citizens and community, and it pays off in better health for both.
Thanks. You have questions from Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, Norm. Thanks for being here. Councillor Weeb actually asked a couple of my questions, and the first one being about sort of your support for CPCs and the CPC model and expansion of that. Maybe I'll just ask a follow-up question on the restorative justice, and I've had a chance to sit in on some of the same sessions that you have with a lot of the community groups discussing that. I'm wondering if you see a role for the CPCs in enabling or supporting or helping deliver on restorative justice if Vancouver lands on a model or an opportunity to do a pilot around that.
I think that they could be strong players in that because they have the relationships with the neighborhoods already, with the citizens in the neighborhoods, and the people who are already actively involved in community safety. There's already a strong demonstration of community interest in the amount of time and hours that citizens will volunteer and donate to the city for community safety. So that's a large pool of volunteers already with an interest and a demonstrated interest in a stronger, safer, and more just city.
So it could be a way to actually move some of that work forward by using that existing sort of CPC strength, if you will, right? In terms of what I'm hearing from you is the community relationships as well as the large contingent of volunteers that we have across the city through those CPCs, correct?
Yes, I believe it's a natural fit.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. And thanks for taking the time this morning.
Councillor Swanson,
Thank
go
you,
ahead
Councillor.
with your questions to Speaker. Councillor Swanson? Perhaps you're on mute, Councillor Swanson.
Sorry.
I'll reset your timer here.
Hi, Norm. I think the first time I met you, you told me that one of the things that your CPC did was help Indigenous people do complaints against the police. So I was wondering if you could talk about what is the role of the police in the CPCs, and is the role of the police different in your CPC than in the other ones?
Well, the mandate of the Aboriginal CPC is to help improve the relationship between Indigenous people and law enforcement, recognizing that the historic relationship has been terrible and brutal. So there's strong recognition of that. So we understand that role is to help the BPD repair that reputation and that relationship from their side, and also help bring that awareness to the Indigenous community that the BPD is actually probably the most progressive police force in the country and is different from the RCMP and every other police force in the country. So we're in the middle between the two communities trying to repair it from both sides. And both have demonstrated, good intentions and efforts toward repairing that relationship, but there's a lot of difficult history to undo and heal.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much. That's all the questions for you. Our next speaker is Speaker 31, Neil Wiles. Clerks, do we have Neil Wiles?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm here.
Go ahead. I'll start your timer now.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you allowing me the time to address you. I'll try and be brief as you have another long day ahead of you. I will not miss the opportunity to follow the great Norm Leach and talk about the CPC. It wasn't high on my list, but I will because I didn't know Norm was speaking before me. I am looking for a CPC in Mount Pleasant. I fear this might get delayed because of some very tight budget numbers. I want to point out, and as Norm so eloquently did point out, the return on investment here is multifold. But this is the very type of program that so many people think we should have. And I don't think I need to convince you of the success of the CPC program. The Mount Pleasant BIA is able to support this CBC if we're able to go forward with some free office space for the first year, as these programs and volunteers do not appear out of thin air, and they'll take time to develop. In addition to that, I've been able to get a commitment for some ground level space, at worst, a discounted rate, and possibly even some free space for a few years going forward. So I'm proposing that we don't need the entire amount for the first year. By the time these programs and volunteers have been developed and trained, we might be facing a new situation here as our city and our economy further recovers. So I hate to see this project delayed a year for the lack of a few dollars. But anyways, I am here today to speak in support of the police board's proposed budget. There's been a lot of discussion in the media and on social media about crimes, levels of crimes, type of crime, charges, and changes in the severity of the crime. It's overwhelming and sometimes conflicting and confusing. But I will say, in the past year in Mount Pleasant, we've started tracking the incidents in our neighborhood through an app. Our merchants are able to quickly report many types of incidents and often get an immediate response from some of our BIA team. While lots of these reports are dealing with graffiti, there's still about 50 a month that are about shoplifting, theft, or other safety issues. I've also had access to the data from the Kingsgate Mall security team, and this past year has seen a steady rise in incidents over the past year, and the past few months, they've seen over 100%. My point here is that while maybe crimes being reported to 911 or online might be down, they are still happening and appearing to be increasing in recent months in my area, but they're going unreported. I'm hearing from my members there's a variety of reasons for this: long wait times on hold, slow response, or the online reporting tool is cumbersome. I know that's no news to any of you here. I will say that we won't see any changes or improvement on these issues without adequate funding. And that's all that I'll leave you with on that issue. I will say one more thing that just came to light the other day, and I found it interesting, and you might be able to draw a connection. There's a bunch of broken windows at the Biltmore, the social housing units, and they're unable to get them fixed because of lack of glass, and their contractor can't get to it. So we have vulnerable members of our community living with smashed out windows in their rooms because there's no glass or nobody to repair them. And I think that we recognize that there's lots of glass breakage going on elsewhere, and that's possibly causing the shortage. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I just wanted to support the proposed budget and make a final pitch for my CPC in Mount Pleasant.
Thanks so much, Neil. There's questions for you. Councillor Swanson, do you have questions, or is that a holdover?
Holdover.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Neil. Good morning. You had mentioned, I think it was July of this year, feels almost like last year, but it was this year, when council passed the motion to look at options for bringing forth and supporting a new CPC in Mount Pleasant, and looking at options about how to facilitate that within the budget. So in that sort of those intervening months that have passed, have you still see the need in terms of the activity that's happening in your area? And I think, and maybe you can sort of add any perspective or updates for council on that. I know a big part of it was also just the sheer geographic distance from some of the existing and older, more established CPCs like Kensington. So I wonder if you can provide some commentary or color on that.
Our primary CPC coverage is Collingwood, and as the crow flies, it could not be farther from Mount Pleasant. And while I do appreciate the service and responses that we're getting from the Collingwood CPC, they're also strained as other areas of the city have developed, sprung up, been created since their inception. So time has marched on, and areas have become something. The Olympic Village didn't exist, and now that would be one of the areas that we would be looking at to encompass in a Mount Pleasant CPC. As well as, Mount Pleasant is growing in leaps and bounds. I think there's, at any given point, there's probably a dozen to 15 buildings being built or being occupied right now. So we are the fastest growing area in the city by population, and have been for quite some time. So the changes are real; they're right in front of us, and I think that it's time to make changes in this program. We did go to the police boards, and we have the support of the police board, which was the next step after we went to we spoke before council. So we have cleared a couple of hurdles, and it sounds like the budget process might be, and we're hoping not such a high hurdle to get over, but it's the last hurdle.
Okay, that's a helpful update. You've been to the police board, you've secured the office space, you've continued to work with the community, and you still see the need. It's a helpful update because July was a long time ago, and council's got a lot to consider in the budget. So I just wanted to ask for the update. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. You did talk about not needing the full amount. What is an amount that you talked about being a good ROI? So what would be the investment that you're looking for council to make that you think you could run for next year, recognizing our budget's very difficult this time around?
I do recognize the budget's very difficult. If my memory serves, I think that the line item says we need about $350,000 to get this off of the ground. Yeah. Because of there's no need for office space or anything like that, as I have plenty to help out with. I just need some staff dollars, some executive director dollars. So I'm thinking that's anywhere between $90,000 and $100,000 for the first year to get going.
Okay, and Norm, before you talked about the importance of volunteers and having the community involved in community safety, do you think that there's an appetite in the neighborhood to get volunteers to support a CPC in Mount Pleasant?
Yes, I do, actually. Through my day-to-day interactions, I'm still getting questions from people that I'm running into. They thought this was already happening. Where is it? How can I get involved? And people then understand that it's a process, and some of these processes take time. But there still is an appetite for it, and I think people, whether it's just a change in overall attitude, people are wanting to become involved in their community. I don't know if that's the past couple of years have maybe changed attitude, but it's a positive thing as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks. That's all the questions for you. Next.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Speaker 32, Julius
Chitany.
Thank
Yep.
you. Thank you for correcting
No
me. You have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Julius Chitany. I'm trained as a biological scientist, an educator, and advocate for conservation. I work with several conservation organizations to use art and science to motivate children to care for preserving our biosphere, and these programs have been amazingly successful. I most strongly advocate for the 1% climate change levy proposed by City Council, and I conditionally support the 5% increase model, but with a caveat. I was going to detail how heavily I support endeavors that contribute to the climate emergency action plan, from how our urban forest mitigates heat domes and how the ongoing climate change triggered flooding underscores how we need to be far more ambitious at curbing greenhouse gas emissions than has even been set forth to date. And it is crucially important. But after seeing yet another example of police violence yesterday against peaceful protesters at the Wet'suwet'en and Solidarity gathering downtown, which involved pepper spray and violent shoving, I had to change my words. I think the police budget needs to be revisited. And I'm not saying we don't need the police, although community peer support programs are great ideas that should be pursued. But we cannot afford to keep the police force operating the way it currently does. It isn't sustainable as is. The police department needs to have more extensive training and independent oversight to achieve less harmful and less disruptive interaction with First Nations people, individuals with mental health issues, and peaceful protesters as the rising climate and biodiversity emergencies lead to more demonstrations supporting reconciliation and environmental protection. We need to make sure that people who are doing the crucial work of advocating peacefully for both reconciliation with the First Nations and the protection of our environment from overexploitation are guaranteed respectful treatment and the avoidance of marginalization or racial bias. And this discrimination represents a huge threat for BIPOC people, whether they're demonstrating or not. This concern echoes the report recently released by British Columbia Human Rights Commissioner Kasari Govender entitled Racial Disparities in British Columbia Police Statistics, a preliminary examination of a complex issue, citing a disturbing trend in racial disparity in the responses of BC police to visible minorities, especially Indigenous and Black peoples. I am a middle-aged white male and therefore have a very privileged experience. But people like me, we need to think far more broadly to understand the daily experience of BIPOC people at police hands, and it is very different from my own experience. It's overlooked far too readily, and that's not okay. I'm not attempting to paint all of our police officers negatively, as there are some great, hardworking members, but just like the police chief stated yesterday that he would rather rely on carefully conducted studies than the impressions of some of the public, I think that the evidence from independent human rights reviews rigorously points to the presence of a systemic problem that urgently needs to be remedied. And also, I urge you to invest some of the funds, perhaps that the VPD is asking for, into something that would better address the climate crisis and inequity in a truly empathetic way, more extensive treatment and anticipating of mental health concerns. We will see a rapidly increasing frequency and severity of mental health problems stemming from climate change. These include, first, climate impact-related trauma, like the thousands of families who are and will be displaced from their homes by devastating events such as the current flooding. Second, climate anxiety or solstalgia, which is a rapidly rising area of concern. I myself live with clinical anxiety and depression associated with Tourette syndrome, which requires medication but is worsening still as it is exacerbated by the very real stresses of the intensifying climate and biodiversity crises, so much so that my work performance is increasingly faltering, and there are thousands more who will be worse off than this in a very short order. Third, the trauma experienced by first responders who should have access to more counseling as devastating events become more frequent. And yes, this most certainly includes members of the police department as well. Empathy and care generate more of the same. And fourth, inequity-related mental and emotional health problems that may result in substance abuse and sometimes violence, and which social peer support programs would do a far better job of addressing than would intervention by the currently structured police department. Yes, these are long-term solutions that need time to build up, but I'd argue that they would give us a far more motivated, cooperative, and resilient population than would the continued application of the kind of unnecessary shows of force that we've increasingly been seeing at the hands of our police department. I think that this needs rehabilitation. And in conclusion, in addition to this, of course, we do need to think of ourselves and not as a single child trying to stem the flow of a leaky dam by, putting our finger in a single hole, but as thousands of communities against climate change who are united in this together. We need to do this at all levels of government. Thank you very much.
That was perfectly timed. Thank you very much. There aren't any questions for you. Speaker number 33, Catherine Halancy. Speaker number 34, Stephen Canafari.
Speaker 33 and 34 are not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 35, Reverend Darren Latham. You have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead. Do I hear Darren Latham on the line?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes, my name is Darren Latham, and I'm the lead pastor of Broadway Church, a role I've held for 14 years. Broadway is a congregation of approximately 3,000 people and has been an active presence in the city of Vancouver for 112 years now. Now, our main campus is located on the corner of East Broadway and Slocan in East Van, directly across from Van Tech High School. We presently oversee the operation of 3 subsidized housing projects, a 114-bed care home, along with 2 residences for independent living. And we also operate a society that feeds 4,000 people every week. Now, I mention these things simply to let you know that the organization I serve has deep roots, an expressed love, and an active concern for our community. But having said that, I am not speaking to you today in my official capacity. But I am speaking to you today as a result of the personal, on-the-ground observations I've witnessed while fulfilling my official capacity. I've witnessed up close the growing challenge that our city is facing in its noble attempts to maintain peace and order for its businesses, citizens, streets, and neighborhoods. Let me fill you in on what has transpired in just one block of our neighborhood over the last year alone. About 2 years ago, our corner of Slocan and Broadway was a peaceful, well-trafficked area used by high school students heading to Van Tech, families, organizations using the state-of-the-art soccer pitch, and commuters accessing the Renfrew SkyTrain station. Yet, over the span of about 2 years, this small area turned into a chaotic, dangerous zone that required the focused attention of the city's police and bylaw officers. Now, the street became home to an untold number of campers, buses, recreational vehicles. As time went on, the street became covered with large mounds of garbage, scattered appliances, and other random objects, including discarded needles. We sadly witnessed one of the vehicles catch fire, resulting in the death of the occupant. And then not long afterwards, the street was shut down while the Vancouver Police Department was forced to deal with another individual brandishing a weapon in his vehicle. Our own building has experienced a noticeable increase in crime and attempted break-ins, including one of our custodial staff members being violently assaulted by a random, unprovoked attacker. It was all on film. Now, I want you to know that the city's bylaw officers and members of the Vancouver Police Department have been excellent in their responses. They have served you, they've served us well, so thank you. We've been highly appreciative of their attempts to be diligent in their tasks. And this brings me to the heart of the reason for my participation today. Knowing the increase in the challenge firsthand, knowing the increase in the workload firsthand, I'm expressing my concern to you that we would choose to decrease the financial resources available to those tasked with policing our city. Now, I recognize that the root causes of the increasing stress are multiple and not simple to address. Trust me, I understand that very well as I deal with it daily. However, while the frontline reasons may be complex, the frontline response is not complex. We need authorized people to step in to protect our people and enforce our laws. And in our society, those people are the police. Now, in light of the increased policing challenges that we read about in our papers, hear about in our media, and see with our own eyes, I find it highly counterintuitive that we would decrease the resources that the women and men of our police service would have at their disposal. So I simply want to bring this to your attention, respectfully question the reasoning, and sincerely ask you to reconsider this decision. So thank you for your service to our city, and I thank you for taking the time to hear me.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, questions for the speaker?
Yeah, good morning, Pastor, and thank you for taking the time to speak to council. I have sort of one question for you, and I really appreciate what you articulated, and I think that is that we've got pretty significant serious social and well-being issues in terms of housing, homelessness, addictions, mental health, and so on. But what we hear time and time again is, well, we need a more compassionate response, or, we're just dealing with the downstream impacts. We have to deal with the root causes. And what I hear you saying, and I want to confirm and reflect back and see if this is accurate, that you are saying that, yes, that's correct. And so, but we can't abdicate our responsibility to manage the downstream effects. But would you say we should also be advocating vociferously to do what the city can, but also to advocate those other levels of government to deal with the upstream drivers? But in the meantime, we do have to deal with the actual kind of manifestation of those challenges and issues on our city and on our residents.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just not a simplistic approach. It's not a Band-Aid approach. As I say, there's mental health issues, there's poverty issues, there's all sorts of complex issues. So those I accept, and I'm working with you and with our city, and we're doing all we can to help alleviate and address those things. But it's that boots on the ground, the moment of crisis, that, where you need peace and order brought to a situation so you can then address the root causes of the individual who was placed in this situation. Those are where our police needs to be strong and our police service needs to be respected and equipped. And that's what they're there to do, to bring order to disorder so that we can then sit down and say, okay, so now what caused this situation? So it's not an either or, it's not a binary decision here. It's both and. We can be loving and compassionate and have a strong police service.
Okay, and you're and also fair to say that it's sort of respecting and looking after all residents, so it's not just supporting the most vulnerable and marginalized that do need that help, but also not sort of abandoning, I guess, for lack of a better word, or creating additional victims in other people. Is that also a fair way of saying it? Because that's the sentiment that I'm hearing and I'm feeling, and I'm wondering if you think that that's something that you see and feel as well.
Yeah, I mean, when you think of the classic Maslow's, the hierarchy of needs, second from the bottom in that triangle is safety. And everybody needs to feel safe, whether you are wealthy, whether you are poor. Safety is essential to move forward in life, to prosper. And so, yeah, the policing is all about safety. You folks are there, and you do a fine job of helping our community remain safe. So this is an essential service of keeping our people safe so we can then deal with the roots of our problems.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the Maslow reference. I remember that from my psych days. Thank you, Pastor, for speaking.
There you go. Okay, thank you.
We have questions from Councillor Weep.
Yeah, thanks, Reverend, for coming to speak today. One of the elements that isn't fully funded is our food systems, and I know that your church has done some amazing work through COVID, and I look forward to being there next week to hand out food hampers. Is that something you think that we need to ensure that we continue to fund, recognizing that your Sunday program is feeding people in need and that there's a significant gap in this city for food insecurity, and that that's something we should prioritize in this budget as well?
Absolutely. And this is where, I do my best to stay in my lane and trust the people who know what they're doing and crunch these numbers. So we try to work with the city. We raise our own finances and so on, and try to find sources in various government levels and so on. So yeah, we're all working together, the private sector, the public sector, and so on, the churches, the charitable sector as well. It's all of us. It's not any one group who should bear the whole burden, but we all work together on this. So yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And thank you for coming to help.
Thank you very much. And there aren't any other questions for you. We're on to speaker 36, Brett Sandler. Speaker 37.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm here.
You have 5 minutes to
Good
speak
morning.
to council.
Thank you. Good morning, Honourable Mayor Stewart and Council. My name is Brett Sandler. I am a resident and a homeowner here in Vancouver, property taxpayer, a voter, and a business person working in Vancouver. And I'd like to focus my comments around the police. The last 2 years through COVID have been a major challenge for the force. Not just in terms of carrying out their duties, but in terms of health and safety. We're talking about frontline workers who are, along with doctors and nurses, put their lives on the line every day to make sure that people like myself and all of us, all of you there, are safe. They put themselves second, their own health and safety second, but not just for them, but for their families as well. If you think about what they go through and have gone through for the last 2 years, going to work every day risks COVID 50, 60, 100 times a day, and then the risk of taking that home to their families. These are things that most of us, don't need to think about. Most of us had the luxury of working from home during COVID, being barricaded in our homes with our families, keeping our families safe. But the men and women of the force didn't have that option. They had to go out there. Very often, and few people realize this, they would have to then go and find places to stay, often at their own expense, because they may have had a bad contact, a COVID contact, and not wanting to go home and infect their own families, had to deal with this. Sometimes they had help, but not always. And so, it's really important to remember that when you in the type of line of work where a good day is a day that you get to be alive at the end of the day and go home to your family. That's something special, and I think it's really important that we all remember that. They've then gone through the defund police situation of the last 2 years, which has been a brutal thing for the men and the women of the force here. I think, unfortunately, we've been dragged into a lot of the type of thing that happens down in the U.S., and I will tell you that the way the force is trained and their internal processes here are so much more robust and conscientious than they are down in the U.S. And unfortunately, the impact of last year, I believe, was taking away about approximately $6 million out of the police budget, which I believe was a mistake. This is a time where the police are having to work harder than they've ever had to work. And not just in terms of getting out on the front line and in a safe way protecting us through COVID and carrying out their general duties, but there have been these added issues. For example, all the new SROs, the Howard Johnson downtown that has turned parts of Vancouver into a slum, making it extremely challenging to police those areas with COVID on top of it, having their budgets brought down. Huge challenges, and they've done this in an incredible way. 22 years ago, I arrived in this country, and when I arrived, it was amazing. Every day I would read these pretty controversial situations between the public and the police. So I'm not going to name them all. We all know what those situations were. But I'll tell you that over the last 22 years, I've seen Police Chief Chu and now Police Chief Palmer turn the entire situation around, because today we have social media and reporting at everybody's fingertips in the form of a cell phone, and I'll tell you that I see far less cases today with the added media resources than I did 22 years ago. And so I think the police are doing a phenomenal job in terms of being very concerned about the most at-risk groups and making sure that they're careful and gentle with people. But to continually chip away at their budget, it puts all of the rest of us, everybody, in harm's way. And I think it's a major mistake to ever consider, particularly a knee-jerk reaction to situations that don't necessarily involve Canada and British Columbia. To start, vilifying the police, who I believe are, along with our doctors and our nurses and our police people, our fire people, are the most important part of maintaining our society and making sure that businesses like the one I'm involved with and my family can go to bed at night and sleep safe. And so I can only commend Police Chief Palmer on everything he's doing, and I really hope that council and those of us that are making decisions around those budgets bear this in mind. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks. That was perfectly timed, Brett. And there aren't any questions for you. Now we're on to speaker 37, Lori Buckley. Is speaker
Hello.
37. Hi, you have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Great. Tansy, hello, my name is Lori Buckley, and I'm a Cree Métis woman with mixed ancestry living on the unceded and unsurrendered land of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. I'm here before you to voice my concern of the proposed Vancouver budget draft for 2022. I'm a resident of Vancouver who have lived in the downtown east side for 6 years, and I'm coming to you with deep concerns surrounding the increased spending to the Vancouver Police Department, who continue to monopolize 20% of city spending while we grapple with an overwhelming housing crisis, drug overdoses, and lack of access to mental health resources. Since moving to this neighborhood, I have witnessed an increase of unhoused people living in tents, defecation on the streets, drug paraphernalia, and people visibly suffering from mental illnesses. While it's easy to blame or place blame on these people who may appear to be making this neighborhood unpleasant, I'm frustrated by the lack of real investment to eradicate the conditions that make it possible. We cannot police ourselves out of a housing crisis, an opioid crisis, or a mental health crisis. I am frustrated by the phrase community safety, as it rarely counts those living in the downtown east side and many other marginalized folks as part of that community. Instead, they are treated as a threat when they're simply trying to survive in a city that shows little regard for their care and safety. We're ultimately paying for an organization that criminalizes poverty. It's time to move away from this failed strategy of using an expanding police force to punish struggling community members because police safety is only provided to the privileged. Increased spending on policing does not align with the city's goal to increase focus on equity and critical social issues as outlined on page A15 in the budget draft, especially when more and more stories of the VPD's institutionalized and systemic racism comes to light. Examples of this is not hard to find. Street checks continue to disproportionately impact Indigenous and Black communities as reported by the Hogan's Alley Society, Union of BC Indigenous Chiefs, Wish-Robin Center Society, and the BC Civil Liberties Association. Unarmed Indigenous youth are regularly met with excessive force, including yesterday afternoon for peacefully occupying space outside the RBC on Burrard. They were pepper sprayed by officers. Just this past June, our own mayor had stated, I have stepped down as spokesperson for the board because I find their positions indefensible in relation to the Vancouver Police Board's lack of action on systemic racism. This is not new information, which is why investing 1/5 of the city's budget into policing directly contradicts the city's plan towards reconciliation and decolonization or equity, anti-racism, and cultural redress. I applaud many of the points in the city's budget under business planning principles, in particular the goals to integrate financial, social, environmental, and cultural, sustainable considerations into city's decisions and actions, and cultivate a progressive and creative approach to city work, incorporating continuous improvements into how the city does things. I'm also encouraged to see aligning decision-making and behaviors with long-term goals, encouraging more innovating thinking and enabling measured risks as part of your culture goals. However, increasing the police budget is not compatible with accomplishing these goals. In fact, the only way to achieve these goals is to defund the VPD. The culture of systemic harm directed towards marginalized groups is so deeply rooted in the fabric of the VPD that training and de-escalation, trauma-informed response, conflict resolution, and anti-racism will never correct this behavior. I believe that it's time for the city leadership to start innovating towards real solutions. I'm speaking towards the plan that the Defund 604 network has done. They've made incredible strides to provide alternatives to policing that includes increased support and funding for programs serving those most affected by state violence and discrimination. They provide excellent examples of this budget that can be reallocated to initiatives that address root causes that create these quote-unquote public safety concerns.
And that's your 5 minutes. I'm sorry,
Okay.
but that's your 5 minutes. And there aren't any questions for you. Thank you very much. Oh, wait, you do have one question. Councillor Weeb got on the queue just in time. Councillor Weeb, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for coming to speak today. So from what I'm hearing, you have a lot of passion and you're hoping that we start to fund creative initiatives. So is that something you want us to see put into the budget for restorative justice, pure crisis and de-escalation tactics and decriminalization stuff? Is that where you want us to start to see where we can build up the community-led initiatives so that we have other options to work on what you've talked about as community safety?
Yes, the part that I wasn't able to get to was more to discussing peer-led initiatives, because there are a lot of people within organizations and collectives that are already doing this work. And I'm sure your team of counselors have seen letters, have heard calls from these people doing this type of work and have provided alternative solutions that would address these systemic issues that that policing tend to not address.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, and that's all the. And that's all the questions for you. Our next speaker is Speaker 38, Laura Balance.
Hello, and
go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you, and I'm going to pre-apologize. I'm just down on the Sumas Prairie, and so I have my cell phone is somewhat in and out down here right now. but I want to start by thanking Mayor and Council for the opportunity to speak to you today about today's budget considerations, and specifically I will contain my comments related to police funding, and I am speaking in support of the Police Board recommended budget. Again, my name is Laura Balance, and today I am speaking as a spokesperson for the Hospitality Vancouver Association, an organization that represents restaurants, bars, pubs, retailers, and nightclubs in the city. Together, pre-COVID, our businesses contributed in excess of $750 million of positive economic impact into our city annually and employed 10,000 people. We consider ourselves Vancouver's other 9-to-5 economy, and beyond contributing significantly to the economic health of Vancouver, we are impactful contributors to the cultural health of the city as well. Today, I am speaking on behalf of our membership, strongly in support of Chief Palmer's request for funding to maintain existing policing levels, and we strongly oppose any decision that doesn't reflect cost of living increases. We know in turn that this will result in cuts to the numbers of officers on the ground. I want to clearly express to Mayor and Council the grave concerns our memberships have about any police budget restrictions and the impact that could have on the community safety throughout our city. It does not do a service to the people of Vancouver to pick out individual statistics from a vast and complicated matrix and simply say crime is down. We know that that is not true in many areas that count so much to the people of this city. And while crime may be down in one particular subset, I can tell you, as a business and property owner in Vancouver, that the surge in crime is real and it is frightening. Statistics and percentages can seem abstract, but there are real, live people behind each and every crime. People in our city are having their lives changed by a growing sense of fear. On top of the dissemination of our sector due to COVID, our businesses are now challenged by dramatically increasing street crime, to the point that their staff no longer feel safe walking to work in the daytime, let alone walking home after dark. I can tell you that regardless of neighborhood, community safety is the #1 issue expressed to me by our membership. Worsening vandalism, aggression, threats, and theft continue to affect our neighborhoods and businesses directly, while also contributing to a general feeling that the city is becoming more and more unsafe. Our members are extremely concerned that if the Vancouver Police Department budget is not properly resourced, the already urgent criminal issues facing our city will only grow. We recognize that the root cause of many of these issues relate to mental health, addictions, and homelessness, and these issues require significant attention and work, and we urge you to continue lobbying other orders of government whose areas of mandate directly relate to those aspects of crime. But we cannot affect the police budget at the expense of safety. As such, we strongly believe and urge Vancouver City Council must improve funding to the Vancouver Police Department. Our members feel very strongly that any reduction in funding will have dire and potentially irrevocable consequences and effects on our neighborhoods throughout the city and the safety of our citizens. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you, and my sincerest thank you for your consideration.
Thanks. You have questions from Councillor Kirby-Young. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Laura. Good morning. I have sort of one question for you, and you differentiated in your comments between sort of property crime and vandalism and some of the other types of crimes in terms of personal safety, in terms of people's person and physical safety. But I'm wondering if you can comment on what here's this sort of growing storyline of suggesting that a lot of these crimes are victimless crimes, on whether it is vandalism or broken windows or damage or access to business and sort of on small businesses. And there does seem to be this perspective that out there, and I wonder if you have a comment on that.
I certainly do. I do not believe there's such thing as a victimless crime. I believe that our business owners and their workers are valuable contributors to our city and are worthy of feeling safe and of police support. I do take issue, and I can tell you that I've listened for now hours and hours to previous callers waiting for my turn today. And what I can tell you is I can list many examples, as can the business owners within my organization, of compassion, of attentiveness, of above and beyond attitudes by members of the police force. And I feel that regardless of the extremity of the crime, and I will tell you, they are up. The general feeling of deep uncertainty and fear is so exasperated in areas like Davie Village and the GED, and I know throughout our city. But there is no such thing as a victimless crime, and to suggest such, I think, is insulting to the residents of Vancouver. And again, I renew my call to the City Council to focus on an area where you can have direct impact into that, improving the overall safety, which is to properly fund Vancouver Police and to advocate to the provincial and federal governments in the area of mental health and homelessness and drug addiction to be part of an overall long-term solution. But to in any way reduce the number of officers on the ground would be absolutely tragic for our city, in my opinion.
Okay, thanks for taking the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks. There aren't any other questions for you. Now we're on to speaker 39, Lily Cryan.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Great, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Lily. I'm a young white settler living in Vancouver, and I'm grateful to be on the unceded lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I'm encouraged to see that the City of Vancouver has reconciliation as a main goal. However, I'm discouraged that reconciliation is not reflected in the budget. I'm speaking today against the current makeup of the VPD budget, which is about 21% of the overall city budget. This hardly leaves room for the other stated priorities of the council. I've heard through the session yesterday that other city services are pressed and stressed for funds that would actually solve the problems that we can all see are issues. We can all agree that people need support with stable, affordable housing, mental health, and community connections and meaningful participation in their community. We can also all agree that the big issues of our time are unavoidable: climate change and the extreme weather caused by it, reconciliation and decolonization, and income inequality. None of the problems that I've stated are solvable by the VPD. The VPD come in after a crime or something terrible has happened and often make the situation worse. In the best case, the VPD presence is benign. In the worst case, the tools the VPD has available, arrests, tickets, forcibly taking people to the hospital, guns, or other forms of violence, makes the situation worse or fatal. The framing of community safety often leaves out our most vulnerable community members, like the homeless people and other street-entrenched folks. I've heard from both the chief of police and the police union chief that the VPD is ill-equipped to do their jobs as they currently exist. 60% of the calls to the police are not crime-related. The only reason why those calls go to the police in the first place is because that is the only option that currently exists in our system. I would much rather call a mental health worker, a social worker, a park ranger, a peer support worker, anyone other than a cop. I do not call the police because I'm scared of what they would do to me or others, especially Black and Indigenous people, if they did arrive. I believe in the council and city staff to dream up other solutions to the big problems of our time. I commend the city staff's work to create a balanced budget that tries to reflect our priorities as a city. There are so many better ways to solve the problems we all see, and we could all do that by reallocating funds from the VPD budget to other city services that are so strapped for resources. For instance, we could better fund housing investments to increase affordability for young professionals like myself who can barely afford rent with a full-time job that required a university education. We could provide housing first programs to people experiencing homelessness, i.e. housing not contingent on meeting other requirements for maintaining a home. This has been proven over decades to be the only serious way to reduce homelessness. I do not see how the VPD does anything to reduce homelessness or increase housing affordability. Their services do not provide homes to people. In this model, the VPD would not need to do street checks of homeless encampments. We could better invest in the Parks Department. The rangers do preventative work to keep public spaces safe and enjoyable for everyone. If the Parks Department and engineering were able to build more public washrooms, our city would be much cleaner and enjoyable. I would feel totally fine calling an unarmed parks ranger if there was a noise at the park near my house late at night. I would not call the VPD, and the VPD does not build washrooms to keep the city safe. In this model, the police would not need to evict people from encampments. We could better invest in peer-led mental health supports. I know of many great organizations already doing peer support work. WAVA, Vandu, PACE, the Crisis Line, and so many organizations work every day to help people better access mental health supports and services. Those organizations could do even more with better funding. They respond to people in crisis safely and appropriately and help them get connected to more long-term services. They are not armed and are trained in de-escalation. The VPD does not de-escalate mental health crisis. We have numerous accounts of VPD officers arresting, beating, or killing people experiencing mental health crises. The VPD also does not help people get connected to other services that are more long-term solutions to mental health issues. In this model, the police would not need to respond to mental health cause. With all the time freed up from investing in services that actually address the root of our many problems, the VPD could instead focus on crimes that do hurt our communities: white-collar crimes, wage theft, financial crimes, landlords breaking the Tenancy Act. All of those crimes rob people of money, safety, and security every year, but are not focused on when we talk about crime. I've heard other speakers say we do not have enough to do both, or other speakers say we have to do both, continue to fund the VPD and fund other projects. However, there are simply not enough resources right now to do that without the council increasing taxes on the wealthy, which they should absolutely do.
And thank you. That's
The
5
VPD
minutes. That's your time to speak, but you do have questions from Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson, go
Okay.
ahead.
Yeah, I would love to increase taxes on the wealthy, but the province hasn't given the city that power yet. But
Yeah.
what I wanted to ask you is, there have been a lot of speakers saying that their safety is compromised and that they want more police. What would you say to them?
Yeah, I would say that the safest communities are not the ones with the most police, they're the ones with the most resources. So when we talk about the only resources being provided to low-income people is increased policing, that doesn't cause a safer community. That just makes people with money feel like they don't have to address the problem. So if you want to make a safer community, that's amazing. I want that too. Funding the VPD at a higher level or continuing to not fund other really important services doesn't bring us to that place.
I'm going to tweet that. The safest communities are the ones with the most resources, not with the most police.
Any more
Thank
questions?
you.
Don't quote me. It's not my quote. I will email you. I can't remember who said it, but I found it online.
And you can send your correspondence to all of council if you'd like through the city website, just to let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much. That's all the questions for you. The
Thank
next
you.
speaker is Stephen Conley. Do we have Stephen Conley?
My name is.
Hi,
Yes.
Stephen. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Conley. I live in the Joyce, Wellington area. I've been there for about 29 after 1977. My wife and I own a small business in the city, and I've served on the board of trustees at Bad Tidings Church for about 16 years. My desire today is to address council about the police budget, or what I've heard on the media, that there's going to be a decrease in the budget. First, I want to acknowledge and to thank BPD for how proficient and responsive they've been in our dealings with them, both as a business and as a church, and we've had several. I also want to thank council for funding them and for supporting them over these past years. I've been hearing on the news over the last few months some rumors that some of their funding may be cut, and I've also heard, listening to others, that funding has in fact been cut. But I want to remind council that one of the main functions of any government is safety and security for its citizens, and that is a function of the police. Good policing is a major part of our safety in our society. We obviously have a gang war sweeping across our region. Illegal drug deaths are raging across the city like never before. We need the police department to disrupt these gangs. We need the police department to apprehend and incarcerate the drug lords, not the victims. When the drug supply is reduced or cut off, hurting victims will seek help. And that would be a great opportunity for the city to step in with other programs to help them. We also have an increase in what is often called minor crime, or what is considered victimless crime. Someone breaks into a car and steals some change. That's not too bad. A career thief breaks into a tradesman's van and steals all of his tools. That changes the whole picture for that family. In this town, with the cost of living as it is, that family may just be hanging on financially and not have the money to replace those tools to go to work, which really is life-changing for them and creates a lot of stress and anxiety. An increased presence and cracking down on some of these petty thieves would help the business community a lot, would also help us feel a lot more secure. We cannot reduce our funding and support to the police department. I don't believe that we can. I think we need them. When someone is violent or someone is acting in a vicious way, we need someone with some authority, but also with the compassion. And I've witnessed that compassion myself with the police department. And I think that we need them, and they need to be funded. They need to be cared for. They need to be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. There aren't any questions for you? And
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nathan Edelson.
Thank you, members of council. I'd like to acknowledge that we are on the unceded lands of the Coast Salish people, far too many of whom are living in single-room occupancy hotels or are homeless. I'm speaking in support of providing the equivalent of at least $500,000 per year over the coming decade for implementing the vacancy control regulations in SRA-designated properties and similar regulations that may be enacted to reduce vacancies and help control the rents in SROs, to help maintain these buildings for low-income residents, and to replace SROs as quickly as possible with more self-contained social housing with opportunities for residents to be engaged in the management and operations. As I mentioned a few weeks ago, I was part of the team that developed the SRA bylaw. At that time, it was concluded that SROs was such an inadequate form of housing, there would be no need to help ensure they housed only the very poor. This assumption has proven to be wrong, and there is a need to better monitor who's living in SROs and how much they are paying for rent, to help improve the quality and management of these dwellings, and to speed up construction of self-contained permanent housing. To undertake this in a serious way, there will need to be an experienced staff team, and I can assure you it will take more than 1 year before the appropriate staff are hired, trained, and able to complete many of the tasks that are needed to improve conditions in the SROs and beyond. It would be destabilizing if the multi-year work needed to carry out this essential work were subject to annual funding decisions. Even attracting and retaining the best staff will be significantly enhanced by posting permanent positions. Today you're considering financial matters, and I would point out that in 2001, the province published a study entitled The Costs of Homelessness in British Columbia. Without going into all the details, this preliminary study concluded it was more expensive, about 33% more, in government expenditures to pay for those who are homeless than to provide them with decent housing and needed health supports. The additional public costs of homelessness include health care, hospital admissions, emergency care, prescription drugs, mental health services, ambulance services, fire emergency response, and health clinics. social services, income supports, child protection, drug and alcohol treatment, and additional street cleanup, criminal justice, correctional institutions, community supervision, and police services. Many of these are provincial responsibilities. Others, such as policing, fire service, and street cleanup, directly impact the city's budget. The 2001 preliminary study should be updated to reflect today's figures and realities. But it's clear that the management and ultimate replacement of SROs is a critical link in reducing the costs to all levels of government and to some of the residents and business owners that you've heard from today. As SROs, especially those that have appropriate health and addiction supports, currently play a critical role in reducing homelessness and its associated public costs. Here, the rents paid by residents on welfare should be limited to the shelter allowance. Other ways can be found to cover legitimate costs. So again, I would urge that work on the improvements to the SRA bylaw be implemented as quickly as possible, and that the funding be approved in a way that best ensures multi-year staffing so that a model program can be created and maintained. In addition, I would recommend that further cost savings can be achieved by giving priority to developing permanent self-contained housing for those who have experienced homelessness as quickly as possible. As you know, there is considerable community support for replacing the temporary modular housing in Falls Creek South with more than twice as many permanent dwellings with appropriate health supports for people who've experienced homelessness. It would be wonderful if this could move forward as a companion piece to demonstrate the clear direction that is needed and which this council will hopefully unanimously support, not only to improve the quality of life for residents and their neighbors, but to reduce the need for unnecessary public expenditures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and there are no questions for you.
Thank you.
The next speaker, Speaker 42, was heard last night as they were here in person, Council. Just to remind everyone, Speaker 43 is withdrawn. Speaker 44, Lorraine Lowe, Executive Director of the Sunny at Sun Gardens. Please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to Council.
Hi, good day, Mayor and City Council. Lorraine Lowe here, Executive Director of Dr. Sunny at Sun Gardens, located on the traditional and ancestral unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. A little bit about myself. I'm a member of a visible minority. I'm Chinese Canadian, born and raised here in Vancouver, School of Criminology grad from SFU, and I've lived on both sides of the law growing up. Struggled with my own demons, consider myself lucky to have turned my life around early on with the intervention of some hard-ass constable Nelms out there, although he's retired. And over the years, I've seen Chinatown struggle through some really tough times, but never has it been this bad. And while I do commend the city for their efforts in the climate change initiatives, trying to solve the homeless and opioid crisis, that we can't deny the fact that there are storefronts downtown with smashed windows and businesses that are closing due to the rise in crime, the rise in property taxes, the penalties levied against the business owners for the rampant graffiti and street disorder. There won't be any businesses left to pay for these social services. So people will start moving out of the city. And as Chief Palmer pointed out, there needs to be a balance. So here I am speaking on behalf of my staff, my volunteers at the garden, and some concerned neighbors. And unapologetically, public safety is key to Chinatown's survival right now. And that encompasses protecting the vulnerable, the homeless, the mentally ill population, which I've seen firsthand the VPD handle with the utmost care and compassion. But all I've been hearing in these discussions is this us versus them narrative. But what about the real serious safety issues here that haven't been addressed, that's happening right in front of my eyes? Like the drug deals that's going on, the arson, the willful destruction of properties, the assault on Asians, public urine and defecation right outside our entrance. You know, the list goes on. So I agree with the social support service initiative, but the results will not come to fruition overnight. So it's important that we have the policing and public safety support measures in place to complement these other initiatives. So looking at it from a tourism perspective, and here we are, we're a main tourist attraction, a main economic driver for this Chinatown community, which has also experienced our fair share of being marginalized over the years. So it's important for us to keep encouraging visitors to come to the garden when we pride ourselves as being a safe, inclusive space for everyone to enjoy. And if you go on TripAdvisor and all the Google reviews, you'll see that the 90% of the negative reviews talk about the area being a dangerous place. So let's just take the politics out of the policing and focus on the basics here. Law and order, the basics of public safety, protecting the vulnerable. We want to support and make sure the police have the sufficient financial support in carrying out their work and in turn support our revitalization efforts. Defunding the police will only create a domino effect on other department resources. For example, there's been public pressure for us to open the courtyard in the park, but this would require a comprehensive safety sanitation schedule that would mean a substantial amount of funding from the park's budget to support this. And honestly, opening it up, it's just going to be very dangerous for our visitors, our staff. Another example is dipping into the ACCS's budget funds that was redirected for a public safety initiative program. And those funds could have been used towards exhibition and cultural programming. And we've been very fortunate to have the police presence to keep Chinatown safe. And without them, our neighborhood's rich cultural history would disappear, and let alone all the work that we've been doing in bridging this relationship between the Chinese and Indigenous downtown East Side communities. And we talk about trying to achieve a UNESCO status for Chinatown, but at this rate, there won't be a Chinatown to save. So in combating anti-Asian racism and any type of racism and helping the Chinatown community is a priority for this council, I strongly hope that you'll take into consideration in supporting the VPD's original endorsed budget. And this would also equip the department with any additional support and restorative justice approaches on diversity, inclusion, and de-escalation, as some of the other groups have pointed out. And, you know, with the help of the VPG support over the last little while, our community has made small improvements in finally breathing back some life and energy back into our community with cultural festivals and supporting the BIPOC LGBTQ2 trans community. And it would be such a detriment if we lost this positive momentum that we've gained.
And thank you, Lorraine. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you're at 5 minutes, and Councillor Kirby-Young has questions for you. Councillor Kirby-Young, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And good morning, Lorraine. I have two questions for you, and I have limited time, so I'm going to just signal that to you. But two of them. The first one is around just the state of Chinatown in general. And I know that the neighbors always had significant challenges. I wonder if you can give us some perspective of how much you feel it has worsened or degraded in the last couple of years.
It's gotten terribly bad. I mean, if I'm going to be comparing the Chinatown from where I grew up, I mean, it's completely different. But I would say the last 3-4 years, it's just gotten up, especially post-COVID and during COVID. We've had to erect the gate. Our visitors need to buzz in. Our staff's been threatened and attacked. I've been attacked and spat on, called derogatory names. It's just the state of the graffiti, the broken windows. It's a daily basis. It's, my custodian, he's just fed up with everything. And I almost feel like it is a direct, it's directed towards us because, you can defecate in front of anywhere on that street, but they choose the one door that we let our visitors into. So I don't know if that's like an anti-Asian message, but we sure do feel it is.
And with your, just to follow up on that, with your staff being attacked and threatened, are you having any staff that quit or leave or don't want to stay anymore? Are you having trouble attracting staff?
The turnover rate the last 3 years has been tremendous. It's created a level of anxiety and just, we've lost so many people.
Lorraine, are you there? Did we lose you?
Yeah. Did you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, you just cut out there at the end.
Sorry, the turnover rate has been tremendous, like since 2018. Like we've lost, there's a mass exodus of people, and it's because of what's happening in Chinatown as well. It's hard.
Okay, and then my second question, my last minute, is just really on the tourism side. I've got a background in tourism, and you mentioned TripAdvisor comments. I know that the tourism, like you as an attraction, like many have been struggling because tourism has just disappeared during the pandemic. Can you kind of fill us in on what some of those TripAdvisor comments are saying, and what the tourism industry partners are fearing around safety and how that will impact trying to get people back?
Well, it's impacted us tremendously. Like, you look on all the reviews, anything that's been negative has been said. It's about do not go to Chinatown. It's affecting certain parts of Gastown, Chinatown, downtown. And I have to redirect them to make sure that they're taking the right route to come over here. But it's our numbers are down, and that's obviously because of COVID and everything else. But safety is a huge concern for people wanting to visit Chinatown. And I'm not talking about tourists. I'm talking about the people that have lived here and have moved out to the suburbs. They won't come and take their family down to Chinatown because they don't want their kids around. Like they feel it's dangerous.
And that's
Okay,
your
that's
time,
my time.
Councillor.
Thank you very much.
And Lorraine, I actually have a question for you, so I put myself on the queue. It's Deputy Mayor DeGenova, and I'm just wondering if you can tell me, in your opinion, first of all, I want to say I'm really sorry to hear about your own personal experiences and some of the things you've had to endure in Chinatown, but can you tell me what the impact of anti-Asian hate crimes on seniors specifically is that you've seen, that you've witnessed in your role? Is that something that you can comment on? And how this is affecting their ability to visit Chinatown?
Well, I've heard from a lot of seniors and seniors groups that they're afraid to leave their homes because they're afraid to get mugged. They're afraid to get pushed over. It's just something that now they're just used to doing, is just staying at home, having their grandkids go down and do their shopping for them and bringing them. But they've just been, since COVID, it's just been locked down for them, and they're fearful for their own safety.
And can I ask also, I mean, that must be very painful for the Chinese community, especially seniors who've built our city and built Chinatown. I'm wondering, have you heard whether or not, and sorry, I have limited time, but have you heard whether customers are staying away because of safety issues around Chinatown, beyond seniors?
Like senior, yes, absolutely. Like, are you talking about seniors who live in the area, or seniors
I mean,
that are?
You answered my question about seniors, and I only get 3 minutes, but I'm just wondering, I mean, customers that you regularly see, have they said that they're not coming because it's unsafe, or they're afraid to come? They're afraid to, for whatever reason, park their car, their own safety, whatever that might be.
Smash windows, they just think it's unsafe to come. And we receive emails all the time that, asking for refunds after they've read online that it's a dangerous place to come down to. So, yes, we do get a lot of people wanting to back out. And yes, so to answer your question, yes.
There have been some safety measures taken by the city, like the lighting project in Chinatown and other things. I'm just wondering, as we move forward with the transformation of Chinatown and all of the initiatives, do you think that if we don't address these issues with law and order and public safety, that will further hurt Chinatown as a cultural hub in our city?
Absolutely, 100%, absolutely.
Thank you so much for answering my questions and being so concise. Really appreciate you speaking today. Thanks so much. Our next speaker is Chantal Spicer. Do we have Chantal Spicer on the line, or Chantal Spicer?
Yep, I'm
and
here,
Chantal,
sorry.
It's our practice here at City Council, just before I give you your 5 minutes to speak, I am supposed to ask, it can be a yes or no answer. Do you live in the city of Vancouver?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
It is a true gift to to be an uninvited Indigenous person of Mi'kmaq and Jewish ancestry who has now been welcomed many times into the unceded and stolen lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I am a taxpayer and small business owner in what is now known as Vancouver, specifically Fairview. The lands and people here are a blessing in my life, and it is my duty and delightful obligation to work towards Indigenous sovereignty and just futures without colonialism. As part of the Defund 604 network, I was lucky enough to have participated in the People's Budget Project. We undertook this project with the understanding that the city budget must be a moral document and reflect our values as a city rather than the values and myths of capitalism and state violence. Therefore, I am speaking against a budget that contributes to a structure like the police that harms so many communities. The focus of our survey was to hear the perspectives and solutions of those most marginalized by city processes, including the budget process. Those who we centered in this work include low-income and houseless people, sex workers, Indigenous land defenders, people who use drugs and alcohol, and others who have been purposefully marginalized or disenfranchised from politics and other potential structures of change. These community members not only responded to our survey and took part in countless conversations with us during outreach, but also played a significant role in building the survey itself. Many of the alternatives to policing that are available in the survey are structures community members are already building or have built, while City Council continues to be bound to a status quo based on violence or makes value statements about equity that bear no action. As a previous speaker this morning pointed to, this is not about increasing budgets for equity training or body cameras to a foundationally harmful system. Earlier, a question had been asked about needing solutions that can be funded as alternatives to policing. These are those alternatives, care-led and empowering alternatives that need to be funded and the community stewarding them to be empowered. It is my honor to carry forward the perspectives of communities who have entrusted us with their knowledge and brilliance, and it is for them that I am speaking today. The demands that came from the survey are rooted in defunding the police by 50% and redirecting funds to peer-based, community-based forms of safety. This looks like funding peer-led mental health supports, creating affordable non-market housing while ending the violent displacement of unhoused people through the practice of street sweeps, funding peer-led services in spaces, including access to a safe drug supply, and the creation of peer-led indoor sex worker spaces, the creation of a healing center at Crab Park, and the return of Crab Park to Indigenous stewardship, and creating a meaningful and accountable participatory budget process. In our survey, 86% of people shared that they supported defunding the police by 50%. Many who stated no stated that they only supported fully defunding the police. I want to talk to you today about another 86% of the people who shared that Indigenous sovereignty, land back, consent, and economic justice are a universal need that could be met by defunding the police. The movement to decolonize Indigenous lands is intimately connected in the movement to abolish police and prisons. Policing in Canada has deep roots in the theft of land and children. Police, including the VPD, continue to uphold this legacy through current practices of evicting houseless peoples from land stolen by Vancouver and Canada, the violent over-policing of Indigenous land and water defenders and their allies, refusal of justice for murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, and the over-representation of Indigenous peoples, particularly Indigenous women who are the leaders of our movement in BC prisons and jails. Indigenous peoples are some of the most over-policed and under-protected peoples in our communities. Police violence is a Canadian problem that continues to harm so many communities. We know because Indigenous peoples have told us very clearly that initiatives that give land back and provide healing will provide the much-needed space for Indigenous justice and community wellness to reemerge and bloom. Building from the work of Indigenous people in and around Vancouver over the last decade, a successful 2021 motion from John Irwin and the Park Board suggested funding for a healing center at Crab Park be taken from the 2022 to 2025 capital budget. We propose that a portion of funding for the healing center come from the VPT budget as a reparation for the harm that policing has caused and continue to cause Indigenous peoples.
And Chantal,
For the
that's your
2022
time speaking to council. So thank you very much. I let you go a few seconds over there, but I do have to be fair to all speakers, so thank you very much for speaking. And Councillor Swanson has questions for you. Councillor Swanson, please go ahead. Councillor Swanson, are you maybe on mute? I'll stop your timer till we confirm you're here.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been tweeting out. Thanks for coming. I've been tweeting out some of what you've been saying. So a lot of people are coming and saying we need police. They have a different view of safety, right? Like they're talking about how dangerous everything is, how much graffiti there is, how awful it is that poor people have no place to pee or poo, how we need more police to deal with that. What would you say to them?
I mean, I think that I would echo previous speakers who have spoken very eloquently to a similar question that you have, Jean, in stating that what we need is very clear care-led responses that are not directed by capitalism, these ideas of protection of private property over the value of human lives. There are a plethora of options that are available that create real forms of community safety that are not based in police responding to things that have already happened. So yeah, I think we need to start reacting. We need to start moving proactively rather than reactively to the situations and start building the structures that we need to have tomorrow, today.
Okay, thank you, dear. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
Thanks. There are no more questions for you. The next speaker is Wally Wargolet. Sorry, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Do we have Wally?
Oh, it's perfect.
Thanks.
Yes,
Go
I'm
ahead.
on. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today, and I'm also impressed with the amount of time you all give to listening to us share our thoughts and views. I'm the executive director of the Gastown Business Improvement Society. I'm very privileged to represent this national historic site. We have over 500 businesses and business owners. Many of them are small owner-operated. We have thousands who are very concerned with the state of our city and neighborhood, very worried about the direction we are headed. These businesses have the ability to pay over $10 million in the 2022 budget if this 5% increase is approved. But they also generate tens of millions of additional taxes through GST, PST, payroll taxes that fund many services that are vital to all citizens in Vancouver. Something we also learned during the pandemic is the vibrancy that they bring to our streets that is really irreplaceable. I think it's also important to note that businesses in Vancouver pay 2.8 times what residents pay in property taxes. So any rate increases that are implemented have a bigger impact on businesses in our city. We have many of our businesses still recovering from the current pandemic. In talking with some of our folks, some of them are still down almost 80% from pre-pandemic revenues, especially if they're more tourist-centric. We've also seen a lot of these folks take on debt over the last 2 years to manage through this pandemic. So paying more in taxes is really something that many of them cannot afford. Because of this, we cannot support the 5% tax increase nor the climate levy proposed by the mayor. However, we do encourage council and staff to find the funding requested by the Vancouver Police Board due to the public safety and state of our city. But we do ask that the Vancouver Police Department, though, commits that this increase would go to having additional beat police officers on our streets. We think having an increased presence is really, really important. We also request that there's no further decreases to the basic core services necessary for functioning for a functioning city. We see this as, street cleaning and maintenance. Anyone who, visits Gastown or Vancouver can attest that our city is in need of some real care. The other thing that's important to us is that Council find the $678,000 necessary to fund Mission Possible's micro cleaning services, something that we have grown to rely on. We appreciate and is vital not only to our neighborhood and keeping it clean, but to the folks that Mission Possible employs through their services. We also want Council to ensure that when looking at capital budgeting planning for the 2022-2026 cycle, it includes the funding for the revitalization of Gastown. This is something that we have been promised for over a decade and was, because of the pandemic, canceled, also due to poor budgeting, and this can't happen again. The other thing we really want you to do is encourage staff to work with us in the work that we've done in our Gastown Tomorrow project. We want to have a seat at the table to be part of the city's plan and to see that plan put into action finally. We are concerned that we just can't normalize where we are today. We have a community that's moving from empathy to apathy, and it has us concerned. We must find ways to work together and find civil collaboration and proven ways to solve some of the issues that we face today. It's one of the reasons why I encourage you on Council to review the work done by Dr. Julian Summers at SFU's Karma program and his call to action. It's something that we are working on both provincially and federally right now to get attention to and see if we can find the funding for Dr. Summers' program. We really would like to have his action plan put into play, because it's going to help solve some of these issues that you've all heard over the last day and a half and that we see every day on our streets. Again, I really thank you for your time today, and that's all I wanted to share at this point.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kirby-Young has questions for you.
Hi, good morning, Wally. I've got a couple questions for you. Good morning. I've got a couple questions, and you touched on one of the ones I had, and it was with respect to the additional cleaning funds that were in this year's budget. We had $672,000 that went towards things like the micro cleaning with Mission Possible that you referenced. In the current budget in front of us, even in the 5%, it does not include that additional cleaning service. So theoretically, without an adjustment, if council chooses, then I expect there will be amendments coming forward with councillors wanting to add things in. If we do not top up, if you will, the cleaning services again, and for the 2022 budget, we will have less than we had in 2021. How much of a concern is that for you?
Well, it's a huge concern. We, as like many other BIAs, a chunk of our budget, which we're really supposed to be spending on promotion, we actually spend about 4% on cleaning. Personally, we have folks that we hire to clean. We hire Mission Possible to do cleaning because, and everyone knows, we're a tourist attraction. We want to keep our neighborhood looking fresh and clean at all times, and that's a constant thing that has to be done. And without a program like Mission Possible, that just means less money for promotion and money that we'll have to, find other ways to get our streets clean. So, we just can't afford that to happen, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. And then moving on to the point you raised about capital in terms of the funding that was sort of anticipated and discussed over a number of years for revitalization of Gastown. Can you speak to some of the specifics in terms of the degradation of the street tiles, the cobblestone in the public realm, and whether or not you think that's actually going to cost more money later if that is not prioritized?
Yeah, I mean, from our perspective, again, we've been talking about this. Before I took this position, I was on the board for over 10 years, and this was something we started talking about over 10 years ago. And what it comes down to is there's so much repair work that has to happen. The city is progressing, and we're happy about that. But, when BC Hydro comes in or another utility comes in and they're tearing up our streets, or a development comes into the neighborhood, the city is not using funding correctly to make sure that the bricks are put back the way they are. The asphalt is being put down as opposed to the character that was built, decades ago. And we're confused by this. The money is going to the city, so it's either mismanagement of the funds or mismanagement of the projects. But we can't have this happen anymore. And I've had this conversation multiple times with city staff. Good news is we're starting to see some progress there, but we need this whole revitalization to happen so that we can have this beautiful neighborhood for decades to come. And it needs this work now.
Okay, and you don't feel that you have enough of a voice at that Gastown Reimagine discussion right now? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I think we've started to have some conversations, and I will say this: some of the city staff we talked to have been open to it.
That's Councillor Kirby-Young's time. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is Annette O'Shea, Yaletown BIA. Do we have Annette on the line? Okay, I'll move on to speaker.
Speaker 47 has withdrawn.
Oh, has withdrawn. Okay, thank you. Speaker 48, Matab Legay. Am I saying that right?
Hello.
Thank you.
Laroy. Thanks.
Please go ahead, and you have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Mahtab, and I'm a campaign lead for Women Transforming Cities. As you know, we are an organization that works to ensure Vancouver is a city where women, in all their diversity, are able to thrive. The budget is one of the most important things we focus on as an organization because while many promises are made throughout the year, the choices made next week will ensure what actually goes into effect and for how long. As a result, we do oppose this motion and are also looking for clarification from the city on funding for a few essential projects and motions. We also wanted to bring attention to a few promises that have no funding despite the city indicating that they're a priority. Nothing can be a priority unless there's money attached to it. So last year, we advocated for the continuation of the position that conducts the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and the Red Women Rising report work as it was going to be cut. This seems to be the case this year as well, and the last information I was given was that the position only has funding for 6 more months. We were here last year advocating for the very same thing, and as a city that purports to be working on Indigenous reconciliation and redress, halting progress on this work is unacceptable, and putting it on the chopping block for yet another year downplays the city's efforts in making sure the public safety of Indigenous women in our city is a core priority. We hope there's a way that it could be funded as ongoing work so we are not met with this omission every year. Also, this past November, the city committed to implementing a vacancy control that would protect residents of single-room occupancy hotels from being priced out of their units. It's an essential component of the city's housing strategy, and we know it is the cheapest way to combat homelessness. Yet again, there seems to be no ongoing funding for it in the budget. The city has also stated in the past that it is committed to being an accessible city. After speaking to disability organizer Gabrielle Peters, I would like to share a few points she has highlighted. Ableism is glaringly omitted from the equity and social issues section of the budget, despite the fact that disabled people are twice as likely to live in poverty and have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. More than 59% of disabled people are women and are 2 to 4 times more likely to experience violence in their lives. Ableism is the missing piece, and its absence will not only harm disabled people, but efforts to address other oppressions as well. Ableism is the rebar of white supremacy and capitalism, and it holds the other oppressions in place. And in a related point, and the details have been discussed all day yesterday, so apologies for any repetitions, we were curious about the funding for the heat and poor air quality mitigation memo. We realized that some of the proposals from that memo should be included in the capital budget, but are wondering if things like additional staff and operating of facilities to keep them open for 24 hours as cooling centers, and training of special volunteers to be available for things such as setting up and monitoring open fire hydrants, if these are included in the 2022 operating budget. So I've asked you a lot of questions and also talked about a lot of projects, but everything I have mentioned today points to an essential service or an absolutely critical lens that is omitted or not being prioritized for funding that is ongoing. I recognize that the budget cannot and will not include everything, and there are many other service provisions that I'm not able to advocate for today due to a time constraint. But to reiterate, everything I've mentioned is part of a motion previously passed or a decision already agreed upon on the line due to a culture of scarcity perpetuated by the budget processes. What I can tell you is that it is unfortunate that we have to fight for these already promised provisions every year. When you ensure projects are ongoing rather than on a one-time basis, that allows organizations like us to focus on other social areas that need improvement. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. You have questions from Councillor Swanson? And after that, Councillor Boyle. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Hi, Matab. How are you?
I'm good, Jean. How are you?
Good. It's possible that we could get the murdered, missing, and women and Red Women Rising stuff in this budget, also the vacancy control and the accessibility, but it's not necessary. It won't necessarily happen. 6 people will have to vote for it. So keep up the pressure is all I can say on that. The problem is that we're limited by this council motion that I didn't vote for about a 5% limit on tax increase. So the question I have for you is, would Women Transforming Cities be okay with going over a 5% tax increase?
I'm so sorry to interrupt, Councillor Swanson. I'm going to have to stop your timer because we don't have quorum right now. So I'm going to need to make sure that we, if we have any council members on WebEx, if you could please turn on your cameras. Oh, so we do have quorum? Thank you. And Councillor Swanson, before I ask you to begin, I'm just going to ask council if anyone is leaving, and I realize there are some LOAs, but if anyone's leaving, I will need you to advise me and the clerks of it so we consider maintaining quorum. If we need to break a little bit early for lunch because we don't have quorum, we can do that, but I'd prefer to do that and let the speakers know ahead of time. Thanks so much, and go ahead, Councillor Swanson, just so the speaker knows you're at 50 seconds, and sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, I just was wondering, Matab, if Women Transforming Cities would go for a tax increase above 5%, or if you would go for reducing the police budget to get some of these funding for some of these services.
I mean, absolutely. I've been listening to every speaker since yesterday. I understand the impact it will have on small businesses, and I also have heard people talk about why increasing the police budget is important, but I absolutely believe either through an increase in the property taxes or lessening the increase in the police budget is necessary, because these are all projects that have been promised by the city before, and they have to be ongoing for them to have an impact. And like, as an organization, as a young person working for an organization like Women Transforming Cities, I keep speaking on these issues every year because they keep coming up on the line, and my time could be spent to focus on things that, we aren't doing yet. And so, yeah, Women Transforming Cities would definitely support something like that.
How important is climate spending for you?
Extremely important. Extremely important.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you, dear.
Thanks.
Thanks. And Councillor Boyle, go ahead. Questions to the speaker.
Thanks so much for making the time and all the work Women Transforming Cities does. I was just actually following up on Councillor Swanson's question, interested in hearing your and Women Transforming's thoughts on climate action as a feminist issue, or how women and families are being impacted by the impacts of climate change already.
I mean, of course, like, as I stated, like, more than 59% of disabled people are women. They are the ones experiencing the climate crisis disproportionately based on the conditions that society has, like, placed themselves in. Senior women, especially, like, there is so much at stake here for women, and especially women who are made marginalized already. And we cannot downplay the immediate action required. I mean, today we've already seen there's already record-breaking heat happening, and we cannot downplay its impact on women.
Are you hearing, we get told sometimes, of course this is a priority, but it's other people contribute to climate change more, and we shouldn't be focused on it at the city level. Are you hearing from residents in Vancouver who are already experiencing the impacts of a lack of adequate action for decades?
Yeah, I mean, and also to echo something another speaker said, it is very, very, city council is much more accessible than any of the other levels of government. We are able to voice our concerns, and we actually feel more heard, or we can feel more heard than other levels of government. So for our city to be a leader in climate policy, in mitigating, the climate impact here in Vancouver, it is essential. And I know that for myself, it's essential for the city that I'm living in to be a leader in this. And I know we'll have impacts, in the areas that, some people say, it's not the jurisdiction of the city or we're not responsible for it, but it will have reverberating impacts elsewhere too. So it's essential that we are a leader in climate policy, and it doesn't really matter who's to blame here. We need action now, and if I'm able to push my city on that, then that's where it needs to happen.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you again so much for all the work you do.
Of course, thank you.
Thanks. And there are no other questions for you. Our next speaker is David French. Do we have David?
Good morning.
Go ahead, David. You have
Yes.
5 minutes to speak to council.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thanks for allowing me to speak this morning. My name is David French. I am a homeowner in the West End and a business owner in the downtown core of the city of Vancouver. I've lived here my entire life, and I've been a business owner for the last 28 years. My call this morning is to explain to you how I have witnessed both my home and neighborhood, as well as my business neighborhood, change drastically in the past 3 years. I will start with my business neighborhood, in which is in the north end of Granville Street. I have seen a huge increase in the amount of open air drug use, where there doesn't seem to be any concern about the neighbors or people walking around. I see people conspiring crime. I see drug deals, aggression, screaming, and so many fights I couldn't possibly keep track. I've seen people carrying knives and other items which I perceive as makeshift weapons. I've seen people urinate, defecate, and even fornicate in the middle of Granville Street in the open daylight. I am a jeweler. I have now dressed down myself in such a way that I do not attract attention. I fear daily of being robbed or even worse. I have not seen a single beat caught in the downtown neighborhood for as long as I can remember. I am fully aware this is not the result of the police not wanting to police the neighborhood, but they are limited with their resources. This is a neighborhood I no longer recognize. I have a storefront which is already barely hanging on due to COVID, which I am also worried that it will have its windows smashed and that it will not be able to afford it cover the insurance rates if that was to happen. Foot traffic has declined so much that I do not know how longer I can keep it in my business. It is not a place where I want to shop, where people want to shop, and no longer clients want to come down here to do business with me. It's not a very safe place to visit. This to me is not acceptable. Small businesses are a heartbeat of downtown. Without business, the downtown core will be a ghost town. Reducing police budget will only make it worse. We need to keep more police, and we need to support our city council to help us turn this around and make this one thriving city it once was. That's all I have to say.
Thanks so much. I'm actually just going to put myself on the queue and for questions and start my own timer here. I have a question. We've heard from many small business owners. It says here you've disclosed on the speakers list that you have a jewelry store.
Yes.
You don't have to answer this question, but can you share if you've had violent situations or any situations that have concerned you or scared you or your staff or your customers?
There have been some people that come into the store without any intention of buying jewelry, but just to sort of look around and then just didn't have the feel that it was a safe environment. But not even inside the jewelry store, but around the front of the window, there's an element of danger, and we just don't feel safe.
Okay, and just a follow-up to that, would that be, I mean, you're talking about people who aren't browsing to purchase jewelry. You're talking about people who...
Very much so.
What
Yeah.
I'm hearing from you is could be there to intimidate people or sort of to see what they're buying as they leave the store?
Very much so, yes, that's correct.
And have your customers expressed if they feel safe or if they feel that it's difficult to come to your store because of
Almost
the
every
changes
day I
that
get
you've
a comment. Yeah, almost every single day I get a comment from one of my clients or even one of my colleagues that just says that Granville Street is not like it used to be. I don't feel safe coming here anymore. Is there an alternative? Do we have to come? Like, it's just, even there's a parkade behind the building here on Granville Street, and parking in that parkade is just, people don't feel safe.
Okay, thanks for answering my questions. Councillor Kirby Young's also on the queue, so I'll advance her for questions.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks for being here. I just have one kind of simple question for you, and that is that if the situation continues as it is, or if it continues to degrade, especially in sort of neighborhoods like yours that we're hearing about, downtown Granville Street, are you looking at continuing your business? Do you think you'll be able to continue to operate and be there if the situation continues downhill?
I don't think if it keeps going the way it is, I definitely see an end of the road here for me. Because the way it used to thrive here in Vancouver, where there was a lot of people walking around and feeling safe, where I am on this part of Granville Street was more of a shopping community, and people felt it was safe enough to come down here and just kind of walk around and enjoy the area, and it's not like that anymore.
Wow. Okay.
So I would say that there would be a time when I would say pack it up.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for speaking. There's no other speakers or no other questions for you. The next speaker is Speaker 51. I should say Council number 50 has withdrawn. 51 is Fraser McPherson. Do we have Fraser on the line?
Hello, can you hear me?
Of course. You have 5 minutes to speak to Council. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Fraser McPherson. I'm calling from unceded Mawachat and Machalit territories, but I live and work on unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territories in so-called Vancouver. I'm a queer person and a registered nurse. I work for Vancouver Coastal Health in downtown Vancouver and in the downtown east side. Speaking today in opposition to the budget for 2022 because I cannot support another budget that does nothing to redirect funding from the Vancouver Police Department to invest in real community safety in our city. Throughout this budget meeting, I've heard countless stories of property owners, business owners, homeowners who feel unsafe when walking city streets because of an alleged increase in crime and visibility of poverty and houselessness. And VPD is here asking for another budget increase after 5 years of increases. 1 in every $5 spent by the city goes to the VPD. In the VPD's own statistics from the last year, property crimes, calls for police service, and overall crime have decreased. Despite this, VPD and their allies pursue a persistent narrative that our city is more unsafe for the average resident than it has ever been, appealing to a common moral panic that poor and unhoused people equal unsafety and crime. It's disturbing to see how many councillors are not only susceptible to this narrative, but continue to endorse it and reinforce it at this meeting. I want to speak to 3 points, really. First is that city money going to the VPD has been used repeatedly over the last year to criminalize and harass unhoused people. I work with unhoused residents of Vancouver and hear regularly stories of how people have belongings and shelter stolen and destroyed by the VPD and by City of Vancouver workers. This year, we've seen forced removal of unhoused people who were sheltering in public spaces on unceded territory. The practice of street sweeps further entrenches the criminalization of poor and unhoused people. And I want to speak in support of the People's Budget 604 demand to defund the VPD by 50%, to immediately cease the practice of street sweeps, and to use funds from the VPD to support a peer-led street cleaning program in the downtown east side that does not involve police. We also need to defund and redirect money from the VPD into peer-based mental health emergency response programs and services. And the People's Budget survey that was done this past year found that the majority of people identified they would want peer-based services when experiencing a mental health crisis. Instead, we funnel money to the VPD to deal with these emergencies. And as a nurse, I've seen firsthand the harms caused by police providing mental health care. Having police as first responders places people with mental health issues and substance use issues at the risk of potentially deadly violence. During the course of these council meetings, we have heard police advocate to have people in mental health crisis physically restrained while awaiting assessment at a hospital. These comments demonstrate the gross disregard that VPD officers have for people who experience mental health crises. As many people have already said, removing police from wellness checks is life or death, and we urgently need a peer-led emergency mental health response system, and this is something that other cities are working to develop. Finally, the call to defund VPD is not going away. This council may have forgotten their commitments made in 2020 to decriminalize poverty and support community-led safety. Instead, VPD continue to operate with an expanding budget without any accountability. They continue to make the city unsafe for the most vulnerable, marginalized, low-income, and unhoused people. They continue to harass and criminalize Indigenous youth and land and water defenders through excess violence and the criminalization of peaceful demonstration seen literally yesterday in downtown Vancouver during the course of these budget meetings. VPD continues to racially profile Black and Indigenous people at disproportionate rates and publicly denies that systemic racism even exists within policing. Continuing to support this violent institution without redirecting any funds from it to address the root causes of harm in our communities is just shameful. There's no data that increased funding to police reduces crime or makes communities safer. The safest communities don't actually have the most police, they have the most resources.
Is that the end of your presentation, Fraser?
Yes.
You have questions from Councillor Swanson. And just before you start, I often offer reminders just under our procedure bylaw, section 6, we have to maintain decorum, which also is in line with our code of conduct. So just reminding all speakers on the speakers list of that. Councillor Swanson, please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, thanks, Fraser, for coming in and taking the time and doing all the listening to this. Must have been pretty interesting for you. I'm just going to ask you what you would say to the folks who have been, the property owners who have been coming in and saying, we have all these problems with people who don't have homes or who use drugs, and the solution to these problems is more police. What would you say to them?
I think I would say that all the evidence that we have is that policing does not fix these problems. I think we've seen over the last few years the results of literally decades of poor social policies, of austerity measures, of neoliberal social policies that have cut social safety nets, reduced the amount of affordable housing being built. We've seen poor and really violent drug war policies that are resulting in people dying of overdose at record rates. I think all the evidence points to the reality that police are not solving any of these problems, and that the call for more police or more police presence or more police money is really reactionary and doesn't reflect any kind of analysis of the root causes of things that people are seeing.
Okay, thanks. What do you think would be the impact on safety for people in businesses and the people that have been complaining about drug use and people who are unhoused? What do you think would be the impact if we had a safe supply of drugs?
I mean, I think there would be so many impacts if people could actually access a safe supply. This is something that I see every day in my work, how much people struggle because there is no access to a safe, not toxic supply of drugs. And I think people do a lot of things out of desperation because of poverty, because of not having access to substances, and because of not having spaces that are safe for them to use. It's super disturbing to hear people complaining about drug users existing in public space when literally that's one of the safest places for a drug user to be, because there's someone around if they have an overdose. It's actually safer to be on the street because we don't have enough spaces for people to use. We only have one space in the city where people can smoke their drugs, and that space is routinely monitored and surveilled by the VPD, so a lot of people don't feel safe going there. I think real disconnect from the reality of what people who use drugs are experiencing on a day-to-day.
And I let you finish your sentence there, but that's Councillor Swanson's time. Thank you, Fraser. And our next speaker is.
Sorry, can I ask a question, Fraser? I tried to get on the list.
I'm sorry. Is this a point of privilege?
Point of privilege. I was trying to get on the speaker's list if possible.
I wasn't quite sure. Of course, I'm putting you on the line. Fraser, are you still there? Councillor Weeb has questions for you.
I'm still here. Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Hey, Fraser, thanks for coming in today. Recognizing that Vancouver Coastal Health is asking for 6 more police officers to make Car 87 able to deal with issues on demand instead of the 2 to 3 day wait time to deal with an issue. What is your stance on what that could do to support that work, as well as Coast Mental Health Associations looking at a peer crisis pilot that we could do to divert some of those calls with the peer system, but it would take a little time to set up. So do you think it's appropriate that we fund both of those initiatives to try to move them forward, recognizing that the chief said that 6 officers that Coast Mental Health is asking for is not included in this budget?
Sorry, can you clarify? You said Coast Mental Health was starting a peer-led
so they're
program,
asking, saying that, no, they're saying that, yeah, so there's 2. So Coast Mental Health Association saying that there's an opportunity here if we fund to help work with the community to create a pilot that we could use peer crisis as an option that we're seeing in kind of New Westminster, Victoria, the North Shore, and others. However, there's also been a call from Vancouver Coastal to put 6 more mental health workers with Car 87, recognizing if we had a few more police officers, then we could have that car out way more often, because right now it's not, it doesn't respond to calls immediately. It comes a day or 2 later. We just don't have the resources. So I guess 2 questions there. Do you support the Coast Mental Health one? And what do you say about the Vancouver Coastal Health looking for more police officers to, in the immediate future, have an opportunity to make that car more reactive?
Yeah, thanks. Vancouver Coastal Health bid to add more police and increase the service provided by things like Car 87 is really infuriating to me because it's not based in any research or evidence-based care. There's literally no studies or research that show that police and healthcare-based teams result in better outcomes for either patients or workers, better outcomes like being people getting access to care, getting services that they need. And there's also no research that shows that it improves safety for anyone, workers or patients or people who are seeking care. So I definitely do not support VCH's police and healthcare-based partnerships. I think they're really, they were created based on no evidence, and there continues to be no way to evaluate the success or benefit of those programs. I think the way forward is really to listen to what people in community have been saying, which is things like Coast Mental Health project to create a peer-based emergency response team. In the People's Budget survey that was done, there were over 700 people, many of them living with mental health and substance use issues, who responded saying that they wanted peers to respond. That was their first choice of who could respond. And we've seen these kind of projects rolled out in other cities. It's definitely doable in the city of Vancouver. 100% I do not support any more money going to police and healthcare-based partnerships, but I would definitely support a project that pays peers the way that they should be paid as experts to respond to crisis, because peers are doing that every single day.
I've given you 20 more seconds just to see if I could let you finish your sentence, but that's over Councillor
Thank
Reed's
you.
time. Thanks. Our next speaker, and that's, Councillor Kirby Young. Did you have questions for Fraser?
I do.
Okay, yeah. Fraser, go. You have questions from Councillor Kirby Young. Please hold on the line.
Yeah, thanks for speaking, Fraser. I have one question for you in terms of the peer-led model. And are you envisioning that they're simply peers, but they're not folks or people that have any medical profession or experience? I'm just looking to clarify.
Fraser, are you still there? Sorry, Councillor Kirby Young, I think you'd gotten on the queue after I'd already gone to call on to the next speaker.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Doing my best here, Council. The earlier you put yourself on the queue, the more likely I am to see you, just a reminder. 52 is Rigel Wong.
Hello.
Rigel. Hi, Rigel. You have 5 minutes to speak to Council. I'm starting your timer now.
Okay, hi. My name is Rigel Wong. A little bit of background of myself and where we live. I'm in my early 40s, married. I've got 2 young elementary school children, and I've been born and raised in predominantly East Vancouver for most of my life. So it's my first time
Rigel,
speaking.
I'm so sorry. I apologize for interrupting you. I'm going to stop your timer at 34 seconds here. But we don't have quorum, Council. So we've lost quorum. And I'm going to ask the clerk, how many council members do we need right now for quorum? Okay, so Council, I'm going to need you all to keep your videos on, and we only have 14 minutes before we break for lunch for an hour, and then we can work out who has leaves of absences and how we're going to proceed with quorum throughout the day. Rigel, I'm going to let you go ahead, noting that you've already had 30 seconds, and you have 4.5 minutes. Thanks.
Chair, it's Fry here, by the way. Just to let you know, I'm back from my LOA, so I just wanted you to know.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. I appreciate that. That's a very appropriate point of privilege right now. Thank you. Rigel, please go ahead.
Okay. It's my first time speaking in front of council here, and I'm speaking because I'm primarily driven to look forward for a safer city. So I'm talking about the how I feel the safety of the city has been in the last couple of years. My perception and visualization of the term public safety to me is boots on the ground, and that term of public safety to me it's like a big wheel. There's a lot of momentum and inertia behind that, and so it's difficult to enact changes overnight or necessarily see instant gratification. So from a user's perspective like mine, difficult to perceive changes day to day, but for me it's what I see more of a long-term trend. And it's my perception, based on the funding of the police department over the last couple of years, that we're trending in a direction that's eroding the feeling of living in a safe city. I reached that opinion based on the news that I see and read, but I also want to just share with you a couple of examples from my house and adjacent properties. And I live in the Hastings Sunrise community. Last 2 years, I've had a bike stolen. Neighbor has had their bike stolen. Catalytic converter was stolen. Some brazen theft going on. License plate was stolen. Garage clicker was stolen from a car, and then the goods were stolen out of their garage. A trespasser jumped over my fence in the middle of the night. And most recently, a suspicious person late at night rang our doorbell and began a conversation which was really scary, really, really scary. And I called 911, and I got the services that I need. They were able to come, because I thank them for that. If we don't have sufficient resourcing and funding for the police, I think, again, I go back to, at some point, some of that funding goes towards the boots on the ground, which means in my situation of that suspicious person, they may not come to my house, and who knows what could have happened. Thankfully, the police came, that person got the help that they needed. I think the city, the council can always do more to address the public safety. I think just not within my own perspective, but having a safe city gives residents and potential visitors the feeling that Vancouver is safe. If that perception isn't there, then that's going to persuade people to avoid the city, and that inevitably will have impacts into our local economy. Thank you.
Thanks so much. There aren't any questions for you, but appreciate you being right on time there, and I apologize again for that interruption. Council, I just wanted to notify you that the clerk has advised and recommended that we take 2 more speakers, which would bring us up to the amount of time that we would have before lunch. And as we are scheduled, and we'll break for lunch at noon. And I suggest, unless I get a motion otherwise, that we do that, considering how lean we are on quorum. So we will hear speakers 53 and 54, and then when we return at 1 p.m., or an hour after we break for lunch, we will hear from speaker 55. So we will proceed with, and just so everyone knows, that information will be tweeted out, but we'll hear now from speakers 53 and then 54, and then we will come back to hear from speaker 55 after lunch. So speaker 53 is Harmony Cornwell. Is Harmony on the line?
Hello, and thank you. Yes, I am.
You have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Harmony Cornwell. I work and manage properties in Gastown, along with serving as a board member for the Gastown Business Improvement Association and sitting on the Gastown Historic Area Planning Committee. I am speaking on behalf of myself and sharing information for my tenants, their businesses, and for Gastown as a community. My view of the current state of Gastown is not sided, meaning I do not want my ask to be to the detriment of those who need help. It is an and ask request. I want social programs that have already been spoken about and a focus on public safety. My ask is for council to prioritize funds to increase public safety, prevent further urban decay, and to retain core services, including the microcleaning and the feces pickup program in the downtown east side. I have worked in Vancouver for 2 decades, and specifically in Gastown for the last 3 years, and have never felt a threat to my own personal safety like I have in the last 12 months. With more people returning to work, I would have hoped to see an improvement, but this has not happened. The foot traffic has not returned to the area, and I'm routinely walking down the street while looking over my shoulder to ensure my safety. One of my coworkers has had an explosive shot at her just outside of the Easy Park Parkade on Water Street this fall, and I've had to seek shelter in local shops twice due to an aggressive individual following me from my office to the same parkade. These are just 2 of many examples.
I tend to avoid the south side of Water Street, and when I do have to cross to avoid safety concerns, I must dodge human waste and needles. I have 2 new retail tenants who have had to delay their store openings because they cannot find staff who will work in Gastown due to safety concerns. Anchor office tenants are debating if they should relocate their offices due to the urban decay in Gastown. These anchor tenants infuse the retailers and restaurants in Gastown with business they need to survive due to the lack of tourism. I urge Council to prioritize public safety and request that a critical review of increases in the current budget that do not contribute to core services takes place. The upkeep of the streets, specifically the biohazards of human feces, needles, and general garbage, needs constant attention to preserve the health and safety of everyone who visits or resides in the area. I invite you all to come and walk the streets of Gastown. Perhaps seeing it in person will help tell the story of how bad things are. In closing, as a designated National Heritage Site, Gastown is not being kept as its status requires, and it's now a place that is being avoided by locals and tourists alike. The residents and business owners cannot turn this around on our own. We need support in the form of resources and budgetary allocations to safety, sanitation, and other core programs. These are foundational asks and are the basis of any well-rounded community. I will keep it concise and short, and I thank you all for your time and appreciate the longevity of these sessions and appreciate everyone listening.
Thank you very much.
That concludes.
Very much appreciate that, and there aren't any questions for you.
Thank you.
The next speaker, speaker 54, is Catherine Chu. Do we have Catherine Chu online?
Hi, this is Catherine Chu. Can you hear me?
Hi, Catherine. Thanks for waiting on the line, and you have 5 minutes to speak to council, and then, as I mentioned, we'll break for lunch and come back and hear the speakers after you. So please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Council, for hearing me today. I want to introduce myself. I am the CFO for Global Relay Communications. We are the biggest employer in Gastown, with over 600 people reporting into our Vancouver office, just kitty corner to the steam clock. I am also a board member of the Gastown Business Improvement Society, and I currently live and work in this area and have done so for the last 8 years. I am speaking on behalf of myself and my own observations from my team and my family and my friends. I am also a new mother to an 8-month-old, and I identify as Canadian Chinese. I know this neighborhood. I've lived here for a quarter of my life, and I'm a born Vancouverite. I ask that the city prioritize funds to protect this neighborhood and its people. I've lived here for 8 years. I have never been feared for my safety as much as I have in the last 2 years. I've never seen so much open drug use and felt unsafe to walk on these streets. I cannot walk out of my door without seeing people do drugs in front of me and my son, defecate in the streets, and act aggressively. I fear for my safety, my son's safety, my family's safety, my employees' safety. How can we expect people to come to frequent these businesses, work in our offices, if they don't feel safe coming to and from work? I've personally been accosted and followed. My husband and I were nearly attacked in an unprovoked fight with someone that needs help. I want to be able to feel safe in this neighborhood for everyone. Furthermore, the Gastown streets, with the cobblestone and all the construction that's gone through, you need to prioritize more funds so that it can be pristine in its historic nature. We want tourists to come back and think positively about our city and our neighborhood, and I want to be proud of it. Furthermore, I'd like to ask City to continue to fund the Mission Possible microcleaning and feces pickup program and continue into 2022 to increase police presence or help us protect this neighborhood. I'll keep that short, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that, and you're under time, as you'd noted. Council, we will recess and come back at 1 p.m., at which time we will start with Speaker 55. Thanks so much, and have a good break, everyone.
announcing to
Hey, Kirsty, can you hear me?
Hi, Terry. Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome, thanks.
Hello, we are reconvening after the hour-long break we just took, and we are on to speaker 55, Larissa Blockhus. Please correct me if I pronounced your name incorrectly.
Hello, my name is Larissa Blockhouse. I am a low-income biracial settler calling from the unceded lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, specifically Grandview Woodland, where I have lived for 12 years. I oppose this budget. I support the 6 demands from the People's Budget: peer-led, nonviolent mental health service supports and wellness checks, accessible non-market housing, ending the displacement of unhoused.
I'm sorry, did we lose the speaker? I'll stop the time. Larissa?
And participatory. Hello?
Sorry, Larissa, I'll just give you an extra few seconds there because you did cut in and out and we couldn't hear you. So please go ahead. It was about 10 seconds, just so you know.
I support the budget: peer-led, nonviolent mental health service supports and wellness checks, accessible non-market housing, and ending the displaced spaces, peer-led access to safe drug supply, land back and building a traditional healing center at Crab Park, and participatory budgeting. 86% of People's Budget Survey respondents said yes when asked if they supported reducing VPD's budget by 50%. I support defunding the VPD by 50% as well. This council's failure to fund necessary services for marginalized people and continued overfunding of police parallels the province's use of RCMP to harass Wet'suwet'en citizens when significant aid and resources are needed for flood survivors. We are in a housing crisis, and this council has been told multiple times in multiple ways that housing is a priority across demographics, and yet only 3% of the budget is for affordable housing. We are in a climate crisis, and yet only 4% of the budget addresses that. We are in a poison drug crisis and a pandemic, and I don't see an allocation specifically for public health at all. Libraries do so much good for everybody, including active reconciliation work, most marginalized people, and yet they only have 3% of the budget. Vacancy control for SROs should be funded as an ongoing program. Every public service that we actually need is underfunded or not funded because the police take a huge 20% chunk, and what they do does not address any of the crises faced by the city's residents. Council should reorient the budget towards solving issues faced by marginalized Vancouverites. Paying for housing and fully funding the 6 People's Budget demands and libraries is a much better use of funds than police violence and police scope creep to usurp work that goes beyond addressing crime. It's undemocratic that elected council doesn't have final say on the city's own budget when it comes to the VPD's oversized portion. Criminalization is created by denying appropriate resources to certain neighborhoods, usually BIPOC, disabled, low-income communities, and we could reduce what is called street crime by funding housing and support. In Vancouver, from 2012 to 2020, Indigenous peoples were over-policed with street checks by 627% relative to their population, and Black people were over-policed by 490% relative to their population. The VPD is not progressive. They have the highest municipal kill rate in Canada. The city will continue to have a Canadian systemic racism problem and will continue to fail with reconciliation as long as the VPD continues to operate. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And there are no questions for you. And now we are on to speaker 56. Neelam Chadha?
Yes, my name's Neelam Chadha, and although I've selected approving the budget, there are some parts that I approve and other parts that I do not. The parts that I do approve are the parts regarding the Climate Emergency Action Plan, and I think that we could even use much more on that side for the Climate Emergency Action Plan. One of the things that I support is the Climate Emergency Action Levy, which will provide some funds that we can put towards green initiatives such as electric vehicle charging stations, improved transit, and improved pedestrian access. And I also support the initiatives for replacing natural gas heating for neighborhood densification, which would reduce commutes, and increasing carbon sequestration by retaining and adding trees, as well as the other initiatives that are on the table for that. The Climate Action Levy will partially address the seat funding gap that was left when the Climate Emergency Parking Plan was not approved, although the parking plan had the additional advantage of reducing vehicular emissions. But as that didn't happen, we are in need of these funds because we need SEEP actions because we are in a climate emergency. And there's much more that needs to be done to reduce emissions by 50% by 2030, as was the goal of SEEP. The parts that I do not approve of are, well, some of the parts that some of the previous speakers had spoken about. I do not agree with increasing the funds for the police. In fact, I think that we should be diverting those funds towards other services such as mental health and addiction services, community-based wellness checks, access to housing and shelter, and other initiatives that would help the city's most at-risk populations. These other initiatives would also help with public safety overall, including the safety of these at-risk people. Reports have found that much police activity involves people with mental health problems, especially Indigenous, Black, Arab, or West Asian people with mental health problems, according to some of the reports of the BC Office of the Human Rights Commissioner. Instead of policing people with mental health problems, we need access to better services for them. Police are often not trained to address the homeless population and people with mental health problems or addictions, yet they're often the ones who respond. Many of these people need access to treatment services and often shelter, not a visit by the police. In addition to divesting from the police and investing in improved services like mental health and addiction services and housing, the city should also invest towards UNDRIP and improving relationships with the Indigenous community in this city, and often those who fall in other disadvantaged groups as well. The request for a traditional healing center at Crab Park fits with Indigenous mental health, helping the most at-risk populations, including homeless people, and allowing healing for this community that has been harmed by the history of colonization. Related to this topic, I'm also aware of many instances of police overreactions, often police violence, and those often cause traumatic experiences for many people in our city. One of the previous speakers had mentioned the incident yesterday of the VPD pepper spraying a protester in the face and causing distress to those attending a Wet Sweat and Solidarity rally in downtown Vancouver. That's an inappropriate use of pepper spray, which should only be used in rare instances to prevent violence, and there was no threat of violence. So more should be done to avoid inappropriate force. Police racism is also a related problem and a major problem. The BC Office of the Human Rights Commissioner report entitled Racial Disparities in British Columbia's Police Statistics, a Preliminary Examination of a Complex Issue, found that Indigenous and Black people are either grossly or significantly overrepresented in British Columbia's arrest statistics. Hispanic and Arab or West Asian people were also overrepresented in many jurisdictions. Indigenous people were 11 times more likely to be arrested, and Black people 5 times more likely. Indigenous women were 16 times more likely to be arrested than white women. The document entitled Equity is Safer, Human Rights Considerations for Policing Reform in British Columbia by the BC Office of the Human Rights Commissioner offered 29 recommendations, which I would suggest the city follow, as it would not only help with the problem of policing racialized people, but also help with improving safety for all. In addition to diverting funds to the services mentioned, including mental health and addiction services and community-based wellness checks and access to housing and shelter, I would also suggest having police training that could reduce overreaction and inappropriate use of force, training to recognize and reduce racism.
And that's your time, but you do have questions from Councillor Swanson. So Councillor Swanson, please go ahead. Councillor Swanson, are you on mute maybe?
Tara, thanks so much, Larissa, for coming in. I really like your priorities. You talked about that Human Rights Commission report, Equity is Safer. I love the title of that. And the 29 recommendations. Do you remember what any of the recommendations were?
Let me see. I might still have that open in front of me.
And Councillor Swanson, I think you were referencing, I'll just stop the timer. You were referencing the speaker before Larissa, but we're on Neelam, just so you know. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. That's okay. Lots of
Really
speakers.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Let's see. Okay, I don't have the report open at the moment. Let me just see if I can find it here.
Well, I
All
can
right, yeah,
check it out.
Yeah, that's a document called Equity is Safer, Human Rights Considerations in Police Reform in British Columbia. And I know, yeah, there are, I believe it was 29 recommendations. So yeah, there are quite a few to go through. All right, just going to scroll to that. Okay, so yes,
Some of your
first
favorites.
yes, the first was obligations to Indigenous people. So working with Indigenous people to amend the Police Act was one of the recommendations. And I know, just scrolling here, but yes, I would recommend just taking a look at the document and seeing, what you are able to be putting in place at the city level.
Okay, thank you so much, dear.
You're welcome. I know. Yes, I wish that I had that open in front of me and could scroll through it more easily. Right. Yes. Sorry about that.
Thanks so much.
Not to worry.
And our next speaker is withdrawn council 57. So after that is 58, Dr. Evelyn Zeller.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes,
and
hello.
You have 5 minutes to speak to council. Thank you.
Thank you so much, council and staff, for all your time. I appreciate this has been a marathon session and that you face really difficult decisions. I am here on behalf of a diverse collective to highlight and support one very specific request, and that's for council to please set aside $200,000 as proposed in a motion initiated by Councillor Michael Weave. It's called Working Collaboratively to Become a Restorative City. You've seen this motion and may recall that, unfortunately, it was not yet able to be discussed in November as planned due to lack of time, and it's been moved to your council meeting on December 14, which is after your budget 2022 decision. So if you agree to set aside money, it would allow you to consider the possibilities of moving forward to becoming a restorative city. This would change Vancouver from being very far behind in having restorative justice to becoming a leader. It would contribute dynamically to a lot of things, including, of course, equity and critical social issues and public safety. And if you ultimately choose not to proceed with supporting restorative justice at your follow-up meetings here, I'm suggesting that your budget, what you set aside in your budget, could just go to your contingency fund. So I'm hoping you'll see this request as a win-win scenario. I will offer a quick background summary. Some of you may recall this. I've spoken with all of you as part of this initiative. Piece of the Circle, an independent Vancouver-based organization, obtained grants from the province through Civil Forfeiture, Ministry of Public Safety and Solicitor General, to launch building partnerships for restorative justice in Vancouver. I'm the coordinator of the initiative, and it began with months and months of extensive outreach and partnership development. We've created a very impressive, diverse coalition so far of agencies, groups, and organizations. And I won't list them. I'll just highlight that we have representatives participating from Indigenous organizations. For example, you heard from Norm Leach earlier this morning in support of this initiative. We have various service providers, including for victims, survivors, youth, and seniors. You'll also hear, for example, from WAVA Rape Crisis Center, Executive Director Dahlia Israel is a speaker later on. We have the Vancouver Police Department, Parks and Recreation, BC Housing, LGBTQ+, BIA, etc. And we're continuing to do outreach. I affectionately refer to this restorative collective as the Dream Team, and we would really like to help fill a huge gap in justice in Vancouver. All of our surrounding municipalities support restorative justice programs, including North and West Vancouver, Richmond, Surrey, Tri-Cities, Langley, etc. Vancouver does not have community-based justice, and there are very limited justice options outside of criminal justice and courts. We clearly have a high need, and as you've been hearing, there's so many crises related to safety and justice. This is very complex, and what we're doing is we're collaborating across multiple sectors to create a holistic, interdisciplinary, decolonizing approach to harm reduction, safety, healing, and justice. Our initiative in this budget request would contribute to many of your current initiatives of the city, including decriminalizing poverty, safe spaces for women and girls, reconciliation, anti-racism, murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, etc. And I really appreciate that your staff are oversubscribed, as Sandra Singh noted in her presentation yesterday morning for ACCS. And I've heard you recognize that. And I really do appreciate how much work your staff are doing and how much work you're all doing. And the collective, we're actually offering to do the work. We're not asking for you and your staff to do that. That's what we want to bring to the table in this hopeful partnership with you. And what we're asking from you is your support and funding. There's enormous potential benefits for the city, and I will offer 2 short statements, one from a victim who went through a restorative process. She said, "The most harm done to me was the shattering of my faith in people. I was able to meet with the offender, realize it was a crime of opportunity, and fully accept it was nothing personal. It was apparent that his life was going to improve thanks to this process. I was able to finally process my anger." And from an offender who went through a process, "Although I can't return back in time and erase my crime, I feel better about myself on a daily basis. I'm still very much ashamed of my crime, but the agreement we reached allows me to face each new day with a sense that I am repairing the harm I created."
I do not want to interrupt
Thank you.
but you're past your time. But Councillor Dominato has questions for you.
Thanks, Chair. And do I have
Thank you.
Do I have 3 minutes or 5 minutes?
You have 3.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Evelyn. Thanks for calling in. I have 2 quick questions. I only have 3 minutes. One is, could you just articulate in a bit more detail what a restorative city looks like in practice, kind of tangibly an example of that? And then I have a second question.
Yeah, basically, restorative justice overall is a paradigm shift in how we understand and respond to harm and crime. So rather than an adversarial and punitive approach, it's about recognizing crime is harming people and relationships, and it's offering everybody involved, those who harm, those who's been harmed, the family, the community, an opportunity to participate in a process to understand what happened and how do we have meaningful accountability, meet needs, heal, et cetera, move forward. So a restorative city takes that to the next level. So instead of focusing on crime and justice, it expands across the city, across multiple sectors, including schools and workplaces, governance potentially. And so it's really how do we engage with each other in a more restorative way? And it takes the values and principles of restorative justice and actualizes them in a lot of different contexts. And I have to say that this is fairly new. Europe is way ahead of us. They have multiple cities on this journey. And there's a restorative city, they proclaim it's an aspiration, don't forget, in New Zealand, Australia. If Vancouver chooses this, we would be the first in Canada.
Great. Thanks for that, Evelyn. And I really value the work you're doing. And what I appreciate as well is you have taken a very collaborative approach to bringing all the different agencies to the table. 2 more questions. One is with respect to, obviously, we're dealing with the budget. Is there an opportunity from your perspective for the City of Vancouver to be a partner in this work, but for you to receive that funding through a foundation?
It's possible. I do believe strongly, and a lot of my restorative colleagues believe that the municipality does need to contribute. It shouldn't fall only on your shoulders.
So I think the province needs to contribute. That's why you'll notice I didn't come to the city first for money. I went to the province, and I wanted to start this and have something going to show before we came asking for support. So yes, I think the municipality has a responsibility. I think the province does as well, collaboration, and then there's a possibility of foundation funding as well. The challenge is, of course, getting stable funding. At the moment, we're only asking for one time to again, develop and show you and get it going. But the problem is if we have to keep going in the grant cycle, that's not going to support us. And one of the issues in the city, well, across Canada, is that we have so many multiple agencies putting in grant applications and competing against each other. And so what I'm trying to do is get us out of our silos and also collaborating, as you noticed. And thank you so much for the acknowledgement.
I'm so
and so that
sorry.
we're not
That's Councillor
competing.
Dominato's time. And I don't mean to cut you off, but you do have
Thanks,
questions from two other councillors. So please. Sorry, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Weeb, questions?
Yeah, thanks a lot for coming to speak today and all the work that's been done on this. The event, the meetings have been fantastic. Can you talk about kind of some of the evidence-based data from other cities nearby, like Victoria and others, that support this work? And do victims and offenders find this a way to move forward as a city, or is it mostly just for offenders that benefit from a restorative process?
Great question. Thank you so much. And thank you for attending meetings. Very grateful. So yes, overall, we have a lot of evidence. There's been lots of research around the world. You asked specifically about local data, and I'll point to a fantastic program, which is Restorative Justice Victoria, and they've been collecting data for over a decade and almost 1,700 cases. They take really diverse and serious cases, anything from robbery, assault, fatalities, etc. So in a nutshell, some of their stats I just pulled up here, of all cases accepted into their restorative justice program so far, we've got 95% completion. And you asked about benefits. It's both victims and offenders. So in the last 4 years, 96% of victims and 99% of offenders were satisfied with the process and outcomes. And astoundingly and absolutely amazing, 100% of victims in the last 4 years who've gone through a restorative process would recommend restorative justice to others.
Okay, and a follow-up question. You said that this work's going to be done, could be done by the collective and by the community. So does the City of Vancouver, would we play a partnership role, or what role would the city play, and what role would the court system and the justice system play in a restorative city?
Well, that's part of the development, and that's the question I would have for you. I would love to partner with the city and the courts and the communities and all the different networks. I think that's what's required, because we need to get over the polarization and separation in the us and them. This is critical. So again, it's going to be up to the city how much you want to play, and you've experienced my approach over the last year. It's been an invitation. So I know you have a lot on your desk. I don't expect you to do the work, but you're welcome to. And I think the key thing for the city is to endorse it, number one, and number two, to fund it, or to provide some of the funding. And then the courts, as you know, we have the Downtown Community Court participating. They're very interested in restorative justice. They're asking for it and very supportive. So it's this partnership, and each partner would determine what's their role, what's their contribution, and that's what we need to develop. Who does what in a holistic, collaborative, inclusive, transformative way.
Thank you.
Now we have questions from Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah. Hi, Evelyn. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good. I really appreciate the opportunity to participate in the sessions, and I'm sorry that I wasn't able to make the last couple. I wonder if I can just follow up on Councillor Dominato's earlier question, and if you can just speak to kind of the status of the model that you're looking at for funding, and other partners you have approached, and what funding you may or may not have secured at this point. I know you mentioned you had approached the province. I'm trying to look for what the vision is for who's involved, who's contributing, and kind of where you are in that process.
Yes. So the only other funder I have approached is the province, and I will be putting in another grant application. It's one-off yearly with the ministry. And so I'm hoping to get another grant for next year to keep us going, and then approaching the city for your support. again, just as I was saying to Councillor Dominato, is the grant cycle is part of the issue, because we spend so much time filling out grant applications, and we're vying for the same small pot of money, and so it's not a viable, sustainable approach to go forward, especially for this justice sector.
Okay. And I don't know, did you hear any of the earlier speakers this morning, or have you just come on recently? I'm thinking of one particular Norm from the Aboriginal CPC who also participated in some of these RJ sessions. Were you able to hear Norm or
Yes,
no? You
I
did.
did.
Okay.
Yes, for sure.
And I had asked Norm the question around whether or not, to your point around trying to find a sustainable model and identifying resources, whether or not leveraging and doing something through the CPCs was an avenue he supported. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that through the community policing offices.
Yeah, they're one of the participants in the initiative, as you know. The community policing centers do play a role. They're a bridge between the police and the community. So they do, citizen run. And so definitely they play a role. And it's leveraging their resources, but also all of ours. We have so much wealth in terms of expertise and resources beyond money in our city. And so it's leveraging all of it and then developing what's going to work for Vancouver. And so it's not a script drop-down model. So it's not like I'm going to look for a model and drop it on the city. Absolutely not. And that's why it's taking this developmental work that we need to support is collectively we're going to know what's required for Vancouver, what's going to work here specifically for 2022 and beyond for the next 7 generations, I hope. It's one of the key teachings of our Indigenous nations and peoples. And, we need to think not just of this year or the next 4 years, but the next 7 generations.
Okay, so we may be able to knit and evolve some of the pieces that we have together in terms of moving them forward and leveraging them, but evolving them. Is that a fair reflection back?
I love that. Oh, I love the knitting. Yes, let's knit, let's weave, let's bring together. I'm very strength-based. We're not starting from a blank page. We have, thousands of years of wisdom, and we have all kinds of contemporary science that we can draw upon with trauma-informed, for example,
I hear your
the
passion.
neurological.
I do, and I'm sorry because of the number of speakers we have. I have to be fair. And as chair, I'm going to advance. You have 2 other counselors who are asking you questions. Maybe you can weave that into your answers. So sorry.
Yes,
Dr. Zeller,
of
I'm
course,
trying
don't
here.
apologize.
Counselor
You're amazing.
Fry,
Please.
go ahead. Maybe you can pick up there if you
Yeah,
don't have other questions. Go ahead.
Sure, and I appreciate the conversation here. I mean, this is quite unusual insofar as this the motion in and of itself hasn't yet been approved by council or even received by council, and it sort of seeks kind of a sole source procurement to you. And I'm curious because that is unusual. I'm curious who else is working in this restorative justice sector. What's the difference between Peace of the Circle and something like Restorative Justice Association of British Columbia? And are there other practitioners in this space that could convene this work?
Yeah, it's a good question. You mentioned Restorative Justice Association of British Columbia. That's a provincial association. It's a new one. I was involved in the steering committee, and I'm a board member. So it's a fabulous provincial association that is newly established, and so that wouldn't be service provider for Vancouver. We have amazing restorative practitioners, and they're all welcome to contribute. We don't have a restorative justice program per se in Vancouver, and you may have noticed from the motion that we listed, we have lots of other services available, and so lots of people with different expertise. We have the expertise. What we don't have is the funding, and that's been an issue. I mean, I've been working since 2005 to get restorative justice in Vancouver, to be honest with you, and that's been the critical piece that's missing.
Okay, so
is that sufficient?
Yeah, I guess where I'm going with this is if this were to say get approved as a new budget line item, and then later the motion came forward and and was debated by council, and typically staff would recommend that we refer it back to staff for an RFP process rather than a sole source procurement kind of approach. Would 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 you be okay with that? Is that still worth this
Of
investment?
course. Yeah, no,
Okay.
of course. This isn't like about me. It's about getting restorative justice into Vancouver. I just am the one that stepped up. And honestly, what happened is I've been doing this work all over the world and training people in Brazil and Mozambique and Nepal, and COVID, I'm home, and this is my home, and I love the city so much. And I was like, okay, let's do this. And there was an opportunity. Two colleagues approached me who are also restorative practitioners, Erin Lyons and Catherine Bargan. And together we got the grant, and I just blew open the doors. I said, okay, if we're going to do this, let's do this. Let's get everybody to the table, and let's have the conversation we need to have. And it was the collective that came to a consensus to become a restorative city at our last meeting last month, and that was incredible, surprising, amazing.
Dr. Zeller, I'm trying to find a break in the conversation, not to interrupt you, but Councillor Swanson's next on the queue to ask you questions, but Councillor Fry's time's up. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks. So I think we've had this conversation before, but one of the reasons that I haven't been like whole hog into restorative justice is because when I was in jail a couple years ago, I met a lot of really nice women who actually shouldn't have been there. They were there because they didn't want to be homeless, or for they were arrested because of drug issues, which in my opinion are health issues, not criminal issues. So I'm thinking there's really nothing to restore because they haven't done anything wrong. So why would we have this kind of approach?
Such a brilliant question, Councillor Swanson. Thank you so much. Yes, it's a huge, complex conversation to have, and I'm sorry I go over. You're right. They shouldn't be there. And that's part of the issue. So restorative justice has a continuum of restoration and being partially and fully restorative, and the ideal and the pragmatic. So in its best ideal form, we would be diverting all of that outside the justice system completely, and we would have that not going to the police at all. And the community would be dealing with that. In terms of, when I say that, it would be what you were pointing to, the underlying causes of what's bringing many people, especially women, especially Indigenous peoples, et cetera, into conflict with the justice system. They need to not be there. But the issue is we don't have something in place to triage that. And so we need to fill these gaps where we can have a human, what I would call restorative. You can call it healing. You could call it transformative. I mean, we can change the language to match what we're doing. Our practice has always been ahead of our language. It's a bigger conversation I would love to keep having with you, absolutely. But we still need to respond. It's how do we respond is the key that we're pointing to. So we need to have that whole, before it reaches the justice system, we need a whole spectrum in that realm.
Okay, thank you.
And that's all the questions for you. Perfectly timed. Councillor Swanson, thank you for keeping Council, I know you've been reminded before, and I mean this not towards any one of you, but if you could please try and wrap your questions up and give the speaker enough time to answer. We have 102 speakers, and we're on speaker 59, so please consider that in your questions. Terry Smith, speaker number 59 is next.
Speaker 59 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. And again, I'll just note, because I haven't done it since we've come back from the break, that once we finish at the end of the speakers list, we will go through again and call any speaker who has not spoken. So if you missed your turn to speak, that's the procedure here that we're following, and that's what we will do. Number 60, Christopher Livingston.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Great. Thank you. I've really enjoyed all the discussion. discussion and topics and debate and thought that everybody's put into this so far. My name is Chris Livingstone. That's my colonial name. My Nisga'a name is Oaxcoatza. I live and work as a trespasser on unceded territory in Vancouver. I work for Vancouver Aboriginal Community Policing and Smoke Signals Outreach. And I wanted to share a couple of a small story. I am a person with lived experience, and I want to kind of warn that some of these things are a little bleak, but eventually that we'll get to a place that's more happy. But imagine if you lived in an SRO, and so this is about the SRO vacancies, and I hope that council agrees to add some multi-year funding for them. I understand that it's at $400,000 for 1 year, but some long-term funding is needed to actually stabilize and really come support the idea. But imagine if you lived in an SRO living with cockroaches, bed bugs, and mice. Imagine if you were sleeping outside on the sidewalk or in a park or under a bridge or in the rain. I've actually done all of these. And then if you're a First Nations person, what does reconciliation mean? I also am the custodian of the Facebook Crab Park Healing and Wellness campaign page, which a lot of people have mentioned today. And I'd still like to hopefully that would get going in the future. But how do people connect to the land? What about long-term housing intentions for your citizens, the people that are living in SROs, the people that are in BC housing? Are we capturing groups of people into unhealthy futures? How do we overcome this? People have preconceived notions of success and failure in life, and wouldn't it be a great success for the city to plan for these people? Please help the downtown east side to investigate some of these issues. About Crab Park Healing and Wellness, I've heard it mentioned so many times, and I don't see it reflected in this budget. And one of the first things I would do is maybe as a city, maybe exercise some lateral thinking and get on the federal government and the Port Authority. The Union of BC Indian Chiefs has already issued a motion for them to get out of the parking lot and get their stuff out. Maybe the city's next move would be to change the leasehold to the proper owners, and that's something that they would notice right away. So if you were a person on the street, what would happen if you met an organization that had the power to help? Help means a lot. Help means access to communications and power to plan for connection to culture and health. The power to intervene and connect people to the elements. So I like what I've heard. I've heard it lots. Peers in running SROs, peers in street intervention, peers running Crab Park Healing and Wellness. And you guys aren't in this by yourself. As you know, there's lots of organizations, myself included, and we'd like to have conversations with the public on what is land back. What does it mean to have housing and health? And I hope that you're able to continue the work for the social policy groups in Vancouver. They need all the help they can get. Thank you.
Thanks. There aren't any questions for you, and we'll move on to, I may pronounce this wrong, Speaker 61, please correct me if I do. Adifris Tessima?
Yes, that's correct. You pronounce it correct. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
All right. Thank you. My name is Adifris Tessima. I work for 7-Eleven Canada. I'm the operation manager and the market manager. Thank you, Mayor and the City Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak and bring up a concern of our business and in general also to a small business, which is really community safety and security where we operate. As you know, thriving small businesses in Vancouver means thriving and vibrant local communities and thriving economy. Unfortunately, we all are facing unprecedented challenges, which I don't have enough time to list them all here on this platform. However, I want to highlight the increased vandalism, violence, assault on businesses, and people that are the number one issue that we're facing. Vandalism and violence around our stores and against our business increasingly at alarming rate. I appreciate the chief trying to highlight some of this concerns in our community yesterday, and several folks passionately talked about these issues today. Our windows are getting smashed daily and weekly. Our people are getting abused, assaulted, beaten up, and almost every day. During this pandemic, we are one of the few businesses that we've been open 24/7 and around the clock and helping and supporting our communities. Facing all these challenges, still our folks at the front line with a smile on their face. On top of this extreme labor shortage, the challenges that we're facing, our employees are not feeling safe to work in Vancouver. Our hiring and retention cost has dramatically increased, and our business is suffering, impacting the community we operate. Our security costs are skyrocketing. It is to a point that is not sustainable for a small business. Just to give you some idea, we have an internal incident tracking, and this year alone, we had over 2,100 incidents that's happening in our stores. So this includes brazen theft, grab and run, assault to our team, break-in, and which all this cost us the business over, several hundreds of thousands this year. We have invested a lot of capital to upgrade and modernize our stores, invested in lighting and technology, on programs that makes our customer experience and life a little bit easier. And the challenge is homelessness, vandalism, and safety and security is putting our business and community at a very high risk. And it's getting harder to operate and grow our business in Vancouver. In fact, due to these reasons, we have closed the stores in the last couple of years. And at times, we feel that we are backing against the wall. When we face this escalating issues, we need an immediate intervention while we're working on a long-term social issues. We applaud law enforcement recent attempt to crack down on folks who are causing harm to our people and businesses. But this needs to be supported by systematic, consistent, and devoted resources to address these critical issues and to eliminate this risk from our communities. It would be a shame to continue to see businesses being chased away from Vancouver because it's unsafe to operate. I just want to highlight these challenges and hope the council's support for funding of the police and other community safety groups appropriately to address these critical issues. Thank you for the opportunity again. If you have any question, happy to answer.
Thanks. And you do have questions from a couple of councillors. First, Councillor Fry. Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Thanks. And thanks, Adefris. You mentioned 2,100 incidents, I guess, of theft. How many stores are we talking about? Is a concentration of particular stores? This is in Vancouver, I'm assuming.
Yeah, we have about 25 stores in Vancouver, but we do have stores around outside Vancouver as well. The large majority of these cases are coming from Vancouver. And what we're seeing is, we have over plus 200 stores in BC overall. But the majority of the increases that we're seeing here is in Vancouver and core downtown. And that is spreading around to Victoria Corridor and some other areas, but really where the majority of the issue that we're facing is in Vancouver.
Okay, so the 2,100 is BC-wide, but the majority is in Vancouver. What?
No, the 2100 is actually, sorry to interrupt, is around the Vancouver, outside Vancouver, not the BC. BC is it'll probably be triple or quadruple of that, depending on the areas. But these are Vancouver and a little bit surrounding area, but the large majority of this are Vancouver.
And so are these? How are these interactions with your staff? Are we talking not just shoplifting, but I mean, I'm wanting to focus in on kind of the more assaults on staff kind of stuff, that when we hear about bear spray or knife incidents and stuff that engages your staff directly, and what kind of training do they have, and how could we better support staff, recognizing that police can't be everywhere, even if we did grant the police funding, that there needs to be other tools.
Yes, we do have extensive training program internally that we do provide, and we continue to monitor and provide, a lot of the tools. We have security system that whenever they feel unsafe, to be able to press, and so that it's connected to the police resources to be able to support that. But we do have a lot of break-in, even during the day. We have many customers in the store. People just come in and throw coffee at our team, and we are the front line. We are the target for everything because we are there around the clock. We're the easy target. So, and this escalation just, it was started in 2020, but it is just exacerbated in this year.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate and acknowledge that your workforce is on the front lines, as you mentioned, and that they have a very tough job. So I thank you for speaking to us about it.
And thank you for keeping your questions well timed there, Councillor Fry. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Thank you. How many stores have you closed in Vancouver?
We have closed 2 stores, and because of the safety issues, and it is getting tougher and tougher to continue to operate. Even inside our stores, where we have vault and things like that, folks are coming in, just breaking in and trashing everything, and the cost of operating, the safety risk is getting higher and higher.
Yeah. So those 2 stores that closed, were those downtown?
Yes.
Do you also live in the city?
I don't, but I work here, but I don't live in the city.
I was the reason I asked the question is I was curious about your if you had experience as someone living here as well as working here. What do most of your staff in the remaining stores live in Vancouver or in the surrounding areas? Do you know?
Yeah. Most do. Some, not all of them. Some live in surrounding cities, but quite a lot of them live in the city.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
She was on the line but couldn't speak.
Chair, it's Councillor Kirby-Young. I have a point of procedure.
Just one moment. Councillor Kirby-Young, if Council, we're just going to just give me a quick moment. I'm just going to confer with the clerk on a technical issue, and I will take your point of privilege when we get back, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young, you had a point of privilege. Thanks. Just had to confer with the clerk.
Yeah, I think it's an appropriate point of procedure. I was advised that Speaker 59 thought they were on the line and thought they may have been skipped over inadvertently, and they are still on the line. I'm wondering, I know that we usually go back to the order of someone's list, but I think that individual might have been
I
missed.
did call Speaker 59, and I have a note here that they were not present when I called them or did not answer. And I've just conferred with the clerk. Thank you. I actually had just done, this is what the clerk and I were speaking about, is that I understand Speaker 59 is on the line, but because of our procedures and that what we understand is that they were not on the line or did not answer at the time that I called, that they will be called again at the end of the speakers list. So that's our current procedure bylaw, and that's where we're at with that. So it's a point of procedure, I guess, a question. but that's where things are at, and the clerk has advised and been in communication with the speaker. Is there anything further?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing that to our attention. Speaker number, oh, sorry, Councillor Hardwick, you're, okay, just wanted to make sure. We're on to speaker number 62, Dane Camley. Is Dane Camley on the line?
Speaker 62 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 63, Sarah Mosherchak.
Speaker 63 is not on the line either.
Okay. Speaker 64, Peter Thanis.
Yes, I'm on the line.
Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to City Council.
Hi, City Council and Mayor. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to obviously talk about the 2022 budget. I think it's imperative that we focus on core services. And I think a real important part of that would be the implementation of the independent auditor's office. When I found out that the City of Vancouver was one of the last municipalities in North America not to have an independent third-party auditor, I was rather shocked by that. I think it's important that we focus on our costs, our expenses, and look at ways of reducing those costs and expenses. I think that, property taxes are far exceeding, the pace of basic CPI every single year. There's something wrong. So I think that that's a real important starting point for the City of Vancouver. I also believe that, the price that we're going to pay for that will yield a metric and a result that will prove that, efficiencies are out there and it's important to kind of find where are we spending all of our money, like when you hear in the media that, in the middle of a pandemic, we're renovating these offices, multi-million-dollar renovations, and, the city's purchasing $1,300 Herman Miller chairs, as a taxpayer, I have an issue with that. I have an issue with that because I know for a fact we can get comparable chairs of comparable comfort and style for half that price. And I think that's an issue. That's just one issue or an example of what I believe is wasted money. And that's money we can spend on other services. So I'd like to keep my perspective short today, but that's my thoughts for today.
Thanks very much. You were very clear, and there are no questions for you. Speaker 65, Nicole Baxter. Nicole Baxter?
Speaker 65 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 66, Richard Schwab.
Hello?
Hi, Richard.
Can you?
You have 5
Hi.
minutes to speak to council starting now.
Thank you. My name is Richard Schwab. I'm on the board of directors at the SRO Collaborative, and I live in a privately owned SRO. Just going to make this brief. I'm here today to ask you to amend the budget to permanently include the staff costs to operate the vacancy control program. I'd like to thank the mayor and council for passing this historical bylaw and the amendments. On behalf of all tenants in SROs, I want you to know that everyone really appreciates this. The tenants in my building are overjoyed and relieved to have this stressful period out of their life. I'm looking forward to helping in any way that I can to implement it. It's really important that you fully fund this and build it into your ongoing operational budget. This program is going to stop the continued flow of people into homelessness. Stopping the flow of homelessness means this program needs to be continued year after year. I know a new council could come and get it anyways, but I strongly encourage you to build it into your budget in such a way that it will be harder to take it away if there is a new council, which hopefully there won't be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I don't, oh, there are some questions for you if you don't mind staying on the line. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, hi Richard, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
I wonder if you have any ideas what would happen if the vacancy control wasn't funded or if it was only funded for 1 year.
Well,
What would be the result?
I would think that there would be a stream of homelessness. And as we all know, it's much easier to pay for someone to be inside than outside. Just the costs in, ambulance costs, police costs, hospital stays. It's just a much better number to have people have this vacancy control pass and stay for years and years until we, fix this stopgap measure.
Right, like the SRO enforcement is only $500,000, which is basically the cost of a new unit, but it could preserve hundreds, if not thousands of them. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly. What I'm saying is that to have homeless people would cost millions of dollars as opposed to $500,000 to implement this and keep it going. That would be nice.
Okay. Thank you so much for your work on this, Richard, and for coming to speak. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson, and thank the rest of the councillors and the mayor for letting me speak. Thank you.
Thanks
Good
so
afternoon.
much. Thank you. Our next speaker is 67, number 67, Sarah Sheridan.
I'm present. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Hello, I'm Sarah Sheridan. I'm a student and I work at an academic library. I've worked in the downtown east side for many years as a support worker and a health research worker. I oppose this police budget. I have 3 points. I've been hearing some of this conversation focus on climate change. A few years ago, I attended a police board meeting in person before COVID. I learned about the VPD Code Green policing program. This program highlights electric police cars, police on bikes, and police that compost and recycle. I saw the presentation and I learned about how environmentally friendly the police are in Vancouver. This means that Vancouver City Council is demonstrating through funding this budget its dedication to climate change and their strategy through its green policing program. 2, with regards to the speakers who have referenced those who urinate and defecate in public, if there are people urinating or defecating in public, there are reasons for this. How many people exist who prefer to do these things in public, who prefer to urinate and defecate in public? Usually this is something that people want to do in the privacy of their own home, in a washroom that they can be in for their own required amount of time, that they can clean in the way they want to, where they can feel safe in their own space. In the Save on Foods Mall at 14th and Main, the formerly unlocked mall washrooms are now locked and have been for the past year or two. There's now hired security guards walking the mall every day. Kingsgate Mall also locked their washrooms for over a year and a half during COVID. So that's 2 mall washrooms that have their washrooms totally locked. Free and safe, and especially wheelchair accessible washrooms are not easy to come by. Libraries are a regular space for people who need washroom access, but libraries are not everywhere, and they're not always open, and they are not always welcoming to everyone. And if I'm remembering correctly, in the early 2000s, Vandu rallied for more toilet access. they ended up working with the city and surveyed amounts of public defecation to fight for an increase in toilet access hours and new toilets installed at Oppenheimer Park. 3, I wanted to reflect on what some of your speakers have mentioned, needles on the When there are needles on the ground, it means that people are using drugs outside. Plenty of people who live indoors use drugs by injection. We don't see it, however, because they're shielded by the walls of their home. But if you don't have the privilege of living indoors, then you don't have the privilege of being able to hide your drug use as easily. So when there are needles on the ground, it can mean that there's a lack of safe housing available. It means there's not a safe place to use drugs. It does not mean that we need more police. That just does not make sense. I've never seen police pick up needles ever, but I have seen people who use drugs pick up needles off the ground. I picked up needles off the ground. I've never, ever seen police pick up needles off the ground. Colonialism is deeply thriving in Canada, including Vancouver, and this police budget is a living, breathing example of its life. Feeding this police budget is pumping more blood into its colonial body. When this council chooses to approve this budget of 20%, they are choosing to fund state violence. There can be no truth to your land acknowledgements, to your claims of reconciliation, or to your orange T-shirts when you pass a city budget with this police budget. They can't coexist. I support the People's Budget by the Defund 604 Network.
And
Thank you.
Thanks. You have questions from Councillor Swanson. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Hi, Sarah. Have you been listening to have you been listening to the other speakers?
When I have, it's been going on a long time, so I haven't been able to hear everything.
Yeah, that's probably a good thing. A lot of them are talking about feeling safe, and it makes them feel unsafe to see a needle, or it makes them feel unsafe to see somebody pooing outside, and that kind of thing. So what would you say to these people if you had an opportunity?
Yeah, I think it makes sense to feel that way when in a lot of like mainstream news and the world, we're taught to fear people who use drugs. And if you don't have familiarity, if you're not familiar with, or you don't know anybody who uses drugs, or you don't understand drug use, then you assume the worst and you believe stereotypes. But I think it's important to really dig deep into stereotypes and unpack that, because there's a big difference between being uncomfortable and being unsafe. And I mean, I don't love looking at anybody, defecating either, but my first thought would be, I really feel for that person who doesn't have a comfortable place to do that in private on their own. I wouldn't think about I wouldn't think about myself and my own comfort. I would think, I'm sorry that they don't have a space on their own. They shouldn't be forced to do that out in public. And then for someone who's using outside, or if I see a needle outside, most people are aware by now that since 2016, the overdose deaths have been through the roof. And the amount of people that have been killed by a poisonous drug supply has been horrendous. And so when I see a needle on the ground, I'm reminded of that. And it upsets me, because I'm thinking, I'm worried about all the people who are relying on a drug supply that's really dangerous. And so I think that when people feel unsafe, I wish that they would think twice and think, like, are you unsafe or are you uncomfortable? And if you're uncomfortable, why are you uncomfortable? You know, are you thinking about a stereotype?
And
Is it because you don't understand? I wish that people would try and understand a bit more.
And Sarah, that's Councillor Swanson's time. So
Thank you, dear.
We've gone a little. Our next speaker is, I may say this wrong, Alicia Siriani. Do we have Alicia Siriani on the line? Number 68.
Speaker 68 is not on the line. Oh, just one moment. Just one moment, please.
Of course. Thank you.
I'm just checking with oh, no, Speaker 68 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 69, Donna Clark.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thanks. You have
Hi.
5 minutes to speak to council. Go ahead, Donna.
Thank you. My name is Donna Clark. This is my first time speaking to council. Just as a background, so you know where I'm speaking from, I'm speaking as an individual this afternoon. I've lived in Grandview Woodlands now pushing half a century, and I am a retired public high school teacher. My grandfather was a police officer, my father was a police officer, and my two uncles were police officers, and my nephew is a police officer. So I come from a long line of police officers, as well as having lived in this neighborhood for many, many decades. I feel very strongly that the VPD budget should not be increased. I do support strongly the people's budget. I would love to see that VPD budget cut in half. And it's mainly because of living in this community for so long and trying as I might to dig deeper when I feel unsafe or when I feel fearful or when I feel discomfort. In all my privilege as a middle-class white woman, how must the people who are forced to live on the streets feel? To me, they are the ones that are the most at risk, and their safety is most at risk. And even if I feel unsafe legitimately, I often, I can feel unsafe. I always know that there's more people that feel unsafe, that there's other people that are more at risk for being unsafe than me. And I guess where I go to is I go to the non-market housing. I want money put into creating safe, affordable housing for people so that all people can feel safe, not just me. I know I will feel safer if those people's safety is taken into consideration. This morning, I just heard of a friend of mine who is from one of the local host nations, and she hasn't got secure housing again. And that breaks my heart. I mean, her people have been here since time out of mind. I hope she doesn't feel that I don't know. So she's living in insecure housing. And I can tell you right now, if I was in insecure housing if I was unhoused and I was wondering, where my next meal might come from, I'm going to steal from you. I'm going to go into your store right now. I'm going into your store and I'm going to steal. And I'm going to steal every single chance I get. And because I need to eat. And you can call the police and they will come and arrest me. They might throw me in jail. But why don't you just give me affordable housing instead? My mother was also a street person for a time, so I guess maybe that's why I don't know why but it gives me some empathy, I think, for peer-led and nonviolent mental health services, because I know from my mother and just noticing my family, the family members that actually listened to her and listened to what she needed and what was going on for her were the ones that were most able to help her. Is anybody still listening to me? It sort of feels like...
Yes, we're here. You have a whole...
Okay.
You have 20 more seconds. Thanks.
Okay. So I am so grateful for the Defund 604 Network's budget of listening to the people really who are all talking, who are the most at risk, who feel most unsafe, fearful, and discomfort in public.
That is your 5
That's
minutes.
it.
Sorry,
Thank you.
I thought you had a break in your sentence there. Thank you for speaking to council. You don't have any questions. And our next speaker is, and I may pronounce your name wrong, please correct me, Alea Trot-Aki.
You were so close. It's Alea Trot-Aki.
Thank you. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. Again, my name is Alea Trot-Aki, and I am the Executive Director of the West End Cole Harbour Community Policing Centre. I operate one of the nonprofit CPCs that works in partnership with the Vancouver Police Department, and I've been in this role for 11 and a half years. I'm not a VPD or City of Vancouver employee. I'm calling you today for 2 reasons. Firstly, I would like to say thank you for the additional support you awarded to the community policing centers for the 2021 fiscal year. With that support, my fundraising budget decreased by $30,000. While this is a significant amount, it's important to note that I still had to raise over $30,000 to cover the rest of our current and pending operating costs. Hopefully, you'll be happy to know that due to the lesser emphasis on raising funds, we were able to put more effort into expanding our services to the vulnerable populations in our community, specifically our new health check patrols. These patrols are proactive visits by our volunteers during extreme weather conditions. The volunteers do a simple verbal check-in to individuals who appear to be in need of assistance to make sure the individual is not in medical distress. Volunteers provide information about available resources, and in some cases, we're able to provide a kit with food, water, and other weather-related items. During the summer, we gave out 80 of these kits, either on patrol or in response to a community member calling our office after having observed someone of concern. While 80 kits may not seem like a lot when considering the lives lost during the heat dome, you need to know our office was actually closed for 7.5 weeks in the summer due to flooding from the apartment building above us. So thank you again for the increased funding for 2021. But unfortunately, this buffer may be short-lived if you don't support the proposed Vancouver Police Board budget. This brings me to the other reason why I'm calling. In the proposed police board budget, the 11 CPCs have been allocated an increase for 2022. This is the last portion of a cumulative 3-year increase request we made. Many of us are or will be facing large increases in our operating costs in the next few years. For example, we're required to move next year. We outgrew the space we're currently in, and in following the recommended COVID safety restrictions, we've reduced the number of volunteers we use at one time, which has decreased our output. Keep in mind, we are assisting more people on average per month at our office, and doing that has now primarily fallen to the 2 staff and 43% less volunteer assistance. When we move, we're looking at a 25% increase in our budget just for rent. That's an additional $16,000 a year. If you don't support the police board's proposed budget for the VPD, by extension, we could be affected. Without an increase, I will need to raise nearly $69,000 next year, which doesn't include all of the extra expenses for moving. Our new increased operating costs will be very difficult for us to sustain without help, and we're not the only CPC in the city in this situation. On a broader scope, while I appreciate the tough job you have to balance the needs of all the social issues in the city, addressing those needs shouldn't come at the expense of the police budget. The majority of the people in Vancouver get it. They're sympathetic to the housing shortage, the mental health crisis, and the overdose crisis. They know these are rampant problems. They know these are not policing issues, but we still field complaints almost daily about the lack of police services. The complaints we receive aren't so much about the individuals hanging out blocking the sidewalk with all their stuff, or the person who shoplifted some liquor, or the guy walking down the street shouting at his reflection in all the windows. The complaints we receive now are about the individuals blocking the sidewalks who have knives sticking out of their bags, or the person who threatened to use bear spray on the employees and the customers when he stole the liquor, or the guy who's walking down the street throwing rocks at his reflections in the windows and causing thousands of dollars of damage. The level of violence or potential for violence appears to be increasing in the city, but your proposed budget doesn't support an effective means to deal with it. Your budget doesn't even cover what's needed now, let alone what 2022 may bring. All you have to do is look at Deputy Chief Chow's Twitter to know that the public-facing concerns the police respond to are just the tip of the iceberg of all that they have to deal with. So in finalizing this budget, I urge you to consider what you want your city to be and how you want it to be viewed. I'm sure this is not the city you want. I'm confident this is not the city the majority of your residents and business people want. You have the ability to support the police to do their jobs and to do their jobs well. That's all they're asking for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. You don't have any questions from council, but thank you for speaking. Council, our next speaker is 71, and I'm hoping I'm going to say this right. Is it Kaylee Mangalam?
Speaker 71 is not on the line.
Okay. And if they come back on the line, they can correct me for pronouncing their name wrong. 72, Clara Prager.
Hello, my name is Clara Prager. I'm a resident of Vancouver, a taxpayer, a voter, and an active citizen who's concerned about the future of the city. I initially actually indicated that I was opposed to the draft budget, but subsequently asked the clerk's office to change my position to other. While I do have some significant critiques, I also think there are some important measures and pragmatic compromises put forward in this budget. For example, I support the 5% property tax increase. The services that are funded through this budget make Vancouver a desirable place to live, which helps facilitate the property value increases that homeowners have enjoyed. It makes sense that they would contribute their fair share to funding those services in return. And currently, Vancouver actually has some of the lowest property taxes in the region, and I would see the proposed increases as being quite modest. As staff presented, the current draft budget would only result in a $137 increase for a median single-family home. That's $11.42 per month, which, to put into perspective, is about what I pay for my streaming platform subscription. To preempt concerns that those increases would potentially be passed on to renters and contribute to unaffordability, as a renter myself, I am actually pretty comfortable with taking that risk if it means that projects and services that contribute to an equitable and climate-safe city can receive the funding that they really need. And on that note, the annual allowable rent increase for residential tenants in BC for 2022 is 1.5%. For me, I'm actually pretty fortunate that I pay what is considered to be pretty affordable rent in this city of $1,500 a month. 1.5% of that would be an additional $22.50 a month for me. So in other words, the potential increase for my monthly rent is double the average increase to homeowners' property taxes under the current draft budget. So when I say that this is a moderate and fair increase, that's what I have in mind. It's less than the increase that renters potentially have to bear. So the city really also just needs that 5% increase in order to pay for the services that residents from all walks of life rely on to make the city a desirable place to live. And as staff presented under the 4% increase scenario, the city would be underfunding the commitments that they've already made, that this council has already made. For example, the Climate Emergency Action Plan. So for councillors who oppose the Climate Emergency Parking Plan, a really great way to make up for the lost revenue stream is to approve the 5% property tax increase, as well as the climate levy. I mentioned, so that's one part of this budget that I appreciate. I mentioned I also have some important critiques. So there's a lot of items that I would like to see in this budget that are left out. I only have time to name a few, but a big one is public washrooms. Many residents have been calling in concerned with cleanliness of streets and concerned with urinating and defecating in public. And there's an easy fix for that that doesn't involve more policing. It's as simple as funding public washrooms. So I would like to see an additional $200K for that added to the budget. I'd also really like to see the Slow Streets program become permanent. I think that's been really successful. And I would really like to see more funding for implementing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. And specifically, I think that the city should make the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls position into a permanent role. Though I'm speaking to you today as an individual, I will also be conducting research on behalf of Women Transforming Cities, who you heard from earlier, on progress that cities in BC are making in implementing the TRC calls to action. I know that it will be important for Vancouver as a city of reconciliation to be leading on those calls. But we can't do that if it's not funded. So that needs to be made a priority. And lastly, I won't spend too much time on this because others have already spoken to it bravely and eloquently. I am opposed to spending 1/5 of taxpayer dollars on policing. So I support cutting the police budget by 50%, which would still leave 10% of our tax dollars on policing. Short of a 50% cut, I also support not increasing the police budget in a year where other essential services and resources are being reduced, cut, or put on hold. So those are some of the things that I support in this budget, and some of the things, the areas that I see in need of improvement. I'll leave it there today unless there's questions, and thank you so much for your time.
Thanks so much. And there aren't any questions for you. Next, we are on to Jordan Ang from the Chinatown BIA. Jordan, are you on the line?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Okay. Thank you. His Worship Mayor Kennedy Stewart and Vancouver City Councillors, thank you for letting us speak today. Last year, I wrote on behalf of our members in support of the Vancouver Police Department and their strong importance to our neighborhood. The Vancouver Chinatown BIA supports 200+ property owners and 400+ business owners that affect the lives of countless more that live, work, and play in Chinatown. Last year, we appealed to Council with the express concern that centered on health and safety, and in short, we asked for more police presence and patrol of the streets and the alleys, allow us to reclaim the commercial alleys for safe use, and dedicated beat officers for Chinatown and more foot patrols. I would like to commend the exceptional work of the Vancouver Police Department in our neighborhoods through the last year and express our appreciation. The downtown east side is a hard neighborhood to live in. It is a hard place to work in. But even with the many challenges it has, it is a place and a space that many of us call home. And for those of us who work here, we do so because we choose to. And we spend most of our waking hours in the neighborhood. With COVID-19, the issues facing our community has become more acute. While in previous years, I would have not felt or expressed the concern of Chinatown being a visible ethnic community, now I'm more convinced than ever that the social disorder that we are experiencing has much to do with an increased anti-Asian overtone in the downtown east side. Crime is on the rise, commercial break-in, entry, vandalism, including broken store windows and graffitis. That's what we see on a daily basis. And while the stats may or may not support this, our members know this, and the Vancouver Police Department is aware of this. Our merchants are fearful of being victimized. Our senior populations, they call this home and use Chinatown as their living room, do not feel safe for the fear of violence. Further deterioration of Chinatown is putting us on a tipping point that has already seen the decay of the retail landscape and the disappearance of the business communities along East Hastings Street and Powell Street. All levels of government have supported and committed human and financial resources to the community's aspiration for a UNESCO application to recognize the distinct and historic importance of this community. VCBIA, with partners in the community, is already working to support the VPD with our own security foot patrol, the Chinatown Community Steward Program run by Embers East Side Works. However, these programs do not replace the good work done by the VPD to maintain a level of social order for the safety of the community. It is the city's responsibility to ensure the safety of all of its citizens. Therefore, we strongly recommend you support the 2022 budget submission made by the Vancouver Police Department and allow them to continue the good work that they have been doing for our neighborhood. And in closing, I'd like to read a letter that I received just a few days ago, and it's almost like an impact statement from one of our members. There was another large fire in our alley Friday evening, this time right in the parking lot on the west side of our building. It was a couch fully engulfed in flames by the time we actually heard the crackling from the kitchen and looked to see what was going on. Gas or some other flammable liquid was seen all around the fire. We used this fire extinguisher to put out while calling the fire department. Luckily, the extinguisher did a great job putting out the flames until the fire department came. Not sure what can be done, but this is at least the second or third time that we've had this incident. And unfortunately, from what we have been experienced, it would not be the last. The last one was under the gas connection. Very scary. This is at least the fourth time we have seen arson in the lane in the last 18 months, and we are very concerned for our neighborhood, especially for this special building, which we feel very proud and fortunate to have our offices in for so many years. And it would be tragic if anything should happen due to these arsons occurring in the alley. Tragic to all of us in the community and the entire country, in my opinion. These are not people down and out on their luck to keep warm. They are creating fires as a form of thrill, and so it's a form of violence against the neighborhood. By many accounts, this problem has been rampant lately all over the downtown east side. And that was a letter from someone that, is usually very quiet, and, I think a lot of Chinatown, for the most part, we keep quiet, we endure, and we tolerate, broken windows, we replace it. When there's fires, we put them out. But I would say in the last couple of years, it's gotten way out of hand. For the BIA, we spend over half of our budget on graffiti removal, security.
I'm so sorry, Jordan. It's Deputy Mayor DeGenova. I'm chairing here. I'm standing in for the mayor, but you're over time. But you do have some questions from councillors, so maybe you can get your last comments in there. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks for speaking, Jordan. On that last point, do you want to just finish your sentence? You said you were about to say something that you spent about half of your money on security and cleanliness, I'm guessing? Is that where you were going with that?
We spend half of our budget on security, graffiti removal, and cleanup, when we should be spending it on promotion and bringing people into Chinatown, into the historic neighborhood that has endured for over 100 years. It's been around longer than the city of Vancouver. But as other members of our community have said, the community feels like it's being trashed right now.
And those costs have continued to rise over recent years, is that right?
Yes, it's gotten worse with COVID, but it's been on a continual basis, and it seems like we're always trying to keep our head above water when we're dealing with this. And that's why the community. Usually, it's just the community. It has been the BIA speaking about this, but you've heard other leaders in our community speaking out as well. I mean, this is really a problem for the whole community.
Yeah, so with respect to cleanliness, and as you're probably aware, there was an incremental $672,000 added for extra cleaning, and that enabled to do daytime lane flushing in addition to nighttime, for example, some micro cleaning grants and support in specific challenge neighborhoods like Chinatown. That's not in this specific budget, and even in the 5% scenario. So would you support if council is able to find a way to put that back in? Because I'm concerned that we will end up with a lower level of cleanliness in the city than we actually had this year in 2021.
That was my point that I was going to make before I got cut off. But yeah, we ask that the budget that was spent to bring our neighborhood to clean it up, the micro cleaning, the feces cleaning, that it be brought back in and maintained. Pilot projects are good, but they end in 6 months, and then we have the problem all over again. It's a continual cycle that we have in this community. Let's keep Chinatown clean. Let's keep Gastown clean. Let's keep Strathcona clean. I mean, we are, we're right there where it all happens, and we need to keep a certain level of social order in our communities.
Okay, I just have 30 seconds left. So on that part, in terms of, you said sort of the challenges with businesses and closing, are you seeing a higher vacancy rate? Are you seeing businesses pack it in and shut down? What does Chinatown look like in that respect?
We have a lot of vacancies. Our vacancy is above for the city. We have customers fearful of coming to Chinatown. They don't need to be in an area where they can go to Richmond. They can go to Victoria Drive. I have staff here that lock the door because they're fearful of incursions, which has happened. And the police say, well, we know the guy. He's not harmful. We've had 900 interactions with him. But it doesn't help my staff who are ladies. So.
Don't want to interrupt Jordan, but Councillor Fry has questions for you as well. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks for joining us, Jordan. You mentioned at the top the impression that a lot of this was sort of targeted racism, and I'm really sorry to hear that. And if you're comfortable, maybe expanding on why you feel that.
Well, we have cleanup crews that will clean up graffiti on a Friday, and it's back on the next day. We clean it up again, and it's back again. We have the lions at the Chinese Cultural Center that represent the culture of Chinese culture that we are all part of, and it gets vandalized. We have the Millennium Gate that the plaques that are on there are removed, destroyed. We have anti-Asian graffiti. We have people defecating at the front door of the Sun Yat-sen Garden. We have businesses that are targeted with their shutters when they close at night for protection. Who wants to come to work when you see that you've been vandalized the night before? Then you go and paint it again. Maybe you get that in South Granville, but not every day.
No, I appreciate you. I've seen it too. I just appreciate you taking the time to just articulate it for the record there, because I think it does appear to be targeted as well. So you've mentioned the cleaning. Totally agree. We need to keep that cleaning going, and the investments the city's done in graffiti. You call for more investments in policing. What does that look like? What would you like to see from policing that would help mitigate some of this?
Well, I think one of the greatest tarnishes in our community is the graffiti that we don't appreciate. People come in our neighborhood. We don't appreciate having our places scrawled all over, and not just a little scratch here or there. Chinatown is covered with graffiti. We want our seniors to be feeling safe when they walk down the street of Chinatown. This is their community. This is their living room. If your grandmother can walk through Chinatown and feel safe, the police have done their job.
Jordan, last 30 seconds. Anywhere else you think that we need to be investing to help support Chinatown?
30 seconds.
There's a lot, but I think we need to keep the community clean and safe. We're a national heritage site. We've been around for 100 years, 130 years. This is the heart and soul of the Chinese community. I mean, if you look at our history, we were a marginalized community right from the start, and that's why we were here. And that's why there's this space and this place is of such significance to our community and really to the history of Canada.
And Jordan, I have to do this again, but now Councillor Hardwick has questions for you.
Hi, Jordan.
Yes. Hello, Councillor Hardwick.
The anti-Asian racist graffiti that you've described, do you have a sense of where the perpetrators are coming from? Are they people that are living in the neighborhood in Chinatown, on the periphery? Are they coming from other parts of the city, other parts of the region? Do you have a sense of that?
I do have a sense of where it's coming from. A large part of it is fueled within the downtown east side. I know there are people that come in from out of town, from as far as Surrey, Coquitlam, Abbotsford, because of the culture that has been created. And it's almost like Chinatown is disposable. You use that space. It's safer than being on Hastings Street and scrawling graffiti on there. But you're still in the hood, right? So, the downtown east side, we're all in one community. We try to be collaborative. The neighborhood is supposed to be inclusive, compassionate, and we really feel targeted. And that's all I can say.
Wow. So literally, you think there are people that come from other municipalities in the surrounding region to come down to the downtown east side and into Chinatown to do graffiti?
Yes. And I think the message has to be out there that it's not acceptable. I mean, we don't appreciate it, and as other parts of our neighborhood don't appreciate certain things, this is something we want a safe space for our community. And however you define it, we have a certain definition. They have a certain definition. But I think we've been around here a long time, and that's the best. The most we can do for our cultural heritage. I mean, it wouldn't be acceptable anywhere else. So.
And it's not acceptable, period. Thank you very much.
No. Yeah.
Hi, Jordan. I actually have put myself on the queue for questions now. I try not to ask too many when I'm chairing, but I really appreciated your presentation. And I know Chinatown well. I spent a lot of time in Chinatown growing up. My father took me along on some of his deliveries with him when he was a paper salesman when I was a kid. And I mean, Chinatown's changed a lot. I know that. But in moving forward in the transformation towards UNESCO World Heritage status, and considering when we look at, even though in this budget, the transformation we've been told might have to kind of be staggered, do you think that with public safety and the issues that you're describing, the street disorder, the cleanliness, but in general, people's feeling of safety, do you think that impedes the goals to move forward as an official World Heritage Site?
I definitely think so. I think it's really important that we have clean, safe streets for visitors that are coming. Chinatown is an international tourist site. As my earlier colleague from the Gardens mentioned, all you have to do is look at the TripAdvisors and what is the perception that people have of Chinatown, and it's not good. If you're going to a UNESCO site, you're going to check TripAdvisors. Are you going to go there? Not if it's not safe. And our community has aspirations as other communities. Why is ours any less than anyone else's? Chinatown has evolved over the last 135 years, where we were a marginalized community where we were stuck here because we weren't appreciated or weren't allowed anywhere else in the city except to live within this community. So.
Thanks for that. And sorry, I do have one more question. I know this is something we had talked about with other counselors earlier on in the term, but I'm just wondering, in looking at struggling to recover from COVID, do you think, some incentives for people in Chinatown to bring life back, like for instance, free parking, would that be something that's helpful? I know it's completely different, and you've made your case about public safety. I'm just wondering if things like that might be helpful as well to the businesses.
Yes. No. Free parking or lower parking rates has been something that we've been harping on for many years. And if city staff or city council could help us with city staff on that, it would definitely be a positive. People go to Chinatown used to be a neighborhood where you had to go to Chinatown to buy things, products, Chinese products. You can go anywhere. You can go to Richmond and you park in a mall and you get the same stuff. People pay $5 an hour to visit Chinatown.
And I have to hold myself to at least the same standards as everyone else, so that's my time. But thank you for speaking to council, and appreciate you answering all of our questions.
Thank you, Council.
And the next speaker is Steve Canifari. Is Steve on the line? Speaker 74?
Speaker 74 is not on the line.
Speaker 75, Amrit Rande.
Yep, I am here.
Hi. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Okay, so it is physically and mentally exhausting hearing property owners and small business owners and people of the BIA ask for more cops all the time. I don't support the 2022 budget because the VPD budget must be cut by 50% immediately. It must be defunded now as we work towards complete abolition of the prison industrial complex and settler colonialism. Land back isn't a metaphor. Just yesterday, over 100 VPD officers kettled and stormed into a crowd of Indigenous peoples and settler accomplices and brutally beat and kidnapped 3 members of the community. The people were holding space and demanding that RBC immediately stop funding the genocide of the Wet'suwet'en Nation by being the biggest backer in so-called Canada for the CGL fracked gas pipeline. BIPOC were arrested with road rash, bruising, scrapes. They were called slurs by the pigs and beaten in the head. There was also a medic who was arrested for treating people suffering from pepper spray exposure by the VPD.
Yes, sorry, Councillor Hardwick has a point of order, and I just need to turn her mic on. I'm going to stop your timer. Councillor Hardwick, your point. Oh, sorry, there's your mic. Yes.
Again, there is a decorum.
Do you have a? You know our rules. Do you have the procedure bylaw section?
4.4 is it? Let me double.
And yes, so just a moment. I'm going to have to take a moment to rule on this. 4.4, and you said it's yes. Okay, let me just take a moment.
4.4A. 4.3.
Just 1 second. I'm just going to confer with the clerk. I'm just coming back for a moment. I've asked the clerks to review the procedure bylaw and the point of order that's rightfully been called. So I will come back with a full ruling on that in just a moment. We're just conferring on that. Thank you. All right, so Councillor Hardwick, to your point of order, 4.4, Section A, that the chair of the meeting must maintain order and decorum. In reviewing this with the clerks, and I'm going to not only mention this to this speaker, Amrit, but also to all speakers, there cannot be any name calling. So in using words that could be considered name calling or that are derogatory towards certain groups of persons or people, that won't be acceptable. And thank you very much for noting that for me, Councillor Hardwick. I'll start your timer again. Please go ahead, Amrit.
Okay, so what happened was absolutely horrific. Cops protect capital, they protect property, they uphold crown and white supremacy. They are inherently anti-Black and anti-Indigenous. There must be nothing less than complete abolition. Defund 604 Network has done your job for you. They've compiled a people's budget from asking and surveying the communities most harmed by police and who are most frequently left out of these budget conversations, particularly those who have been underserved, over-policed, and purposely marginalized. I support all 6 demands, but I'll focus on 2. Peer-led access to safe drug supply. We are in a toxic drug emergency, and BC is on track to murder over 2,000 people this year alone. It's a social massacre of the poor that disproportionately kills Black and Indigenous peoples. The People's Budget 604 demands of the City of Vancouver defund the VPD and redirect public money to fund peer-led access to safe drug supply. The City of Vancouver will fund the creation and day-to-day operation of the proposed Dulf Fulfillment Center and Compassion Club. This proposed model will take existing illicit drugs, test them, label them, and reintroduce them into the market without profit, increasing safety by circumventing the toxic drug supply and reducing the feigned need of law enforcement to police and criminalize people engaged in drug use. Land back and a traditional healing center at Crab Park as well. Instead of the VPD and city workers and the Parks Board and Donnie Rosa forcibly removing people on stolen land and throwing away their homes in the garbage, you can just give the land back.
Speaker, I'm going to stop your timer right now, but you cannot say things that negatively reflect or attack or call out specific members of City of Vancouver staff or related boards. Thank you. Please go ahead.
VPD constantly steals and throws away encampment residents' belongings. Craft Park residents and accomplices were at the BC courthouse today demanding an end to these violent evictions on stolen land while the City of Vancouver continues to seek a court injunction to remove people from Crab Park. People need beautiful homes. It's as simple as that. As I said earlier, land back isn't a metaphor, it's an action. The People's Budget 604 demands of the City of Vancouver defund the VPD and redirect public money to fund initiatives that give land back to Indigenous communities, including but not limited to the creation of a traditional healing center at Crab Park. The City of Vancouver must give land back to Indigenous communities. Decolonizing stolen Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh land is one important way to provide much-needed space for Indigenous forms of justice and community wellness to reemerge and bloom. The police only protect and serve capital,
that is your
property.
Time. There are no questions for you at this time. Thank you for speaking to council. The next speaker is Speaker 76, Jamie Richardson. Is Jamie on the line?
Speaker 76 is not on the line or in person.
Oh, thank you. Or in person, my apologies. And we will call through the speakers list one more time at the end. Harrison Johnston. Speaker 77, is Harrison Johnston on the line?
No, not on the line.
Thank you. Russell Maynard.
Speaker 78 is not on the line.
Speaker 79, Ali Chaudhry.
No, Speaker 79 is not on the line.
Speaker 80, Karen Aitchison. Is Karen on the line?
Just one moment, we'll check with the staff. Yes, Speaker 80 is on the line.
Thanks. Karen, are you there? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi, you have 5 minutes to speak to City Council. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, councillors, and thank you so much for all your thoughtful deliberations. I'm a white settler privileged by colonization in these territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I've lived here 36 of my 43 years. My family's here. Vancouver's my home. I'm acting executive director of the Vancouver Urban Farming Society and a market garden manager with Farmers on 57th and Marpole. I oppose continued underfunding and deferral of critical social investment and innovations in the proposed 2022 budget. For 13 years, I've engaged with city-identified priorities to increase the number of urban farms and to help realize the social, economic, and ecological benefits food-centered communities can accrue. My experience collaborating with women and two LGBTQ identified people in the City of Vancouver Social Planning Department is that they are insufficiently resourced. Despite their expertise and effort, they are systemically unable to fill their council-directed work and support the urban farming sector, amongst many other community-led innovations to the many social ills we face. Since 2009, Farmers on 57th has facilitated Vancouverites to learn about the ecosystems that support human life and to understand our role in those ecosystems. We have an increasingly diverse seasonal team of 30 staff, contractors, and volunteers who grow and distribute 1,800 boxes of vegetables to ourselves, 70 paying households across income brackets, and to neighbors in need. We have therapeutic garden programs for equity-seeking refugees, immigrants, and people living in wheelchairs. People find improved mental health, meaningful work, nutrition, and community at our neighborhood farm. Farmers on 57th is just one of many farms creating social benefit in Vancouver, but you will only see two in the City of Vancouver Business Registry licensed to sell food that they've grown in the city. In 2010, farmers formed the Vancouver Urban Farming Society, seeking to legalize farming in the city and to grow urban farming. 6 years of research, public forums, and advisory to the city resulted in the 2016 Urban Farm Guidelines that re-allowed selling food grown across city zoning. However, with a concern for the city's budget and a fear of something so novel as to grow food in the city and sell it, the zoning allowance for urban farming came with outsized license and permit requirements. The 2016 Urban Farming Guidelines were introduced as a 2-year pilot to be evaluated and reported to Council in 2018. In this time, the Vancouver Urban Farming Society hosted public forums, conducted more research, published more reports, recommending changes to the City of Vancouver's Urban Farm Guidelines. Chronically understaffed, social planners are unable to complete the review and report back to Council while attending to priorities of other departments. 5, almost 6 years later, in this unsupportive policy environment, urban farms that grow food to sell have left for adjacent municipalities. People who approach the license office today to start an above-board farm realize it's too onerous and give up. Yavar is interested in growing A-frames of salad greens in people's backyards to distribute by bicycle. Paula looks out on empty rooftops in False Creek and dreams of energy savings, stormwater management, acoustic improvements, locally grown food, biodiversity, and health benefits to citizens. I ask you to adopt all the budget recommendations of the Vancouver Food Policy Council. This includes retaining food policy staff required to review completed this budget cycle. Activated citizens volunteering on the Vancouver Food Policy Council recommend an increase to social impact grants. Social impact grants support nonprofit organizations who deepen access to food, increase food system literacy, build equitable community gardens and green spaces, build mutual aid systems around food sharing, and build resilient food systems in the city. I'd argue these initiatives can lead to improved public safety. Please find increased budget allocations to proven technologies like libraries and farms. Between the years 2000 and 2021, Vancouver was the only Canadian municipality to cut the residential property tax rate by more than half. We need to get property taxes back up, knowing that seniors can defer and that accommodations exist for property owners in need, but more so, knowing the great need for investment in social innovation to face the multiple crises we face today. We need investment, not cutbacks. Thank you again so much for all the work you're doing. I really appreciate your time and hearing what I had to say.
That was perfectly timed. Thank you very much. And there aren't any questions for you. Speaker number 81, Rhiannon Fox.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Great, thank you. I'm a settler in the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh unceded territory. I'm also a homeowner in the Hastings Sunrise neighborhood, and I support the 5% property tax increase, as well as the 1% climate levy. Vancouver property taxes are the lowest in BC for cities with populations greater than 10,000. As with so many things, we get what we pay for, and I value municipal services. That said, I'd like to see some shifts in how the city's budget is allocated. First of all, the VPD eats up 21% of the city's budget and often undermines the safety and human rights of our most vulnerable community members. I won't spend too much time on this topic as we've heard from quite a few eloquent speakers already, but I encourage you to reduce the policing budget by 50% and to reallocate a portion of those funds towards the Defund 604 Network's 6 demands for a more equitable Vancouver. I've heard councillors ask several speakers if they feel safe walking around neighborhoods. I don't feel safe walking around town with my children, but it's not because I fear being assaulted. It's because I fear drivers hitting us with their cars. And the one area of my life where VPD services might be useful to me on a daily basis, namely traffic enforcement, I see no action at all. There's been a lot of talk about crime in Vancouver, but one area where we really are seeing increased injuries and deaths is in vehicle crashes. As of December 1st, 10 pedestrians have been killed in Vancouver so far this year, including 4 who were on the sidewalk, one of whom was a baby in her father's arms. This is a crisis. To that end, I want the city to increase funding for safe and protected active transportation infrastructure, traffic calming measures, and camera enforcement. I encourage you to make the city's Slow Streets program permanent, though it certainly needs improvements. The barriers have made my bike commutes with my young children safer, but they only work when they're in place, and they're far too easy to move. I'd like to see the program expanded and the existing barriers replaced with concrete wherever feasible. We cannot keep prioritizing the convenience of drivers over the health of our planet and the safety of our children. We need fully protected bike and walking infrastructure in every neighborhood in the city. I appreciate that the city's proposed Broadway plan will help with cycling connectivity, although it's disappointing that there are no plans to include bike lanes on the arterials themselves. Next, I want to see the city take more meaningful action on addressing both the causes and the impacts of climate change. I was sorely disappointed when this council voted down the climate emergency parking plan, which would have encouraged transportation mode shift while raising much-needed funding for climate change mitigation. I support and hope you'll pass the climate levy, but I hope that council will also enact some other policy that would do what the parking plan would have done, namely to encourage people to move away from personal vehicles or towards small, efficient ones. During last summer's heat dome, it's estimated that 595 people died. The city needs to address the accessibility of cooling centers, as well as the correlation between heat islands, access to shade and green spaces, and income levels. During the heat dome, temperatures were higher in the downtown east side than anywhere else in the city because there are few street trees and limited access to parks. As we expect more extreme summers in the coming years, we need to address this inequity by improving access to shade and green space and plant a whole lot more trees in the city. As a bonus, research shows that daily contact with street trees significantly reduces the risk of depression, unlike increased policing, which has been shown to increase people's risk of mental health crises. Next, I encourage you to fully fund the Vancouver Public Library. Libraries offer such important services to so many people within our community. They serve as a third space where people can gather indoors without having to buy anything. They allow people without access to a personal computer to get online, apply for jobs, learn a new language, socialize. They're hugely important for encouraging literacy and providing a safe, timeless form of entertainment. I also encourage you to adopt a no-fee system for checking out library materials to make those services even more accessible. Finally, I ask that you reallocate some of the proposed VPD budget towards building more affordable housing, which comprises a very small portion of the existing budget. The housing crisis drives many of the concerns brought up by some of the other speakers today, and it's far more humane to prevent crime in the first place by housing people than to police unhoused people. I wanted to apologize if there's any excess noise on my line because of the lengthy speakers list and question sessions. I'm calling from school pickup. I just biked here to pick up my kids again. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your dedication and for staying on the line even through school pickup. The next speaker is Bernard Pinsky from the Jewish Federation. Bernard?
Yeah, thank you.
Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you. Mayor and councilors, my name is Bernard Pinsky, as you heard. I serve as the volunteer chair of the Security Committee of the Jewish Federation of Greater Vancouver. And I want to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you from the traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I speak to you today in support of the Vancouver Police Department board-endorsed budget of $325 million, needed to give the VPD the necessary resources to keep Vancouver safe and to properly deal with the rising tide of hate-related incidents in our city. I'll be focusing my presentation primarily on the Jewish community's experience with hate crimes and why we as a city need to properly resource law enforcement to help assist in combating hate. The Jewish community is immensely grateful for the hard work and diligence of the Vancouver Police Department, trying to ensure that Jewish residents can engage in our community and in our broader society without fear for our safety. Unfortunately, we need this protection as much or more than anyone. According to Statistics Canada's hate crime data for 2019, the Jewish community accounts for just over 1% of the Canadian population, and yet we're the targets of over 18% of all police-reported hate crime. As much as I'd like to say things are better than average in the city of Vancouver, unfortunately, I cannot. On June 12, 2019, VPD Hate Crimes Unit reported that the members of the Jewish community were the most targeted group for hate crimes in the city, followed by Muslims, LGBTQ community members, and then Asians, and then Black communities. Yet our Jewish community numbers in Vancouver are smaller than any of those other communities. Here are some anti-Semitic incidents we've experienced over the last year, just the last year here in Vancouver. The owner of a Jewish eatery was harassed and threatened and boycotted because she, as a Jew, was supposedly connected with Israel. There's been a surge of hateful posters and anti-Semitic graffiti, threatening phone calls and emails to community institutions. In the last 90 days from today, we have received 3 reports of anti-Semitism in elementary and secondary schools, and community agencies were targeted at least 3 times with hate mail over the last 2-week period. Anti-Semitism often takes the form of graffiti in public places, such as hate-filled graffiti that was found in the Riverview Park in Marpole in February 2021. Graffiti has defaced our synagogues, Jewish schools, and the Jewish Community Center. A 15-year-old girl wrote, quote, "Kill the Jews" on a wall in Victoria on a dare a few months ago, and didn't understand what the fuss was about the next day when she read the local newspaper. Anti-Semitism can also manifest through symbols such as the swastika, an emblem of the efforts of the Nazis resulting in the murder of 6 million Jews during the Holocaust. Other minorities were targeted too, I acknowledge. Sadly, one only has to take a short walk around many neighborhoods in Vancouver and you'll often encounter swastikas. Recently, swastikas were painted on the walls of the constituency office of an elected official in the West End. I can't even put into words the trauma that creates, seeing that here in Canada for Holocaust survivors and their descendants. We have also seen a proliferation of anti-Semitism, other racism online, particularly via social media platforms. Hateful rhetoric spreads around the world within seconds. And we know that what starts with words never ends with words, and that hateful speech has real-world implications. During the pandemic, we have seen a marked increase in inappropriate and highly offensive allegations against minority communities, some of which turn violent. My community is not the only one subject to racism. Vancouver incidents motivated by hate, prejudice, or bias increased dramatically between 2019 and 2020, an increase driven primarily by anti-Asian motivated incidents that went from 12 in 2019 to 98 in 2020. In my view, zero tolerance for racist incidents is the only policy that works in a responsible democratic society. And the VPD needs to have the resources to respond and enforce that policy. Designated hate crime units ensure that such incidents are investigated by officers who are equipped with the knowledge, experience, and resources to do so. VPD has a designated unit that does a great job with the resources they get, but additional resources are still needed to bolster them. The VPD also has additional community liaison units to work hand in hand with the most vulnerable communities who get targeted by hate. I urge you to recognize how it is the VPD that helps ensure the safety of all minority communities at risk, and I urge you to support the VPD budget. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present to you.
Thanks, Bernard. You have questions from Councillor Kirby-Young. Go ahead with your questions, Councillor.
Yeah, thanks, Bernard, for being here to speak to council and really shining a spotlight on what the community has been experiencing. I was going to ask you what some of the incidents were, but you covered that really well. What I'd like to ask a bit more is if you can speak to how it changes how the community is able to come together, things that you need to consider around gatherings, community events, religious holidays and festivals, things like building security, knowing that other people know that you'll be gathering at certain times of the year or in certain locations. Do you feel, does the community feel concerned about coming together with extra precautions there?
Yeah, I mean, the reason that we have a security committee, which was formed about 6.5 years ago, is because people were starting to be afraid to come together, and realizing that there's a number of Jews at one location, whether it be services, religious services, whether it be a gathering, whether it be a fundraising dinner, whatever it was, we've always had to hire security guards, and it's in the last few years it's become much more intense that we've had to do that. And we realized that security guards, many of them are not well trained. So we've had to raise our own funds to train, to get a director of security, so that person can train security guards from other organizations that are for-profit organizations that are not connected to us, because there might be differences. We have to have security assessments of all our buildings. We've applied for SIP, Security Infrastructure Project, grants from the federal government, which are not nearly enough, considering all that they're for everybody that's vulnerable, and it's across the country, and they were started at $2 million for everybody in the whole country. We've applied for some, we've got some, we've raised our own money, but the Vancouver Police Department has been an unbelievably great partner in everything we've been able to do.
Ask about that, and I'm sorry to interject. I just have a minute left. I wondered if you could speak a bit explicitly to sort of how you work with the police department, or how they're able to support your community and what services they extend to you.
50 seconds.
When we have an event, we notify the police, and they are often able to attend or have somebody drive by occasionally. They help us coordinate what the security should be. They make us feel much more secure, and we are much more able to actually participate together with each other, despite COVID and despite everything, and despite the security concerns. When the Vancouver Police Department works with us, and they have the tools and resources to do that, but they can't. If they're cut, we're worried that they're not going to be able to do what we need them to do, and let us participate fully with our community.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to speak to council.
Thank you.
Perfectly timed. Thanks very much. Thank you. There's no more questions for you. Speaker number 83, Laurel Albina.
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead, Laurel.
I'm
You
here.
have
Can you
5
hear me?
minutes. I can hear you, and you have 5 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name's Laurel Albina, and I appreciate what Bernard was saying about safety for communities. As a Palestinian here on stolen land, safety for everybody to worship is paramount. And that's why I'm here to talk about cutting the Vancouver Police Department's budget. So we believe that the City of Vancouver's budget is a moral document and must reflect our values as citizens and community members. And as part of the founding committee of the People's Budget, our goal was to really understand the needs of the communities who are left out of the current City of Vancouver budget consultations, particularly those who are over-policed and underserved. And I think we all know, and we've spoken to who those folks are. We conducted a survey from May 1st to September 30th, and we conducted that survey online and in person. And we asked communities, what are your priorities for building a safe community so that you can be in your community, be together, and be safe? And there were 6 key demands that were identified, which I know have already been spoken to here. What I really want to say is that we can think about safety in 2 ways. We can think about safety after the fact, or we can think about safety ahead of it. And what we really want to do is think about how do we build communities that are resilient and connected so that we're able to respond when violent incidents happen. The 6 demands of the People's Budget and the people are peer-led, nonviolent mental health service supports and wellness checks. So what we're talking about here is having folks show up when somebody is having some kind of break. Folks show up who don't have guns and who are trained. And we know that the VPD, they've said themselves that they're not equipped to respond to this. We know that part of the problem and part of what's being spent in the VPD budget
is displacing houseless people, moving them. And I was in a conversation on a radio show, and I heard the VPD spokesperson say again and again, oh, we just need people to move along. And what I say to him, if he's listening right now, is move along to where and to what? So we know we have a housing crisis, and we have to end the displacement of houseless people and build non-market housing, however that shows up. From the sex work community, sex workers have asked that they have a safe place to ply their trade. And that way they can build their own peer safety networks and their own safety protocols. For folks who are using drugs, they're asking, again, for a safe place to use drugs and a safe supply. So this is not rocket science. This is not beyond our imaginations or the scope of our imaginations. These are all real solutions that the People's Budget is offering to Council. And I would say that we have done Council's work, and we are offering real viable alternatives. We're demanding a 50% budget cut to the VPD. And last but not least, we're asking for an end to the fake land acknowledgement and real land back. So this is stolen land. We all know that. It's unceded. It's occupied. And it's time for the Vancouver City Council to take some leadership in this direction and to give land back and to stop the displacement of primarily Black and Indigenous people from this land. So the People's Budget, it charts a path forward. We know that the VPD is causing harm in communities. We're saying the status quo is not acceptable. And really, alternatives to the police already exist. They're already here, they're functioning, they are underfunded. So why not take some of the VPD budget and really fund it? And we know that Deputy Chief Howard Chow, he's already told the police board that the crisis of public drug use, mental illness, and homelessness are not the jurisdiction of the VPD. So why do we continue funding the VPD to do this work? It makes no sense. It's time for the Vancouver City Council to be real leaders in alternatives.
And just before you you take questions, if you choose to, from Councillor Swanson, I'm just going to need to pause for a moment to check in with the clerks on procedural matter. Please. Thank you.
That's fine.
Thanks. And Council, just letting you know, we just barely have quorum. So if one of you leaves, we won't. So just please let me know. And I realize that it's a long afternoon. And what I'm going to do is right after this speaker, I think we could take 5 minutes just to stretch our legs because we're at a level where we could lose quorum again. Councillor Swanson, you have questions for the speaker. My apologies for the interruption. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming in, Laurel. I really appreciate all the work that you folks at Defund have done, and I love your recommendations. They're so reasonable. We've been getting a lot of speakers. I don't know if you've been listening to them, but a lot of them are like, it's unsafe and we need more police and we need them right now and we need, I'm just wondering what you would say to those folks, if you could.
Yeah. I don't think the right to safety is a human right. But right now, the way we fund the VPD, there's a whole community of people who are currently unsafe by the status quo. For folks that exist in higher levels of safety and say, well, we can't do without the VPD, I would say that as we structure our communities to have more opportunities for people to live in homes without barriers, more opportunities to not have a toxic drug supply, more opportunities to be practicing trades inside with safety protocols around, I think we can
presume that there will be an overall community safety happening. So it's really about, do we invest on the front end or do we waste our money on the back end? And it really is a waste of money on the back end after, and people are being harmed by the status quo.
Invest on the front end or waste on the back end. That's a really good line. Okay, thanks so much, Laurel.
Thanks. And council,
Thank you.
we're just going to take a short break, stretch our legs. I'll look around 5 minutes. See heads nodding. Okay, 5 minutes. So we will reconvene at let's say 3:26. And then we will move on to hearing from Speaker 84, Zoe Luba. But first, a 5-minute break. Thank you. for the delay is Speaker 84, Zoe Luba. Is Zoe Luba on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Hi. So I just wanted to quickly acknowledge I'm on the unceded and occupied territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. I'm speaking today not in or against the proposed budget because I do not support any funding for the Vancouver Police Department. I believe in abolition of the VPD and all police departments. I've been involved with supporting a lot of tent cities and unhoused communities over the years, and I've seen if they were located in what's known as Vancouver in colonial terms, if they're located within those geographic bounds, I've seen the VPD trample and destroy every single one of those homes. And that just makes me really, really sad to think about. In addition, the way I've seen the VPD treat friends and comrades and people at demonstrations, and the way they brutalize, in particular, Indigenous youth and racialized youth in general, is really, really, really heartbreaking. So I do not support any money going towards that murderous institution.
I'm sorry, we have a point of order from Councillor Hardwick. Just a moment, please. Clerk, could you please stop the timer at 1:13 for the speaker? I can't seem to do that right now. Councillor Hardwick, just a moment. I'll turn your mic on. Your point of order.
4.4 in the procedures bylaw, please.
Okay, and that would be under the chair of the meeting to maintain order and decorum.
Sorry, I've just pulled it up. The chair of the meeting must maintain order and decorum.
And could you please cite what it was that you felt that put the meeting
Inflammatory language.
Inflammatory language. Okay, I will, based on the previous ruling that we had, caution the speaker about the language and the words that are being used. And we'll start your timer again. Here. So, speaker, you can go ahead.
That was all I had to say.
Oh, okay. And there are no questions for you unless Councillor Hardwick, you're on the queue for. Thank you. All right. Speaker 85, Lauren Crawford. Is Lauren Crawford?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Lauren. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you. I'm a white settler calling from the unceded lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I've lived in Vancouver for almost 12 years now, 2 of which were in the downtown east side, where I still volunteer now. I'm calling in opposition to specifically how much money the police have proposed for their budget. Police have shown time and time again that they're a violent group of capitalism and colonialism enforcers who are a danger to the most marginalized in society. I've seen videos of cops beating people, pushing people, taking pictures with dead bodies and laughing about it, and then trying to intimidate.
I'm sorry, can you please just wait? I have a point of order to address with Councillor Hardwick.
Chair to maintain order. The 4.4, the chair of a meeting must maintain order and decorum.
So,
this is inflammatory language, and it's becoming a repetitive pattern.
So,
can I know specifically
Lauren,
what so I don't repeat it?
No, I, as the chair of the meeting, must rule on this. And what I am going to do is, thank you, Councillor Hardwick, for bringing this up. It's come up a few times today. And I'm just going to caution all speakers that we need to make sure that the language that we use is not inflammatory and does not negatively impact staff or any of the organizations that are related to the City of Vancouver. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Lauren, I've stopped your timer at that point, so we're going to see you in a minute.
Point of procedure.
Yes.
Swanson.
Your point of procedure, Councillor Swanson, I'll advance you on the queue.
I think we have to be careful about cautioning people when what they say are facts.
Councillor Swanson, if you're asking me to rule on a point of order, a point of procedure is a question. So I ruled on Councillor Hardwick's point of order, which is in the procedure bylaw, and I'm following what the mayor and the other chairs do, which is you have to state the section. But a point of procedure is a question. So if you have a question for me, that's fine.
So what did the speaker say that wasn't true?
Are you speaking about this speaker, Councillor
The
Swanson?
speaker that you just cautioned.
Because you said speakers in your questions or in your statement to me.
Now I'm saying speaker.
I'm happy to go back and roll this back if you'd like, because I have a ruling on it, and Councillor Hardwick is now asking me to do that. So I will have to step away, and we'll take a short break, Councillor Swanson, while I do that. But I also want to note that I did get advice from the clerk on this during the last 3 times it happened. So this ruling is coming from the clerk. Thank you.
So I'm saying that there's a difference between.
No, Councillor Swanson, you asked a question, and I will be back with that answer. Thank you.
I hope you consider what's true.
Council, we're back. After reviewing the tapes and just having the questions also from Councillor Swanson, for speakers, there have been some language. I'm not going to repeat it because it's out of order and it's not a part of our decorum here in this chamber, that meets the procedure bylaw. That being said, decorum overall, I think that it's very important that we remember as a council that we do have an obligation, our procedure bylaw, to decorum in this council and to keep things high level and to also keep it in an environment that is safe for everyone and doesn't negatively impact our staff or any other organization. So I'm hoping we can move forward without too many more of these. But I do have an obligation to consider this. And also, Councillor Swanson, although it was a statement at first and then a question, so your questions, I hope that you're satisfied with that answer and we can move forward. And could the clerk remind me how much time the speaker has left? Okay. Lauren, you had 1 minute, and I'm not quite sure if it was over or under, so you have roughly about 4 minutes left if you'd like to move forward and go ahead with your presentation. And apologies for the wait. We also had to get quorum together here.
Okay, thanks. Well, okay, I'm not sure what facts I'm not allowed to say anymore, so I will do my best. Using city budgets to fund the police is repugnant. Constant dehumanizing street sweeps where they've stolen all of some people's earthly possessions, including recently someone's mother's ashes, is just one of the horrific activities the police carry out, which is important to mention in regards to other callers who have complained about crimes to their small businesses or their own person. When police steal everything that an unhoused person owns, sometimes they will have no choice but to steal for survival. So police are not protecting you from these crimes. There are a reason why they're happening. They've killed people while doing wellness checks or responding to mental health emergencies. They criminalize poverty and continually deny that systemic racism exists. I know someone who was training to be an officer this year, and when they kept hearing other officers using dehumanizing and bigoted language to talk about unhoused and other marginalized people, they went to complain and asked their supervisor about it. Their supervisor denied that this was bad or bigoted behavior and then told everyone else that my friend was basically a tattletale and too sensitive, and they created a very uncomfortable environment for my friend to work and to try to make a difference within the systemic nightmare system. I think it's pretty clear how harmful and unnecessary the police are, and they need to be abolished. With their hundreds of millions of dollars free, we could finally start to fund things that actually help our communities and society as a whole. Some of the things this money should be put towards are ending the criminalization of poverty, put money towards peer-led initiatives to help keep streets clean rather than street sweeps, affordable housing, the library. I'm an avid library user. I typically have 4 books out at any given time, but the library isn't just for books. People go there for free internet access, to print documents, and to enjoy the various programs and readings that go on there. Parks and recreation. We need to stop keeping people out of parks. They're meant for everyone. Permanent park bathrooms should be built and maintained, as well as other public washrooms, which would help with all the public pooping everyone's been talking about. And increase access to recreational programs there as well. Community centers, build more and increase meals served there and at service centers. Peer-led, nonviolent mental health services, supports, and real wellness checks. Peer-led indoor sex worker spaces. Peer-led access to safe drug supply. Money for our aging community and disabled community. Land back initiatives, including the traditional healing center at Crab Park that many of people have already mentioned. Redirect money from to fund a participatory budgeting process to build a community safety framework, public safety and emergency preparedness, including funds allocated to climate change initiatives. Climate change is only going to get worse, and since many police would rather violently attack and arrest Indigenous land defenders and journalists that help people, rather do that than help people that were in the recent mudslides and floods, then that money should be put to better use. It is very pathetic and obvious where their priorities lie. These are just some of the innumerable things that our money should be spent on. We know policing and the prison industrial complex don't work. We don't have time for status quo enablers or enforcers. If we want to see a happier and healthier future, it starts with abolishing police and giving these hundreds of millions back to the community. I also want to acknowledge that I support Defund 604 and the People's Budget. And I would also like to add that many callers who were pro-police were allowed to say inflammatory things about marginalized people. And I just want everyone listening to think about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lauren. You were perfectly timed. Councillor Swanson has questions for you. Councillor Swanson, please go ahead. Councillor Swanson, are you on mute maybe? I'll just wait to make sure we have Councillor Swanson. I'll reset your timer.
Sorry.
There you go, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, Lauren. I just want to start out by saying that I do believe all workers should be treated with respect, but also that low-income people, unhoused people should be able to speak their truth and not have procedure rules silence them. So the question that I have is, how do you feel about having rules of procedure being used to stop you from saying what you wanted to say and what you believe to be true?
Well, especially when it's not explained specifically what the issue was, it just seems like they just don't want to hear people speak poorly of the police, like the particular people who are bringing these points of order. Because, like I said at the end, so many people were speaking horribly and derogatorily about unhoused people, about like other people, lots of ignorant statements, and there were no points of order about this. So I just find it very biased and obvious what those intentions are.
Okay, well, I hope I've allowed you to get that opinion out there, and I agree that we should really be funding community-led services. They're so essential. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you a lot.
You have another 30 seconds, Councillor Swanson. I don't want to interfere, so let me know when you're done.
I'm done.
Joanna G., speaker 86. Do we have Joanna G. on the line? Joanna G.
Hello?
Hi, Joanna. You have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Thanks. I'm a white settler on the unceded traditional territories of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam Nations. I want to thank council for hearing from the public on this budget, as well as those who've shared their experiences, both personal and from their work around these issues. I'm here to voice my opposition to specifically the police budget portion of the City of Vancouver's 2022 budget. It's pretty simple. The police are not the right body to be dealing with most, if not all, of the issues that they are currently handling. Many of the so-called crimes that we're seeing are rooted in poverty, whether we're talking about mental health issues, substance use, or literally houselessness. The function of police is not to help people acquire food or attain shelter or housing or to access medical and mental health services. Police are not trained in these areas, and even if they have attended a seminar on any of these issues, they certainly won't have the same level of experience as the people who work or volunteer for the organizations whose sole purpose is helping people with these things. The police, they just don't have the same level of training or experience as those who do it day in, day out. I hope that doesn't cause a point of order, but that's just a fact. What police do have training and experience with is surveillance, criminalization, and harassment, none of which are needed to help residents with their issues. And that surveillance, criminalization, and harassment is often disproportionately targeted at the very people who might need the most help, such as low-income or unhoused folks. I mean, the city voted for and passed a motion that set records for how many speakers signed up to support it, a motion aiming to decriminalize poverty. And if the city's goal is to decriminalize poverty, there's no room for police to be involved in offering services to those affected by poverty. They should step aside, and they should allow community-led initiatives to help their community members. I think the VPD should be actively defunded as demanded by the Defund 604 network. with those funds going to, again, those organizations currently doing the work, or to expanding care networks. We need more of these networks, more of these workers. I think it bears repeating, cops aren't the ones helping people find housing or shelter or better employment or education, or connecting them to health care services, or keeping them fed and clothed. This work is done by those at community organizations. And if the public is so concerned about, quote unquote, undesirable people sleeping in front of their buildings, or using drugs in the open, or defecating or urinating in the shop entrances, guess what? The police aren't preventing that. You know what would? Affordable housing, safe supply, and OPSs, public bathrooms. Like, unless the cops are cleaning those toilets, they have no role to play in handling these issues. Tickets and fines aren't going to help raise these people out of their situations. Actually, they're only going to cause further harm, not only financially, but also through the violence they face because of enforcement. Many of our institutions are already stacked against these communities, and policing them just doubles down on the violence and the harm that they face. So for these reasons, I oppose the funding of police in the 2022 budget. By providing the police with additional funding, you're just doubling down on the harm faced by the very people you've stated that you'd like to help. First, by diverting funds from organizations or networks that could actually help, and then by subjecting them to the harms of policing when they can't find those services. That's all I have to say. Thanks for listening today and yesterday.
Thanks. We have Councillor Kirby-Young has questions for you. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for speaking to council. I have one question. I heard you, and I agree with the importance. You mentioned housing, safe supply, and OPSs. I don't hear mention of treatment or otherwise. Safe supply obviously will stop people from dying, but people will still obviously be using drugs, and potentially having episodes related to that. And I'm wondering where you see treatment factoring into this mix.
Honestly, I believe that you should ask drug advocates about this. I'm not going to claim to be an expert on this. You should be asking the experts in this, people with lived experience, people who've been through those systems, people that, advocate for safe supply and OPSs and all the rest of it. I'm not an expert. You can, as council, I'm sure you can find very good, reliable, informed experts on this.
Okay, no problem. You had mentioned that you're advocating for safe supply and that, so I just wondered if you had an advocacy position with respect to treatment as well. But thank you for speaking to council.
That's all, Councillor Kirby. Thanks. That's all the questions there are for you. The next speaker, 87, is Maureen Sharon. Maureen?
Yes. Hi, it's Maureen Sharon.
Go ahead.
I think you guys all know me. I'm going to speak in favor of increasing the police budget from a safety perspective. And I really appreciate you guys sitting through all the commentary. There seems to be quite emotional commentary coming through today, more than on any other issue that I've ever listened in on. Safety does affect where we shop. I actually have something that I need to get repaired that can be done at a block off of Pender, around Main Street, and I'm seriously thinking whether I want to take the bus down there to do that or whether I want to take my car to Richmond. And good Lord, before the last year, I don't think that would ever have been a consideration for me. I would have just hopped on the bus and gone down there. And similarly, and I've mentioned this already, that after going to council meeting or to the park board meetings for 7 years on the bus, I have to question whether that's a safe thing to do now, standing at Denman and Davie and at Granville and Davie, sometimes at 10 o'clock at night. I'm not so sure that I should be doing that. I hate to be thinking this about my city. There's a pact that everybody shares when they live in a city, and it's to kind of be in a place of civil decorum, and it doesn't seem to be happening these days, which is quite sad. But the main point that I want to talk about, and I'm going to address it to some of the speakers that have spoken already and are coming. for those of you that want more services and think you aren't paying for property taxes, so who cares how much property taxes are going up? You're sadly mistaken. Taxes, first of all, if you're a renter, taxes are an expense for your landlord. If all the expenses go up 5%, and right now they seem to be, a rent for a person going into an apartment for the first time is going to be 5% more expensive. And how does this help affordability? It's not, taxes aren't free. So either homeowners are paying them, or business owners are paying them, or landlords are paying them, but in fact everybody is then paying for them. So prices at the grocery store are going up. They're paying taxes. Going to your hair salon, to the restaurant, it all gets more expensive. When taxes go up, every person living in the city or doing business here or shopping here pays more. And I don't want to pay higher taxes either, but I do want to comment. Somebody made a note today that said taxes going up is a risk for increased rental rates. I have sad news for you. It's not a risk. It is actually going to happen. So if I understood correctly the new proposals that were part of the Broadway plan, that affordable housing rents when the suites were to be occupied would be based at, I believe, 30% lower than the average market rent. If we've driven up the average market rent, we've then also unfortunately driven up the cost of affordable housing. So if an apartment is being rented for $2,000 a month at a 5% increase, then we've put the price up $100 a month, which also translates into the affordable housing rent going up $70. So we're all paying for taxes. We're increasing it, and it's just hurting the renters, which the very thing that this council and city staff are spending so much time and energy trying to help.
I'm sorry, I just
So
don't think
all of you out there that think you don't own a home, you're not paying taxes, you're sadly mistaken.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I don't think everyone's on
I
mute.
want to talk about the library. There are some people that suggested that we don't need library hours.
Just one moment, please. For whatever reason,
I'm not
I don't
sure
think
how
the
many
speaker
people
can hear
realize
me.
the number of Vancouverites who rely on the library for their computer needs.
Maureen,
this
can
caused
you
a
hear
real
me?
problem when the city was
Maureen,
forced to
can you
ask
hear
for
me?
ask for registration online for people that
Maureen?
wanted to swim and ice skate, because a lot of people couldn't partake because
Maureen?
they didn't have access to the computer, and by the time they would phone in, the spots would be gone. So the library is an essential service for people of lower means.
Maureen, can you hear me?
The fellow that spoke about being hearing and sight impaired, whatever it costs to put in closed captioning for meetings, if we're still going to have them online and on Zoom, I think is something that needs to happen. And let's see what else. It's very difficult. I don't like the fact that my taxes are going up, but I can probably handle it. But
can you hear me? It's
get
the chair.
concerned when the taxes keep getting
Maureen,
added up to
can you
affordable
hear
housing,
me?
which we're trying desperately to make happen. So I don't envy the decision you guys have to come up with. Okay, that's enough.
Maureen, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi, Maureen.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, please hold on one moment. I believe we're experiencing a technical difficulty.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
please hold on the line. We're just reconnecting to the portal.
Hey, Kirsty, can you hear me?
Hi, Terry. I can hear you.
Perfect.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Melissa, it's Maureen.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Maureen, can you hear me?
Yes. Did you hear my speech, or was it?
We heard your whole speech, but you could not hear me, so you might have gotten a little more than 5 minutes because of technical difficulties.
Okay.
But Councillor Boyle, I believe, is on the queue to ask you questions. So, Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Yes, thanks so much for your time. I'm just curious to hear, because you spoke both to an interest in more police funding and a concern about the tax rate, how you would suggest we balance that. Would you support the tax rate being higher to fulfill that budget ask from the police?
That's why I'm glad I'm not in your shoes at the moment.
Fair enough. You don't have to solve that for us. We have to solve that.
I probably would, because I do think that maintaining safety for people on the streets is important, and businesses as well.
Okay. Again, really appreciate your time.
That's all your questions, Councillor Boyle?
That's all for me.
Thanks. Next speaker, 88, Barbara Reed. Is Barbara Reed on the line?
Hi.
Hi, Barbara. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks so much. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Barbara. I'm a settler, a student, a worker, and a resident in Vancouver. I'm calling in support of the 5% property tax increase and against the increase to the police budget, which is what I'd like to focus on. I support Defund 604's Defund 604 Network's 6 demands and the call to reinvest half of the police budget into community-led services. I've been listening as much as I can since yesterday, and I've heard other callers cite their anxieties around drug use and what kind of amounts to the sight of poverty as reasons that the VPD needs more money, and I don't agree. I understand that for some people, the presence of police makes them think that they are safer. But I want to tell you about something that I witnessed a couple weeks ago. So I work in the downtown east side, and I was standing on the corner of Main and Hastings waiting for the light, and these 2 women next to me got into an argument. And there were 2 BPD officers on the steps of the Carnegie talking to security there. So these 2 women get like a brief outburst, and just as quickly they sort of agree to disagree, and they start going their separate ways. And then I hear from the steps an officer yell at them, "Hey, settle down." So as anyone with any understanding of de-escalation would expect, his yelling sets them off again, and now they're yelling. And because they were about to part ways, I'm now standing in between their fight. So this officer has made me less safe than I would have been if he hadn't interfered at all. He's made the street louder and more chaotic than if he just hadn't been there. And it was fine, like they sorted it out and I crossed the street. But I bring this up because it's the most recent example of what has overwhelmingly been my experience with the VPD, which is strangers coming into neighborhoods that they wouldn't live in, having these hostile interactions with people they have no relationship to and whose lives they have no investment in, and by virtue of those facts, making the situation worse, either immediately or in the long run. So that's why I'm in favor of directing funding towards peer-led support services, and why I was excited by the promises made last summer with the motion decriminalizing poverty and supporting community-led safety initiatives. Also, yesterday, I heard Chief Palmer's comment about not listening to people off the street and rather listening to experts on the topic. And I just want to say first that it strikes me as pretty telling if someone from a city department is asking you not to listen to what residents are saying about their experience with their services. But also, I want to stress that people on the other end of policing are experts. People in over-policed communities are experts. They're experts when it comes to their experience of policing, and they're experts when it comes to what they need to avoid those experiences. So that's why I'm grateful for things like Defund 604's People's Budget Survey, and I'm in favor of the ideas that came out of it, like peer-led support services, repatriation of Indigenous lands,
crisis response systems that are actually led by the communities impacted, and housing people instead of paying a bunch of six-figure salaries to force encampments to a different part of the city every 3 months. I'm also in favor of things like the Slow Streets program becoming permanent, like all of these things that can actually build a climate of community and safety in the city, rather than saying, oh, throw more beat cops at this and that problem, because it's not working. Every year, the VPD eats up over 20% of the budget, and then every year they come back saying things are somehow worse, even if the statistics don't reflect that, and that they need more money. So it's not working. It's not working. Other speakers have already said this, but we can't police our ways out of these problems. We can't police our way out of the housing crisis or out of an overdose epidemic. So please consider diverting police budget to things that actually build community safety. And just as an aside, I have been really thrilled to hear all of the people demanding more budget for the library and the fine-free opportunity. I work in another municipality as well at the library, and they've already introduced fine-free, and it's been really delightful to see the way that's impacted circulation. It's been nice. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Swanson, you have questions for the speaker?
Yeah, thanks so much for coming in. Did you say that you were an overdose academic or something like that? Maybe I heard it wrong.
No, I said overdose epidemic later on.
Oh,
just so we can't
epidemic.
police our way out of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I'm not related to drug research at all.
Okay. I was just going to ask what you think the impact of having a safe supply would be on street disorder.
I was recently listening to something Kay Ward said about. Well, you're familiar with her work. I think everything she's said on the topic is what I would urge the city to listen to.
Yeah, she's so frustrated. Yeah. Legitimately so.
Is that your question?
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And Helen Liu? Helen?
Hi, my name is Helen. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, Helen, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak.
Thanks. I'm calling to support the property tax increase and climate levy, and I ask council to reduce the VPD budget. I'm a homeowner and a resident. I work for a nonprofit developer that builds affordable housing. I know people who own and friends who rent and some who live at home. Regardless of the housing situation, we all work very hard to contribute to Vancouver. I am very lucky that our family was able to help us purchase, and it is because of this luck that I have a general level of housing stability. But everybody deserves this. My friends and others who face rent increases aren't having that matched by their salary, and they face a higher level of housing insecurity. That's why I think it's critical that the city prioritizes housing affordability, because it's such an important aspect of livelihood. So increase my property taxes 5%, and if you want, raise them some more. It's the least I can do to ensure housing affordability and security is not just based on luck and not exclusive to homeowners. I support the climate levy, and I ask council to continue to prioritize climate. Lastly, I ask council to reduce the VPD budget and use those funds for better resources. The VPD chief's presentation mentioned that they address more than just crime, and I ask, should they? Are they best suited for this? Safety doesn't come from a police presence. I don't feel safe near police officers. Some family members that I have are police officers, and those same members have made some of the most racist and derogatory remarks I've ever heard. That doesn't make me feel safe. I'm a Chinese woman, and I've also received racist and derogatory comments, not because there wasn't a police officer around, but because the people who made those comments are racist. Racism, like many other social issues, aren't enforcement issues. And how do you even enforce racism if it's coming from people who are the enforcement? I've had times when I've been unsure about my own mental wellness and safety, and I'm so grateful that I had friends and family to rely on. But most importantly, I had resources like counselors who have been trained for many years so that they could be of help. A neighbor of mine also went through really challenging times. They lived alone and wanted to be alone during this time. Unfortunately, their family decided to call the police, who forced their way into their apartment for a wellness check. Within an hour of the altercation, they died. That's not an acceptable outcome. That neighbor could easily have been me if someone had decided to call the police when I was unwell, and I find that extremely scary. Why do we accept this to be okay? We need to fund the right resources and professionals for mental wellness, and it is not the VPD. You don't take doctors and give them a couple workshops for law enforcement, so why do we do the opposite? I urge you to reduce the VPD budget and allocate them to the many better resources that others have cited. Lastly, I'd like to note that when I called council for the first time, I stated my profession and I was told to follow due process and re-verify my profession. I encourage council to follow similar process for those who are in the enforcement industry and profession if that is indeed a requirement. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thanks. And Speaker 90 is Nima. I'm going to say this wrong, probably Nima. Nima Faraman?
That's me.
Nima?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Well, good evening to everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Nima Faraman. I own and operate a business on West Cordova Street in Gastown. 11 years ago, I decided to move my business to Gastown, and what attracted me to this neighborhood was the diversity of its people and the sense of togetherness and community amongst them. However, that sense of community and togetherness is slowly fading away and is being replaced with fear, vandalism, theft, and slow disappearance of our safety. In the last 4 years alone, I've lost well over $20,000 in window replacement, theft, and other vandalism and petty crimes. I've witnessed multiple vehicle break-ins in broad daylight. I've had several people threaten me with knives and needles when asked not to do when I've asked them not to do drugs on the doorway of our business while we were open. I've had to clean blood, vomit, feces, and many used and unused needles from my storefront more often than I should be. And I've had my staff attacked and harassed by people well known to the police for their repetitive criminal activity. I no longer feel safe to take my kids to work, and also not to take them to any of the public parks in Gastown due to the fact that they're all covered with needles, broken crack pipes, left exposed on play areas and grass. And also people openly shooting drugs in and around playgrounds in the neighborhoods. Sadly, these are issues every owner, staff, resident, and visitor to Gastown encounters. I've lived and worked in this city for over 20 years. Today, I have a family and a handful of staff whose well-being is my responsibility. And things are bad and worsening every day in my neighborhood. And even though COVID has exaggerated these issues, COVID is not the cause of them at all. In the last 10 years, I've gotten to know many people in this neighborhood who suffer from mental illness and issues, as well as poverty. Like many other business owners in Gastown, I do my best to help each and every one I can, and will continue to do so despite all these issues we face every day. Many people need our help. There's no denying that, but ideas of dismantling the police, handing out drugs, and pushing people into SROs are not long-term solutions. And what we really need is our neighborhood to be balanced. We need homes for the homeless. We need organized support and services that can help people with mental issues and drug issues. And we also need police to help us with the safety of this neighborhood. I hope that the councillors can leave aside political games and do what is right for us all. Lastly, I've been listening to everybody talk, and I feel very bad about having to mention this, but despite what some may have suggested yesterday and today, business owners, landlords are not cold-hearted, money-grabbing capitalists. We care greatly for our neighborhood, for the people who live in it, and for our neighbors. All we want is to have a safe place so we can work and live all together. And to make sure that we leave our staff and businesses in safe hands when we leave our stores, when we leave our businesses to work on its own. Thank you very much for this time.
Thanks very much. There aren't any questions for you. So our next speaker is 91 Debbie Hawker. Is Debbie on the line? Debbie Hawker? Oh, Debbie Hawker is withdrawn, Council. 92, James Tang. Yes?
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, just a moment. I have a point of procedure. Councillor Carr, I'm going to put you on the queue.
Yes, thanks. I hate to interrupt to do this again, but I realize we are running out of time before dinner. We have an in-person speaker here who is speaker 7, Robert Weber. And I'm wondering if it's possible I'm moving that we hear from speaker 7 after the next speaker so that this person who's been waiting in person gets a chance to speak.
So is that
to
your
move
motion?
forward?
Because
My motion is to move speaker 7 on the list to after the
James
next.
Tang,
Correct.
speaker 92, who's on the line.
Yes.
Okay, you would need a seconder for that.
Second.
Oh,
Councillor Dominato.
I heard Councillor Hardwick first, but
I have
thank you.
I have a point of procedure, Chair, if I could.
Yep. Well, just a moment. I'm just going to ask the clerk, is this a debatable motion? My apologies. I'm looking for that right now.
I'm not asking to debate. I'm just
Yeah,
the point of
we're
procedure.
just going to see if we can debate. So,
It's not, but I don't want to debate. I have a point of procedure. I just want to clarify.
oh, okay. Point of procedure. Go ahead.
My point of procedure is, and I thought about this yesterday, and when we did this, is do we actually need to suspend the rules as opposed to just voting first, as opposed to voting to move this? And that's my point of procedure.
Do we have to vote on suspending the rules?
Because our procedure bylaw states so. I believe we have to suspend the rules first, and before we can
Yes,
actually.
which would be a 2/3 vote. So I understand what you're saying. I just want to make sure I know if this is debatable too. Oh, and it needs to be sent in writing. I've just been informed. So maybe James Tang could start speaking, but right now we have a motion on the floor. We have to, actually we don't because it hasn't been sent in writing. Thank you. So maybe we'll have a motion afterwards, but right now, even though we have a seconder, we don't actually have a motion. Is my understanding. I don't see anything in my inbox. So council, there's just, let me. Okay, we're just waiting for it to come through, council.
I think for the procedure bylaw, the motion is to be in writing. We can't.
Yes,
sit and wait for it, right?
and Councillor Carr is typing it up, but it's been seconded.
But we don't usually allow councillors to do that. They have to have it in writing before we can.
But it was seconded. So that's the difference. And I asked the clerk. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. I hope that answers your point of procedure. And it's received. So, council, the motion is to move to suspend the rules of procedure to hear in-person speaker number 7 after the next speaker. I note the irony that we might have been able to.
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, but we already had a seconder, so appreciate that. I'm just going to call first for a verbal vote, and then we'll move to a vote on screen if we need to.
Chair, I'm on the queue. Can you confirm if this is debatable or not, please?
It's not debatable. So, and do we need 2/3?
Yes.
I want to say yes. Yes, okay. So council, I'm just going to start with a verbal vote, but if not, we're going to move to a vote on screen, and then we may be at 5 o'clock. So, all in favor of hearing Speaker 7 after, who is here in person, After speaker 92, James Tang, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so we're moving to a vote on screen.
Chair, could I get a vote assist in favor from the clerks? Thank you.
Yep.
It's Councillor Dominato.
Thanks. I'm moving us to vote. Here? Yeah. Yes, she asked for a vote assist in favor, and I'm just trying to vote myself right now. What is this? And Councillor Bly is absent, on a leave of absence. Okay, perfect. So, Council, that passes with Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition and one abstention. Okay, so yes, Councillor Carr, point of procedure.
We did pass a motion. I've sent it in. We did pass a motion by this council to have a third round of questions following speakers. Staff are waiting and for us to finish the speakers, and to enable them to not, I'm actually, so they can be freed up, I'm moving to rescind the third round of questions after speakers. And I just want to note for council that we all have the opportunity to ask further questions when this item is again on the council table agenda on Tuesday.
And is there a second? Have you sent that in writing?
I have.
Thank you very much.
Second, Fry.
I heard Councillor Hardwick first, in all fairness. And my understanding is to do this, we just need a simple majority. Yes. So I'm just going to call for a vote verbally first and see if we can manage this way. But if we receive any in opposition, I will go to a recorded vote. So all in favor of this motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Yay.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes. So I just want to note that that will mean that staff will not be required to stay afterwards to answer questions, and that instead we will have an opportunity through points of order, or council could suspend the rules on Tuesday to ask, is my understanding, for another round of questions. Those are the ways forward that Councillor Carr articulated and outlined. So we will, however, be moving on and finishing the speakers list. With that being said, we are back to James Tang. James, are you still there?
Yep.
Thank
Can you hear me?
And thank you for bearing with us there. I'm going to start your timer. You have 5 minutes to speak to City Council, and then we will move to speaker number 7.
Okay, thank you. Overall, I support the budget with some caveats. I'm an 18-year-old that grew up in Vancouver that hopes to be able to afford to move back after university and want to see a budget that invests in the future of the city. I'll start by saying I support the increase in property taxes, and I support greater increases too. With so much wealth in the city's land and property, with huge increases recently, it would be foolish not to leverage that to make much-needed long-term investments that will pay off in the long term. People without the liquidity to pay their property taxes have the ability to defer them using loans. There's also a program from the province. And so the real concern that displacement will occur is not an issue. I strongly support the Climate Emergency Action Plan, and I think the public shares that view. And now it's time for the budget to reflect that. Since the parking permit program isn't going to be implemented, it looks like, there has to be another form of revenues. And whether that's the proposal from Mayor Stewart or any other levy. All that I want to say is that more has to be done on that front to meet the city's goals. Also, in alignment with Big Move 2, that by 2030, 2/3 of all trips in Vancouver will be made on foot, bike, or transit. I want to call on the council to make permanent and expand the Slow Streets program. One of the biggest barriers to people's mobility is safety, and slow streets allow people of all ages and abilities to safely walk, cycle, or roll free from the danger of car traffic. I believe that for the city to be equitable, ownership of a car should not be a requirement to have access to safe methods of transportation. Additionally, there needs to be a much greater investment in affordable housing. There is a big housing shortage in Vancouver, and the only way out is to build more housing. And the city has the power to take on that task directly by putting money towards the development of social housing. In a city where there's so much land value inflation, money should not be the problem, and it is only fair that some of the profits from that have arisen as a result of the housing crisis should be redirected to solve the housing crisis. And housing is a huge problem that is the root of so many others. High land values cause and high housing prices raise rents and push people out, including one of the previous speakers. They complained that they didn't have the budget to pay rent for their office. And so that is also something that ties to housing. People are pushed onto the streets because they cannot afford housing. And that is related to many of the complaints of crime and unsafe, like the general feeling of not feeling safe. And it also causes people to move to the suburbs where they have to drive through Vancouver, causing congestion, which we should also price going forward. And the cars also cause greenhouse gas emissions and other air pollutants, which have a negative impact on people's health, especially people living on arterials, which are disproportionately renters. Finally, I'll quickly touch on a few points. I support libraries eliminating late fines. I support building more public washrooms throughout the city and also planting additional trees. And instead of raising the VPD's budget, which is a reactive response, we should be proactive and invest in proven housing first models to help people. And one more, this is a pet issue, but Vancouver should look to the examples of Harrisburg and Allentown, Pennsylvania, and move to a two-tiered property tax system that taxes land values at a higher rate than home values. This would curb land speculation and be a more fair apportionment of property taxes that better reflects the cost of providing services for people at various density levels. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much. I'm not sure if Councillor Carr is on the queue to, just one moment. So you don't have questions for this speaker? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Carr, you're on the queue. For what reason? Oh, yes. There's a second part of the motion, correct?
There's a follow-up motion that was not completed. So the motion that we passed unanimously to rescind or to reconsider that motion, it was actually to reconsider, now has passed. It was passed unanimously, but we now have to actually vote again on the original motion, which is to have a third round after the
So to
speakers.
actually not have a third round of questions, we would have to vote against. That would have to be voted down.
Thank you, Chair. That is exactly
favor,
right.
You're voting to uphold the motion,
right,
and have staff stay. If not, you'd be voting against, which would mean the opportunity on Tuesday at a regular meeting to ask questions. So the motion's up on and thank you, Councillor Carr, for that, because I was dealing with a point of procedure at the same time. So I had forgotten the second half of that and wanted to get to the speaker. So council, that's up, and we would need a seconder for that. Councillor Hardwick has seconded.
Sorry, Chair, can I get clarification on what the motion is? Because the motion that we approved was to rescind, not reconsider. I'm looking at the language. So what is the motion on the floor now, please?
The language was up on the screen before, and it is correct, and I've checked with the clerk.
My screen is not working and I don't have
What
an
we're
email.
voting on now, Councillor Kirby-Young, is the original motion. So the original motion was to have a third round of questions. But as I've explained and Councillor Carr's articulated, just so everyone knows what we're voting on. So we voted to come back to this motion. I'm answering your question if you let me. We voted to come back to this motion. We've gotten back to this motion. If you vote no to this motion, then we have opportunities to talk through debate and decision, to ask questions of staff through points of information on Tuesday, or as I mentioned, you could suspend the procedure bylaw. If you uphold this motion, then staff stay and answer questions at the end of this meeting. So
I still have a point of clarification, if I might, Chair,
yes,
because I'm not clear. And my question is two parts. It's this, which is that we voted to rescind. I'm looking at the language. The third round of questions after speakers. So we have rescinded it. I cannot see the new motion. I'm not sure how we can reconsider something that we have rescinded, but I can't. My screen is not working, and I don't have a written response.
Would it help me to read it out for you? The council asked an additional round of questions after all the speakers. That's what we're voting on now. So if you vote yes, you're upholding that, and staff stay. If you vote no, staff don't stay, and you don't uphold that. And we come back on Tuesday for debate and decision.
So I have 2 points. Is that one, I thought that we had again, maybe perhaps I'm not asking the question clear. I thought we had already rescinded that motion, so therefore that's complete. And my second point is, does it not have to be sent in writing? Because I'm not seeing it.
Yes. Yes. Oh, we already voted on that. So Councillor Kirby-Young, you don't have it on your screen right now?
My screen is not working. I'm looking at my email, but I'm still not clear on the answer to the question. We voted to rescind, so therefore, is there not, I can't see how there's a motion on the floor. That is my question. Doesn't it not require a new motion?
Reconsideration and rescind are the same thing. I've just confirmed that with the clerk. So we've already voted on one half of this. We're just voting on the other half. And Councillor Kirby-Young, what I'm going to ask the clerk to do to avoid further delay is to email you the motion. And if we were going to hear from speaker number 7, I would probably need a motion to extend.
Motion to
But I can't deal with that until we've dealt with this motion. Council? So I'll wait till Councillor Kirby-Young has this in her email, because all councillors or all council members should have the information they need to vote. Can you please let me know as a point of privilege, Councillor Kirby-Young, when you receive that?
Yes, I'm waiting. I will let you know as soon as I do.
Chair, it's Councillor Dominato on the line. I'm on the queue.
Yep, I see that. I'm dealing with Councillor Kirby-Young first, but if it's a point of privilege, I can deal with that.
It was just a point of parliamentary procedure, which I think might help address maybe the confusion.
I think we've addressed that reconsideration and rescission is the same thing. So I think that's been addressed. We're just waiting for Councillor Kirby-Young to receive this via email, as she can't view it right now.
Okay, I'll wait till you've completed that and then maybe just ask my question after. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato.
And noting, Chair, I have to leave in 1 to 2 minutes to chair a meeting myself, and so
Okay.
I think
Councillor
you'll still
Kirby,
have quorum.
Councillor Kirby-Young, have you received that? I see you on the queue.
I have received it, and I have a clarification question on the motion at the appropriate time, please.
Okay, and Councillor Dominato, you're on the queue? Can I take you off? Answer this question, maybe you can vote?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Let Councillor Kirby-Young go.
Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
So you're asking, are we being asked to vote no on this? Because the way I read this language, is that what you're saying, that council
I
has to
am
condition
not,
on?
as the chair, asking you to vote any which way. I am
Let me
explaining
ask.
to you that if you vote no on this, then staff do not need to stay, and you will have opportunities, as you always do, to ask staff questions at the meeting where we make a decision on the budget on December the 7th. If you vote yes to this and this passes, staff stay until the end of the meeting and answer a whole round of questions from council. So vote no if you want staff to go. Vote yes if you expect them to stay. Okay, and we need to, I'm calling a vote right now or we're gonna end up recessing. It was seconded by Councillor Hardwick. Everybody vote on screen, please. Council, please vote on screen.
Position.
I'm trying to vote. It won't allow me to. I'd like to vote in opposition, please. Thank you. Okay, and that fails with, in opposition, Councillor Carr, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Kirby-Young, and myself. Okay, now.
Point of order?
Yes.
I would like a motion to extend past 5 to hear the next speaker.
Okay.
And then take our dinner break.
Okay, that would need a seconder. Councillor Hardwick, seconds. I'm just going to call a verbal vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So now we will hear from speaker number 7, who is here with us in person and has been waiting for quite some time to speak to council. Just one moment, please. Robert Weber, you have 5 minutes to speak to council, and you may have questions afterwards. I'd also just like to note that not everyone is on mute, so if you could please mute your microphone when you're not speaking. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello, councillors and Mr. Mayor, if you're there. I'm a resident of Vancouver and I'm opposed to your proposed increase in property taxes. I live in a small one-half duplex in a high-density neighborhood. Still, my taxes for my small unit are twice as high as for my friend's single-family house in Port Coquitlam. His house is more than twice the size of mine and is on a huge lot in a neighborhood complete with 2- and 3-car garages. To go green, I ride my bike everywhere and don't use a car except for a couple times a month. In his neighborhood, everyone drives a car everywhere. I don't blame my friend for fleeing Vancouver, but why am I being punished while suburban sprawl and all its associated monetary and environmental costs are being incentivized? I am 67 years old. I was laid off from my job in 2018. To earn a living, I took on freelance work from home. That ended abruptly in March 2020 due to COVID, when my livelihood collapsed when the government shut down the economy. I've not worked since then. I receive no government or private sector pension. At last review, my CPP will be $833 per month. My property taxes will go up to an estimated $728 per month, leaving me with very little left. Property taxes are by far my largest living expense. That is why I want the property taxes reduced, not increased. I try to scrimp and save to make things work financially. I stopped riding the buses and ride my bike everywhere instead. I lowered the thermostat to 16 degrees and wear multiple sweaters to lower heating costs, and I cut back on my prescription medications. But every time I achieve some savings, these savings get wiped out by your tax increases. Why don't I leave Vancouver and get out? Well, I've made many friends in my neighborhood over the last 30 years. At my age, it's very difficult to find new friends and good neighbors, one of which saved my life and rushed me to hospital when I was on death's door only a few years ago. I do not want to be forced out of my community. In 2015, the city budget was $1.26 billion and is now approaching $1.7 billion. So that's more than $500 million in 6 years. Surely this is what is called out of control spending. Every time the city gets a windfall pile of new money, it gets immediately absorbed by new spending on staff hirings. The more staff you have, the slower the production of housing. Taxes have never been higher, and the housing crisis has never been worse. Quoting from a 2020 article by Kenneth Chan of the Daily Hive, the regional burden that Vancouver taxpayers face is highly disproportionate, let alone the added burden of a sizable share of BC and country's homelessness. Furthermore, BC received only $7.4 million from the federal government for a social housing program, whereas Toronto received $1.34 billion. It is incredibly unfair that our 675,000 residents of the City of Vancouver have to pay for the social services for the rest of the Lower Mainland, the province, and much of the rest of the country. We already have the highest property taxes per square foot in the country. Instead of waging war against the City of Vancouver taxpayers, yes, I know we're easy targets, why don't you fight to get the rest of the cities and municipalities in the Lower Mainland, the provincial and federal governments to step up and address the issues of unaffordable housing, homelessness, and climate change? Surely this is within their jurisdictions too, and not only the jurisdiction of the 675,000 residents of Vancouver. Am I angry with you, Mr. Mayor and Council? No, all I feel is fear. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for coming and waiting. You do have questions, first from Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
I hate to ask this question, but have you considered deferring your taxes?
That's not available to elderly gay people.
Are you sure about that? Because I'm pretty sure if you own your own property that you are in a position to defer your taxes after 60-odd.
Just to explain, Councillor Hardwick, growing up in the 50s and 60s was no picnic. And when I finally found a life partner, I wanted to make sure that he would have a home should I pass away. So the half duplex is in a trust to make sure that no one else could interfere with the inheritance rules.
I appreciate that personally, as I'm going through a similar process with my kids.
Yes.
People say, oh, well, you're over 60, you should be able to defer your taxes. And I've heard this remark from multiple speakers today, which is why I asked the question. That's only if you want to cash out. But if you want to stick it out for the sake of your family, you would not defer your taxes, because that would mean that you would be putting that burden on, in your case, your partner, in my case, the next generation.
Yes.
So that's not an option for you. And so basically you're spending everything that you're bringing in through your pension to cover your tax bill.
That's correct.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but that's my question.
Okay.
Councillor Kirby-Young has questions for you next, and she's not in the chamber, but you'll hear her questions. Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks for waiting so long to speak to Council. I really appreciate it. My next question is a little bit delicate, and it's actually repeating one that some of my fellow councillors had asked before when we had members of the public come to speak to Council during budget time. And it was this, and it's Councillor Hardwick had sort of started to touch on the options that you had available. But I remember a couple of years ago at budget, we had one single mother who had been widowed with her kids who came to speak to Council, was speaking about hardship and the importance of trying to keep her family in her home. And she was asked a question by one of my fellow councillors at that point, well, you have equity in your home, so why don't you sell? Because you could realize that equity. And I was really struck by that question at that time. And I think you sort of touched on it in the sense of your personal situation that you had put it in a trust. And I'm wondering how you respond to that viewpoint or that philosophy, and people suggesting that if you can't cover your daily expenses, you should just liquidate your asset.
Well, after living decades in the same community, to leave all my friends behind and to leave the support network I have would be really, really difficult. It would be very, very stressful. So I want to be able to stay so that our neighbors are close-knit and we take care of each other.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Robert. And thank you for sharing your personal circumstance. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And we also have Councillor Fry on the line to ask you questions. Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for coming to speak in person, Robert. And curious then, and because we have a lot of costs to cover at the city, we've been hearing a lot of folks talking about need for more policing. We've heard a lot of folks talking about, we've heard that, parts of our city are not even being covered by fire services because we have under-resourced that department. We've seen in Abbotsford the cost of not investing in resilient infrastructure where the dike is broken and stuff. So where do you see the and well, on top of that, of course, we have labor costs that we have to, that are ever increasing and, inflation based. So where would you see savings?
Well, I used to work as a draftsperson technician in the field of architecture, and I know that it takes longer and longer and longer to get rezonings and development permits and building permits, and there could be huge efficiencies made in those departments. It's called community services now, and I don't mean to be insulting, but it seems like the more funding towards community services and the more staffing, the slower things get. And this micromanaging of people wanting to build a garage and taking 5 years to get a permit, in other cities, this doesn't occur. So you've got a lot of staff that ultimately ends up slowing down the whole process. That leads to another issue of the production of housing. It's always behind the curve. It's never, in Vancouver in the last few decades, has enough housing been created. And we could look to cities like Vienna and other cities where they're always above the curve, keeping houses, condos, and apartments affordable. And by the way, their tax rates are 1/10 of what they are here.
I'm so sorry to interrupt there, Councillor Fry. I'm going to stop your timer, but I'm going to need, Council, we've lost quorum. We just lost quorum, so please bear with us as we, if someone could turn on their camera. I know that there are a number of councillors on leaves of absence. That's totally fair. But we need 6, Council. We have 5. Okay, we're good. Thanks. Go ahead, Councillor Fry. Sorry for that interruption.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I think that was good. I mean, I get the issues that the speakers articulated. I'm not sure how that necessarily impacts our, yes, there's efficiencies. Yes, we've hopefully committing to an auditor general in this budget that could look for further efficiencies. But
sorry,
I don't really. Yeah, I guess I don't have any further questions.
Okay, there's no other questions. So Council, we will now break as per the motion for a dinner break, and I'm going to suggest we come back at 6:10 because we usually take a full hour, unless anyone has an issue with that. We'll see you at 6:10. Thanks.
We're ready here in the chamber, Mayor Stewart.
Great, thanks so much. So I'll call the meeting back to order. And Council, we're just working our way through the speakers list, and clerks are keeping track of who we'll have to call at the end of the meeting. But at this point, we're going to start with speaker number 93, who is our Mark Bowen.
Well, hello, everybody. My name is Mark Bowen. Hopefully you can all hear me okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm a resident of Vancouver. Sorry?
We can hear you. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'll start over again. Mark Bowen. I'm a resident of Vancouver. What I want to say is I don't agree with this budget. I think it's too big of an increase. And for years, this isn't a one-year thing. I've seen my taxes and fees go way up, way above inflation. So as a personal point of reference, I'm now paying far more in property tax, home repairs, and insurance than I used to. I'm now running about $30,000 per year just for those categories. That's not even considering mortgage costs. And this is a pretty average-sized home. So at this point, I'm thinking of moving out of the city. Property taxes have increased to the point where Vancouver homeowners are paying amongst the highest property taxes in the country. I can't afford more tax increases, and that includes fee increases. I've survived an advanced and aggressive cancer. My wife has a major disability. We're coming out of COVID. We've taken a massive revenue hit. And here's the thing, as far as I'm concerned, my wife and I have saved, we've scrimped, we grew up poor. I worked full-time. I went to school full-time to earn an MBA. I contributed to social initiatives as a volunteer. We finally moved up to afford a home after renting and living in a condo for many years. And now we're at the point where we just can't afford any more increases. So the thing I'd like to say about that is there isn't unlimited funds to pay for, all the new initiatives and expanded scope. For example, affordable housing is important, but there's been suggestions that we build 88,000 units over 10 years from some. That initiative alone would cost about, if I did my calculations correctly, somewhere in the neighborhood of $4.4 billion per year. Now, that's based on about a $500,000 per unit cost, and I think that's reasonable. So that's closing in on something like 3 times your annual operating budget. So what I'm going to say about this is that I think the city needs to try to make sure that it's being run on core services. So for me, that would include things like fire, police, sewers, paving the streets. You talk about sustainable building, you talk about a sustainable environment. What I'd like everybody on council to look at is a sustainable budget. So the way I'm looking at it, the spending seems to be outside of the areas of general municipal scope. Obviously, I'd like you to pick up the garbage, keep the streets safe, keep the sewers running, and so on. But you're going to have to work with other levels of government on bigger issues. So it's a point of getting your scope under control. And I realize that federal and provincial governments are downloading responsibilities to the city, but they're not necessarily attaching funding. So that's going to need to be looked at. The city seems to be close to doubling the operating budget from 2011. And again, if I factor out a little bit, you'll get the gist of it. I think the capital budget has gone up significantly in the last number of years. Developer charges have gone up. I looked at a line that said that provincial transfers are going up, which is a good thing. I think they've doubled. But you still want to go into reserves to pay for things. There's the possibility of going to land reserves, which might be feasible in a small way, but there's going to be a limit. So to me, reserves are for floods and emergencies. In addition, there's other things that I see, just really doing a quick perusal of the budget. You're deferring and postponing budgets in some cases, and that's going to put future pressure on budgets. So again, I think that current spending is just not sustainable. We're spending, or you're spending rather, and our annual population growth right now is about 1%. So you're far outstripping the population increase. So a couple of budget highlights. I'll make it really quick because we've got 5 minutes, which is not a lot of time to talk. But you're looking at an overall 9% increase in operating expenses this year with a 10% increase for next year. Some categories I just don't get, like the corporate general government category, which is now, I think, 60% of the total operating budget increase. It's, if my calculations are right, that's about a 630% increase. Program revenues, and again, if my facts are out a little bit, let me know. Program revenues, 70% increase. Bylaw fines, 23%. So it's not just about property tax increases. I'm seeing every category increasing. And I do want to put things kind of in perspective. We are coming out of COVID. Most people that I know certainly have taken a revenue hit. Other cities that I've looked at and councillors that I've talked to are trying to hold the line to 2 to 3% increases in spending, somewhere around inflation. And I just don't think that the increases you're looking for this year are reasonable. And it's not just this year. The point I'm going to make is year after year after year. So it's getting very, very expensive. And we're probably nearing the end of 5 minutes, so I'll wrap it up. I think the problems still exist. We're not solving them with all these expenditures. And I don't know how we're ever going to be an affordable city with tax and fee increases like this. So again, just to summarize, I'd like to see everybody on council just focus and lock down more on core services. I'd like to see value for the dollar, no more increases in spending. And I'd like you to, and it probably won't happen, but I'd like you to refocus this budget on core services and probably look at an independent third-party auditor to just ensure efficiency. So I'll thank you. I'll wrap it there. It's fine.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions for you, but I just want to thank you for participating in our budget debate. Appreciate it. Council, I'm just going to move on.
And I do want to say you do have a difficult job to do, so good luck with everything.
Thank you so much. Council, we're going to move on to the next speaker at 94, but first I wanted to thank Councilor Deschanel for chairing this afternoon as I was off at a police board meeting. Thanks. And we're on next to speaker number 94, Kathy Shimizu.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi.
Thanks for calling in.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kathy Shimizu, and I would like to begin by acknowledging that I live and work on the stolen and occupied traditional territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, and I am grateful to them for being able to live on their lands and support Indigenous sovereignty and struggles for justice. I am a member of the Japanese Canadian community and work with the Powell Street Festival, We Press, and Downtown East Side Response, but I'm not speaking for any of those groups, just for myself. I actually wanted to start by thanking Mayor and Council very, very much for voting in favor of SRO vacancy control a couple of weeks ago on November 17th. This policy means so much to so many, especially tenants living in privately owned SROs, and also to the network of folks in the community who work to support them. And also many thanks to the city manager and all the staff who worked so hard on the research and worked with community to put the report and motion together that led to this historic policy. And so I'm speaking today to add to the call for ensuring that the $500,000 required to implement this crucial policy is included in the 2022 budget through the unallocated funds, and ask that you ensure it is in the budget for the next 10 years, as it is crucial to keep the program in place for the long run. Providing the stability in the low-income housing stock will help reduce homelessness and, as a result, help reduce numerous other expenses for the city and for all the levels of government that result from having so many people without a place to live. And this policy will also help slow gentrification and evictions that will allow tenants and the community to continue our ongoing work to further implement the tenant-led solutions and supports through mutual aid that are already underway. It will buy us the time we need to build our capacity to expand these solutions, as well as the time to advocate for funding from the province and the feds. This stopgap measure provides us the time we all need to develop holistic housing solutions. And housing-wise, we know that $500,000 is really a drop in the bucket when we consider it costs about the same amount to build one unit of new social housing or cover the cost of about maybe 14 shelter beds for a year. So this is a no-brainer, and supporting housing for 4,000 low-income people is a worthwhile investment in preventing homelessness and providing affordable housing that apparently 75% of residents feel the city should be investing in. So I really hope that you can find a way to put this in the budget, and I know it's a struggle because you have a lot of hard decisions to make. So, but I did want to add on the revenue side, I would really like you to consider Jean's mansion tax, an extra tax of 1% on the assessed value of mansions between $5 and $10 million, and an extra 2% on the value of homes over $10 million, because the challenges you face on this budget are really incomprehensible. Choosing between saving low-income housing or libraries staying open or a proper sewer system or funding for arts and culture programs is really insane. It's outrageous that these are the kinds of choices you and everyone who lives in Vancouver are expected to make, and then line up to speak, and then you have to sit here and listen to all of us for hours on each particular budget line item. And we also know that, you know, young people and those who don't own property will continue to bear the burden of our lack of vision and commitment to what people really need. So, and we do need these crucial social programs, including community-led alternatives to policing and the Indigenous healing space at Crab Park that so many others have already talked about. And equity and reconciliation is not something that happens voluntarily or by osmosis. It needs to be created by the communities affected and implemented by governments through policy and funding, because those inequities were created by those same systems in the first place. And having those who are extremely wealthy and achieve that wealth through the labor of those who are much less wealthy, they should and can return some of that wealth into the pot. And this is how we build a more humanistic and socially conscious and just society that focuses on the care and well-being of all people and the land and all living things. The city only has certain ways to do this and really commit to its mission and any form of reconciliation. And so higher property taxes for very wealthy people who own homes of worth over $5 million is really one of the only tools you have. So I really urge you to please use it. And thank you again for working to implement SRO vacancy control.
Thank
so
you.
I really hope
You do have,
you can add that program to the budget.
Thanks. You do have questions from Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson, please go ahead. That's 3 minutes. Councillor Swanson? I do hear some paper crinkling in the background there, so if everybody could just make sure they're muted, that would be great. But except for you, Councillor Swanson, who we need to hear from.
Thanks for calling in, Kathy. I really appreciate you supporting the vacancy control. Unfortunately, we can't do the mansion tax yet because the province hasn't given the city that power. The city doesn't have the power for a progressive tax, which is unbelievable, but there it is. So what I wanted to ask you is, if we only got vacancy control funding for, say, a year, what do you think the result would be?
Well, we'd be back here in another year trying to fight for it, of course. And I think the problem is, like I said, that stability that we need to, the landlords need to know, the tenants need to know, the community needs to know that we have that SRO vacancy control in place to really move forward with a lot of our ideas and our work that we think will lead to, you know, the long term, which is much better housing for low-income people.
Okay.
And in a way that's, more cost effective.
Okay, great. Second question. I've always admired how the Japanese community sticks up for downtown East Side residents and tries to keep them from being displaced. Could you explain a little bit of the rationale behind that?
Yeah, for sure. The Japanese Canadian community, there was a vibrant community in the Powell Street area before the Second World War, and over 8,000 residents, and then lots of people across the city and the Lower Mainland even that would come down to that neighborhood. And of course, we were all uprooted during the Second World War and then placed in internment camps. And so we understand the injustice around dispossession and being displaced and losing your homes and losing everything. And so we did achieve a federal redress, and we do feel it's really important to stand with others who have gone through injustice, especially Indigenous peoples whose land it was in the first place. And so we really feel like people we as Japanese Canadians are really have a moral obligation to make sure that everybody who faces these kind of injustices is redressed, and also that anyone in the situation of not having a place to live and being dispossessed is supported, and really everyone should have a place to live, and we should have a much more equitable society, and these things came from racism and classes and all those things
Thanks.
that marginalize
That's
people.
awesome.
That's
Yeah.
the.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy.
Thanks so much. You don't have any other questions, so I'll just thank you for calling in tonight and move to the next speaker. Council, next we have speaker number 95, Emily Luba. Emily Luba, speaker number 95.
Speaker 95 is not on the line.
Thank you. We have next speaker number 96, Fiona York.
Not on the line.
Okay, thank you. 97, Beverly Ho.
No, not on the line.
Okay, thank you, clerks. Speaker number 98, Haroon Khan.
No, 98 is not on the line either.
Thank you. 99 is Ada Mass.
No, speaker 99 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 100, Dahlia Israel.
No, speaker 100 is not on the line.
Thank you. Just a reminder of folks to mute. I think I hear a tap going in the background. Thanks. Speaker number 101, Jeremy Callison.
Hello?
Hi there. Thanks for calling in tonight. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello. I'm calling from the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations, as well as all the Coast Salish people. My name is Jeremy Calicum, and I'm a public health professional, a co-founder of the Drug User Liberation Front, and a resident of Vancouver. I'm here to speak in opposition of increasing the police component of the 2022 budget. A core saying in public health, or a story, is that there was a man fishing in a river when he noticed someone was drowning. He pulled them out and attempted to resuscitate them. Shortly afterwards, he noticed another person in the river and saved them too. He noticed another and another and another. Soon he was exhausted and realized he would not be able to save all the drowning people. He went further upstream to find out why all these people were falling into the river, and on arriving and further upstream, he discovered a broken bridge was causing people to fall into the river and end up drowning where he had been fishing. He decided he would fix the bridge to stop them from falling in instead of fishing them out after they were already drowning. The point of this metaphor is proactive actions are exponentially more effective than reactive efforts. Continuing to increase police budgets instead of increasing the budget for community services and improving social conditions will result in subsequent police budget increases in the coming years, because we will keep dealing with the effects of these insufficiently addressed determinants of health. People have mentioned substance use continually in these discussions. It's poignant to point out that most of these people are not frustrated with substance use itself, but with the way that it intersects with their lives. Today, a study came out on that examined the effects of expanding overdose prevention sites in Vancouver. Researchers found that due to the expansion of overdose prevention services in Vancouver since 2016, public injections in the area immediately decreased from about 36% to 30%, and syringe sharing decreased from about 5% to 2%. In addition, the use of supervised consumption services immediately increased from about 41% to 47%. The findings build upon previous evidence that overdose prevention services can reduce fatal overdoses, reduce the transmission of diseases like HIV and hepatitis C, as well as improve the well-being of neighborhoods by reducing criminal activity. As a fiscally conservative person, and from this perspective, I think it would be in Vancouver's best fiscal and health interests to budget in a way that will reduce the root causes of crime and public disorder, rather than overbloating enforcement budgets and arguably exacerbating these issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your call tonight. Councillor Swanson has questions for you. Councillor Swanson? You might be on mute again.
Thanks so much for coming in, Jeremy, and thanks so much for all the work you do saving lives. I don't know if you've been listening to the other speakers, but there's been quite a bit of people commenting about how they don't feel safe because of people who are homeless on the street, or people using drugs on the street, or people who are mentally ill on the street. And I'm wondering what you think the impact would be if we actually had the Safe Supply and the Compassion Club model that you and the Drug Users Liberation Front have put forward and that the council has endorsed. What do you think would be the impact of that on street disorder?
I absolutely think that having a safe supply would decrease public disorder and things that are kind of exuding out from the effects of chaotic substance use. You know, I think a lot of these things that, you know, people are having issues with, like seeing homeless people or open drug use or kind of crime resulting from that, you know, we can't police our way out of it. I could talk for a long time on the effects of safe supply, but we know that it will save people money and it will reduce those kind of financially motivated like petty crimes that people get so frustrated with.
Okay, thanks. So the second question is there anything that the city council could do to advance your adults application for the Safe Supply Compassion Club?
I think the city council has done a lot. I mean, we're very grateful for the support that they put behind our application, with, of course, the exception that we get the supplies from a regulated supplier. I mean, continuing to work with us, and you know, I think if we were able to advocate more to the police to work with us, because we've extended you know, offers to consult with them and hear what they have to say and see if a way we can move forward together. And the police seem like they don't want to engage, which is another problem with, you know, continuing to increase the funding to institution that does not want to engage with community-based actions or community ways of, you know, reducing disorder.
Okay, thanks so much, Jeremy, and thanks for all the lives you've saved and are hoping to save in the future.
Thank you very much, Shane.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Thank you for calling in tonight, and I'm just going to go to the next speaker. Speaker 102, the last registered speaker on the list, council, is Tarlan Rezaghi. Tarlan Rezaghi, I will, of course, go through the list again, council, and call the names of those who were here for their turn. Clerks, do we have speaker 102?
Yes, I'm on the line, if you can hear me.
I sure can. Please, you have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Tarlan Rezaghi. I'm an organizer for Kids Vancouver. For Kids Vancouver is a local chapter of the national network of 4 Kids made up of parents, grandparents, and caregivers committed to taking on climate action. As we see the climate crisis as the single greatest threat to the health, safety, and security of our children, a crisis that will be far costlier than mitigation if it goes unaddressed. I'm a resident of Vancouver also. I understand this is a special meeting rather than a public hearing, which I understand suggests to some councillors that they can listen to speakers absent an open mind to the final decision. And I ask, out of respect of all the 100 or so residents that have taken the time to prepare and wait to speak to you today, that you listen to every word with an open mind and an open heart. I want to address 2 key points today, and that is, 1, the need to begin to defund policing and redirect those resources to support the vulnerable population in our community. And 2, it is in support of the climate levy. We support a 5% tax property increase in direct recognition of a significant amount of wealth in this city is held in home ownership, and it should not be ignored. We are extremely disappointed in Council's decision to withdraw from its 2020 decision to approve SEEP with a citywide residential parking permit, which not only would provide much-needed funding for climate action, but would also reduce the greenhouse gas emissions to meet the city's climate emergency target and free public space for more equitable use. If Council believes that the climate levy is a more equitable means to address these issues, we support the levy as long as it is tied directly to concrete and quantifiable reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, and the funds go directly to support the implementation of SEEP, which we understand is now operating under a funding gap for big moves 2 and 3 regarding active transportation and zero emission vehicles. Secondly, I want to talk about BPD's funding. I understand that there's a consistent increase in police funding in the city. We parents across this country were angered and distressed to see the scenes of police power in the name of resource extraction, not only in Wet'suwet'en and ceded territory, but in Fairy Creek and climate protests in the city. While you may feel unconnected with these events, you shouldn't, as you are directly responsible for placing societal value through your funding decisions on policing people. There's a clear and widespread understanding and consensus that police funding across the board needs to be redirected at the root cause of social, economic, and health problems rather than an increase in policing, which we know is not addressing these issues. Poverty, inequality, addiction is not a crime that requires policing. As you heard many speakers today, this is now widely accepted. As we see with the recent gas rationing, shutdown of highways, shutting Vancouver's ports, and the flood of our prime agricultural land, we know that we are entering into precarious, uncertain, and costly times. And we're all facing a fundamental shift in our societal values in terms of what is abundantly clear that what we've always done is not working. The way we have done things in the past is leading to significant inequality, isolation, social ills, and environmental destruction to the point of our existence as we know it is now under threat. My plea to you is to see the budget not as a budget divorced of context. The budget isn't just about property tax dollars, it's about investment. And we ask you to place your vote and invest in what you value. And that, to us, the values is that we value the people in Vancouver, we value community in Vancouver, and we value the environment in Vancouver. As such, on behalf of our children and future generations, we ask that Council support an investment in change and get us off this trajectory of climate meltdown, climate inequity that we know is just not working. Approve the 5% increase, support the climate levy, and reject the increase in BPD funding and redirect those resources to fund social and community services for vulnerable populations. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks for your time tonight. I don't see any questions for you, but I'll thank you so much for your participation. And I will now, Council, start going back through the list of speakers who missed. So clerks, I hope you're ready. So I will start with speaker number 3, Kit Rothschild.
No, speaker number 3 is not on the line.
Thanks. We'll have a lot of names to go through here. If you just want to say no, that'll save you some time. So if they're not here, speaker number 5, Karina Keeling.
Hi.
Hi there. Thanks for calling in. You have
Hi
up
there.
to 5 minutes.
Hey.
You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, thanks. My name's Karina Keeling. My pronouns are they, them. I live on Squamish Musqueam, Squamish territory, and I'm speaking in opposition of the budget increase to the VPD. It's been really wild listening to these conversations. Jean mentioned that there's this tale of two worlds happening, and I see an opportunity to sort of see what common ground is. We all want safety, and we don't agree about what safety actually is. You know, we have grown up steeped in stories that the police are who we turn to for safety, and it's not a story that's true for everyone. I was really glad to hear a conversation about the difference between discomfort and danger, witnessing the fact that poor people exist, witnessing the fact that people cope with trauma in ways that are distasteful to someone, that people meet their basic needs in a way that disrupts the aesthetic of the city. That's not something that makes us unsafe. It's not dangerous. It's just uncomfortable. We've had proceedings interrupted with a quote that said, to caution to all speakers that the language that we use need not be inflammatory and doesn't negatively impact the city staff, I think is what was said. But the thing is, people are dying. And they're dying at the hands of police. And they're dying because of the legacy and ongoing violence of colonialism and capitalism and white supremacy. And we are all complicit in that. This reality we're living in is inherently inflammatory. This should negatively impact city staff and the rest of us too,
this shit is uncomfortable. And it gets even more uncomfortable when we point out that the people who have spoken in support of the VPD budget as proposed are like typically homeowners and business owners citing safety that's actually discomfort, who are more concerned about broken windows and mismatched cobblestones, which is a whole other story, and like shoplifting, like rather than in joining into what could easily be a shared concern about people losing their lives, either directly through experiences of police or because they fell through the cracks of being criminalized due to lack of funding in other areas, And I know that there are a lot of people who believe that the police are creating safety. I know that many cops went into this work because they wanted to be good people and be the good guy. And I know that some of you have cops in your families. And I know that it's probably devastating to reckon with the ways that the police have been complicit in violence and racism and inequity and death. But the elephant in the room is also that it's scary to consider that part of the hesitation of that is that if the police are defunded and those funds are reallocated to community-led and peer-led services that we know are more effective, that people might lose their jobs. And the thing about that is I know that deep down you realize that that's scary because that might mean that they also lose their home and that they might also be forced to turn to strategies that are criminalized in order to survive. And thanks to some of the stories and the attitudes from the speakers over the past 2 days, we know exactly how poor and houseless and criminalized people are treated by the city of Vancouver and the VPD. So it makes a lot of sense that this whole thing feels really intense and really scary and really uncomfortable. But reallocating a portion of the VPD budget to root causes can be a story that not only benefits the folks who are experiencing houselessness and addiction and loss of life from the poison drug supply. It doesn't have to be a story that just belongs to radicals and leftists and abolitionists. If we can have some courage and some imagination together, this could be a success story for everyone. I keep hoping that I'll be able to find the words to get people to understand that if we fund what is being called for in the people's budget, if we have the courage to let go of this punitive carceral approach that is broken and rooted in colonialism and rooted in racism and supremacy and fear, and if instead we together imagined full tilt what could come next, that could actually mean that everyone will be okay, including members of the council, including homeowners, including business owners. Like, this is for everyone. We're all reckoning with ourselves, and I know it's deeply uncomfortable. And for those of us who haven't been steeped in these conversations for a long time, even just the language around it can cause us to have like a really powerful knee-jerk reaction that makes us want to like cling even more tightly to the story that we're used to. But what we actually know is that the police are not equipped to handle many of the things that are currently part of their jurisdiction, including wellness checks, including mental health calls, including street sweeps. They said so themselves. And we know that what reduces like so-called quote unquote crime is to address inequity and root causes of poverty and health. Part of real accountability means
thanks so much.
reallocating
You are,
power.
excuse me, you're 5 minutes, but you do have a question. Councillor Kirby-Young. Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Hi there. Thanks for speaking to council, and I appreciate your comments with respect to sort of approaching it from a common ground point of view and noting that everyone wants community safety, but that might be different for different people and what that looks like. I have a question. It's a serious question. Let's say hypothetically you defunded the VP by 50%. So let's say that's round numbers, $150 million, right? And it was put towards a lot of what was advocated for last summer, specifically identified group of nonprofits in the downtown east side. And, a similar suggestion, I understand, the people's budget. And it's reported that reputedly there's 3 to 4 times that amount that's invested into different NGOs and social services in the downtown east side now, and we're still where we are. So how do you see that 170 million, if it's going to sort of a similar number of NGOs that are doing similar work now, making such a systemic difference?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think it's not just about NGOs. That's a piece of the puzzle. But it's also about creating opportunities for real peer-led services. Like, I'm not the expert in this. All I know is that people who are living this reality every day are the experts. And if we're able to meaningfully get funding into their hands and really elevate their deep wisdom and deep knowledge and profound experience, that these solutions are actually already happening. They're already here, and it's just that people are doing them on nothing and are really struggling to survive while they're doing it. I realize that proportionally, I hear you speaking to, you know, what's already been allocated, but this work is already happening. It'd be cool if you wanted to come with us on it, you know, but it's actually so much bigger than just an economic or political decision or one line item on a budget. This is way bigger than just discomfort and inconvenience. Like, human beings are losing their lives, and we are imagining and creating something incredible together, and we're asking you to believe in it with us. You can come along or not, you know, but either way, there's going to be stories told about more than just line items and budgets. Like, what is the narrative that we were creating around carcerality, around punishment, and around how we have relationships with the most vulnerable people in our communities.
Okay, thanks for the perspective. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Really appreciate you phoning in this evening. And we're going to move on to the next speaker. Council, next speaker is, let's see here. Right. Speaker number 6, registered initially as speaker number 6, Tony Agamava.
No.
Thank you. Just gonna. Okay, Jordan Bowers.
No.
Thank you. Seth Scott.
No.
Okay, Elsa Boyd, speaker number 15.
No.
Thank you. Speaker number 20, Jargap Kaur.
No.
Thank you. It's 21. Speaker 21, Jillian McGuire.
No.
Speaker number 23, Willie Comernaut.
No.
Speaker 25, Juliet Muller-Thibault.
No.
Speaker number 33, Catherine Hollandsey.
No.
Speaker number 34, Stephen Canofari.
Hello.
Hi there. Thanks for calling in tonight. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Steve Canofari. I'm a lifelong resident of Vancouver. And for the record, I am strongly in favor of increased police funding in the 2022 city budget. And I'm also vastly in favor of better fiscal management of city finances, but that's another issue for another day. I'm also not affiliated with any of the numerous nonprofits or professional activists who have spoken so far during this session. I'm just a simple taxpayer trying to raise a family in this increasingly unaffordable and unsafe city. I'd also like to note, for those on council, that since 2009, my taxes on a cumulative basis have gone up 165%, with a further 5% expected this year. And unlike what others have referenced as rich homeowners, I'm neither rich and I'm barely keeping my house and the roof over my kids' heads. But I'd also want to say that after all these tax increases, you'd think that this city would be in fantastic shape. But the reality is this city, as a lifelong resident, is in the worst shape I have ever seen. And it's also a very sad state of affairs that I actually feel the need to speak here today to persuade the city to help ensure they deliver the most basic of civic services, which in my view is adequate police resources to ensure public safety. And I also feel that it's sad that I actually have to sit here and counter some of the sad anti-police rhetoric that I've heard. I've heard people talk about the police murdering and the police committing crimes, and I think it's just, we foster an environment where talk like that is accepted by this council, and I think it's devastating to the morale of our police force. But more importantly, I was also motivated to speak after hearing the mayor play down the rate of crime in the city, in particular when he pointed to crime rates being down. And I know he's changed his tune in the last couple of days, but to me his comments are really indicative of the massive gap that exists between what residents and taxpayers value and expect from our taxes, which is core services delivered well, and what our privileged politicians care about, more often than not, which is pet projects outside the city's scope. Now, on the public safety, the city continues to get more unsafe, in my view, each year. And don't take it from me, but take it from my family. Take it from my vulnerable mom, my wife, my sister, my young daughter. They have at all various times recently voiced their concern about not feeling safe anymore as they travel around the city and walk in their neighborhood. Let me give you a few examples to make it real. Walking the dog. My wife and daughter would love to go out previously and walk the dog. They had no issues. Now, it's no longer a stress release, but it actually creates stress. Where do you go? Who's walking behind me? Is someone near me? Is someone looking at me? Who's the stranger at the corner? They have to plan their walk. They have to walk in pairs, especially at night. I ask everyone, is this the type of inclusive and equitable city we want? We want the most vulnerable and women and children to fear going for a walk? And then we talk about having no police to support them and take away that fear? I don't think that's right. Talk about riding the bus. Riding the bus in the city is an adventure. Passengers are yelling, screaming. There's open drug use. And what I've heard tonight is open drug use is good, Councillor Swanson. It's a good thing to have open drug use, and we should give people more drugs. People feel threatened on the buses. And this isn't just a random thing. This is a daily occurrence for people. My wife and daughter refuse to take the bus in many cases. So I ask again, is that fair to those who don't have the privilege of owning a car? How about shopping? Let's talk about something fun like shopping. Going downtown to shop is a headache now in the city. Forget taking the bus. I've already mentioned that. Finding a parking spot. Trying to avoid getting your car broken into. Avoiding threatening individuals. Seeing vandalized stores. My family now goes to North Vancouver, West Vancouver, Richmond to shop. Is that fair to our local businesses? These are the bread and butter people who pay the taxes to employ people. I ask, is it fair that we create an environment where shoppers simply do not want to go and do business with them? I also ask about my elderly Asian neighbors. They're in their 80s. They've lived in the city for over 65 years. They have worked their butts off to create a better life for their children. They've contributed to the fabric of the city. But more than once in the last 6 months, they've spoken to me about feeling threatened and experiencing anti-Asian hate crime. And the fact is, they now hear about the police not potentially being around to help them. I ask, what are we saying to them? That their concerns don't matter? And I also want to bring up the point about the police liaison officers being removed from schools. I think that has got to be the biggest travesty I've heard in the last 50 years. As someone who's coached youth sports for the last 30 years, I've seen kids who were harassed and threatened at school turn to these resource officers to get the support and they need so they can persevere in school. I've also seen kids who are on the verge of turning to more serious criminal activities, and I've seen these fantastic officers assist them. My question is, why
you are at your 5 minutes, but there are questions for you. Councillor Dejanova is up first.
Hello?
Hi there. Thanks very much. I'm sorry, I should stand. We're in council. Thanks very much for waiting to speak to council. And I hear your concerns. You've already answered a couple of my questions in your presentation, but I'm wondering to some of the speakers who want to see things done differently, do you have concern for people's safety if we were to just abruptly change things in the city of Vancouver? And what I mean by that, and the question I'm asking you is, what would make you feel safer? And you've already articulated hearing some of the speakers, but would some of that even be worth a try, in your opinion?
Well, first of all, I
and if it
believe,
is, should we fund it at the city of Vancouver, that try, or the experiments here?
Let's step back a moment here. I think as a taxpayer, I expect the city to provide adequate policing resources, which I fear that we're not doing so right now. Having said that, though, I'm not against trying alternative measures. That doesn't mean get rid of the police. That could mean investing in other social infrastructure to help and support those more vulnerable. But in my view, a lot of this is a provincial government responsibility. This is a responsibility, whether it's BC Housing or the Health Authority. This does not necessarily need to fall on civic taxpayers, and that's my big concern. I don't think anyone says everything's perfect, but I think a lot of these people like to think that we can just wave a wand, get rid of the police, and magically the world will become better. The reality, it won't. That doesn't mean, though, we don't try different tactics, but eliminating or reducing or belittling or really having such a negative attitude towards the police is really doing favors for no one. And in fact, it's creating, a bigger gap between, citizens.
I'm so sorry. I only have one more minute, but I'd like you to answer this question. In our Vancouver charter, it talks about law and order, but it also talks about, sewers, water. It talks about zoning, and those are what I know. That's what I signed up to do. But that being said, yes, council makes decisions. What is it that you think we should be doing? Should we be doing the things that are in our charter? Should we be considering that? Do you think we need to take a look at what our core services actually are legally here in the city?
Absolutely. I think you need to stay in your lane. The reality is pick up my garbage, provide me fire service, police service. Parks. Our parks are a travesty. Look what's happened in the last couple of years. Now, having said that, there are other areas that we can participate in, but the reality is this city has gone so far towards other non-civic responsibilities, in my view. You've ignored the reality that, we need to run the city properly. And if I can't flush my toilet or if I can't call 911 and get a police officer to my house, why do we even have a city? Why am I paying taxes?
Thanks so much.
I'm
We're at
over
3
time.
minutes.
Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick.
Thanks. I'll pick up where you left off on that. So local government, civic governance, based on the land within our boundaries, roads and sewers, schools and parks, police and fire. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Have you heard, listening to speakers, how have you been listening throughout?
Unfortunately, yeah. I've been on for 9 hours, so yes, I have listened.
Okay, so you've heard there are people there that want more money for activities, and when they're saying that these are things that the city needs to be done that, as you've observed, are really under the responsibilities of particularly the provincial government. For example, the Ministry of Health. So what I keep hearing, and maybe you can tell me whether this is what you've observed, is that there's people that want more money for a bunch of things, and they point at the people that are the source of that money, namely the people that pay property taxes and user fees, and point to them as being rich and capable of paying for all of this other stuff. Isn't that kind of where it's going?
Oh, absolutely. And I'd like to point out that, we have a big homeless issue in Vancouver, and I think everyone accepts that. But the reality is all these homeless they weren't born and raised in Vancouver. They're from other parts of the province. So a lot of the cost and the expense of dealing with the issue, and a lot of the requests that a lot of these speakers have made for additional programs should be provided at a provincial level. They should be going to Victoria, and they should be lobbying the provincial government. Because the reality is this city can barely afford to maintain, basic civic services, let alone anything else. So I agree. I mean, everyone wants everything, and there seems to be one taxpayer, but the reality is, it's going to end at some point. This city is going to be for the ultra rich, and that's it. The average middle class person will simply not be able to live in this city. And if people think that that's a good thing, look around the world. It's not. We need a diverse community, and by driving out hardworking taxpayers, you're not going to get that.
So I guess the message then is stick to civic governance, areas of local responsibility, and use your power as a local government to lobby and ensure that the senior levels of government are doing their jobs.
Yeah, I agree absolutely. But the sad thing is, Councillor Hardwick, is and I listen to a lot of council meetings. There's probably 3 or 4 councillors, your colleagues, who I have yet to hear them even speak about any basic civic function at all. They go down the rabbit hole of everything else outside of Vancouver's responsibility, and they simply have absolutely no interest in running this city based on what the charter expects.
Yeah, I think we better park it there. Thank you for your comments.
Councillor Kirby on 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for being here to speak. Councillor Hardwick touched on a couple of my questions around sort of the importance of advocacy and to kind of fill these gaps in terms of some of the broader challenges we're having in the city. So I'll just follow up on a couple of points, and one is really around respect to things like infrastructure. I would have been pretty concerned that we're behind, for example, on renewal of our sewers, sewer separation, things like that. we've seen obviously with, the catastrophic weather events that we're having and what's been happening kind of in the valley and others, the importance of that civic infrastructure. Do you think that we should be focusing more on those sorts of things that support not just sort of the core services, but also support resiliency from a climate perspective?
Absolutely, I agree 100%. I mean, and on top of that, if we ever want to consider increasing densification in the city, if we don't have the basic infrastructure to support that, we can't build more housing. So again, these are very core services that we need to spend money on. I have no issue as a taxpayer investing money in these core civic services. Absolutely, no problem whatsoever.
And density and densification supports that too, right? In terms of more complete communities, less reliance on automobiles, so on and so forth.
Absolutely.
Okay. I also heard you comment, and I wonder if you could, with respect to sort of, the increasing amount of taxes, and sort of a two-part question here. The first one is that you said that you've never seen the state of the city worse in the 40 years, I think, or so that you had been here, and you feel a disconnect between how much the taxes are going up and the apparent outcome of those. Are you hearing that from other people? Because I certainly am. Is that something that you hear from your circle, neighbors, other residents?
I hear it from a lot of people. When I reference not shopping downtown, that's just not me choosing to go somewhere else. I know so many people that simply don't want to go downtown. They'll go elsewhere. And it's because they don't feel safe. So their money, which should be going back into Vancouver businesses, who in turn pay taxes and support the city, ends up going to North Vancouver and other places. And this is every single day I hear this. You see it on the news. You hear stories about people taking the buses, feeling unsafe. Like, this is absolutely it's sad, but it's a common discussion anywhere I go. Anytime I see a neighbor with my dog, it's the same thing. Thank goodness we have a dog, so we feel safe. I've heard that more than once from people.
Okay. And then my last question for you, if the time up, is that do you think we often hear people talk about tax rates, and the Vancouver tax rate could be higher, for example, in terms of the sort of equation that's levied on that. Do you think that there's enough discussion, or council should give consideration the fact that housing, we are one of the most expensive cities in Canada. The cost of housing is significant.
Just 10 seconds, please.
Yeah, I mean, there could be more discussion on that, but like I said, I think the reality is, the city's pulled in double the money they pulled in 15 years ago. So I don't think there's a lack of taxation. There's a lack of fiscal accountability for where the tax money goes. That's the concern I think you guys should focus on.
Thank you so much. That's it for the time for the councillors' questions, and thanks for calling in tonight. Really appreciate it. We're going to go to the next speaker, who I think is Terry Smith, speaker number 59.
Good evening. Hello.
Hi there. Hi there.
Hi.
You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to address you all this evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Terry Smith. I'm the Executive Director of the West End Business Improvement Association. We represent approximately 500 small businesses and about 150 commercial property owners along the 3 commercial streets of Davie, Denman, and Lower Robson. I am here this evening, via phone, to lend my support to the police budget. I do understand that the increase does not result in any net additional resources. It's basically keeping our services as is with the police. Although I do believe that based on what we've been witnessing within the downtown and within the West End community, that an increase to police resources could be utilized to create a increased sense of safety. I know that police are not necessarily the source of protection and safety for everybody, but based on what we are seeing, things have escalated downtown. Our businesses are definitely on the front end of things. They are on the front lines. I know you've heard from a number of businesses, including one of my own on Davie Street, the smashed windows, the rampant theft, the increased aggressiveness, the violent acts. all of it is creating a lot of fear and anxiety on top of a very challenging 2 years with the pandemic and many of the other issues we're facing in our city and globally as well. I've listened over the course of the yesterday and also in and out today, and I'm very concerned by how divisive our city has become. I truly want to see us work all together. I don't see that we're going to get anywhere by being on opposite ends of the spectrum. I do a lot of work at the provincial level. I'm the president of BIEBC. I'm at the table. I am wanting to be part of the dialogue. I'm wanting to be part of the solutions moving forward. A lot of our businesses also want to be part of the solutions. I'm on the call trying to ask for the province to expand supports and services for those people that need it. At the federal level as well, through our BIA network across Canada, we are asking the same of a federal government. We all need to be here together, all levels of government, and also all of us, businesses, residents, and all of the organizations doing good work for those that need the supports and services. We all need to be at the table discussing this. It cannot be so us versus them. I don't think we're ever going to get anywhere if that's the case. And so while we're here to discuss the 2022 budget, I know there's a lot of other issues that are in front of you, but I do believe that at this point, the police budget is important, and I will continue to do the work at the other levels as well to ensure that the support of housing, the continuum of care is in place, and the necessary wraparound supports and services are also there to support everybody and to give the sense of safety and security to all. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in tonight. Councillor Fry has a question for you.
Yeah, thanks. And Terry, thanks so much. I just want to thank you right off the top for really speaking to the sort of bifurcation and how it's really not helpful, the sort of polarized elements of these conversations. And I also want to thank you for stepping up and doing that advocacy work at other levels of government, federally and provincially, because this isn't something that we can go it alone. And I just want to highlight that I really appreciate what you said, and I think that was some important points you made.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the advocacy for more police and why. And I think you know that policing alone is not going to solve a lot of these issues.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering how better we can resource our communities and shops and residents and people in general, just how we can kind of do that sort of coexistence that you're touching on, and how do we manage these sort of like crisis intervention and de-escalation kind of stuff when we find ourselves in these situations, which are increasingly falling on retail shops and restaurants as frontliners. Do you have thoughts about that?
Oh boy, yeah. I mean, I think one of the main problems is that the default is police. There are no 24/7 other agencies or organizations working that we can call on that can help in situations where people are in distress or people are feeling unsafe or people are feeling uncomfortable. And so that's part of the problem right there. And again, we're trying to achieve some sort of solution in silos. So we're all working independently, or business groups are working together, and social service agencies are working together, and government is trying to work on solutions. We're not all at the table together trying to figure this out. And I think if that was something that we could aim for, I think we could actually find some commonality. It's not always us against them or them against us. It's really, I think at the end of the day, we want to see everybody that has a sense of security, whatever that means to them, and for people to be well and our communities to be healthy. And so, I mean, I'm very much interested. Like, I was meeting with city staff today around some issues that we're having in the West End, and one of the things I suggested was having a peer-to-peer program, because there are folks that do not respond well to me or to the community policing center or a police officer. And so having that available, and for us to be able to have something like that in place where maybe they can communicate and get through to them better than we could, and that could help alleviate some of the issues that the community is facing.
Thanks, Terry. I'm out of time. I'd super appreciate it.
Okay.
We can follow up later.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. There are no other questions for you, but thanks for waiting patiently and speaking to us tonight. Appreciate it.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Council. We're on to Speaker 62, Dane Camley.
No.
Thank you. Speaker 63, Sarah Mosherchuk.
No.
Thanks. We're Nicole Baxter, 65.
No.
Richard Schwab, 66.
Next speaker on the line is 68.
Okay, Alicia Siriani.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Sure. My name is Alicia Siriani. I am a 27-year-old white-bodied queer settler and have been an uninvited guest on the ancestral lands of the Hunkaminam and Squamish Snechem-speaking people, which is the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations that I often hear acknowledged in these meetings. Since 2012, I've lived here as a renter, a student, and now an artist, a worker, and of course a neighbor. I missed my position in line today while I was working with a group of students at Moberly Elementary School in South Vancouver, so I'm happy to have been able to join you after having listened all day yesterday and for all the free moments through today. I'm calling to address Mayor Stewart and the city councilors to voice my support for the Pivot Legal Society's calls to action and for the Defund 604 Network's People's Budget, to call on you as my elected officials to reduce the Vancouver Police Department's budget by 50% in order to reallocate those public tax dollars to community services and programs that support the health and well-being of every member of our community. And as a content note to anybody listening, my words following do make reference to police violence, and having listened to a lot of speakers, I know that these words can cause distress, so don't forget to take a deep breath. For context, I am speaking from my own lived experience. I work professionally within the Vancouver School Board and various artist-run centers in East Vancouver, and rent a house near Fraser and Kingsway. And I currently work as a media artist in residence with the VSB's AIRS program, and have created various projects over the years funded by Art Start's Creative Spark program, which is also funded by the city. But in addition to my paid work, I volunteer with a free mobile free store that distributes material resources to my unhoused neighbors, including those who were displaced from Crab and Strathcona Park. I've acted as a legal observer during those violent decampments and provide support to those who are arrested and otherwise terrorized by the Vancouver Police Department. Over the years, I've attended and supported multiple demonstrations and sacred fires, including the regular gathering at Crab Park, all of which are led by urban Indigenous elders and host nation youth. I see my responsibility as a neighbor to act in support of Indigenous sovereignty and to unsettle and transform the colonial culture that I was born into, and to co-create a sanctuary for all living and future generations in this place. So in regards to the 2022 budget, I urge you to divest from the colonial institution that is policing, Since you all took office in 2018, I've personally witnessed some terrifying and violent arrests of Black and Indigenous women, queer and transgender neighbors and supporters by VPD officers during the events and ceremonies that Chief Adam Palmer yesterday referred to with great concern as protests. I've seen these uniformed VPD officers pose for photos with dead bodies on our local beaches. I've seen them don white supremacist iconography and symbols on their uniform. And I've seen the VPD officers harass and physically harm my friends and neighbors who are made vulnerable by these colonial institutions. And as a voting citizen here and a contributor to these public surveys that the city sends, I just want to state clearly that I do not consider policing to be a core service. So I urge you to divert the city's budget dollars away from policing and toward the recommendations by Pivot and Defund 604, such as peer-led mental health services, accessible non-market housing, and thank you for passing the SRO rent control. I hope the budget reflects that support. But specifically, I hope that you choose to fund a traditional healing center at Crab Park, which has been known by the Squamish Nation as Lakuki. Police budgets do not produce public safety. With this budget, I hope you will act courageously and in service of living in future generations who will thank you and remember you for moving us toward a living culture and society without colonial violence of policing. And since I haven't run out of time, I just want to say or highlight the need for continued financial resources to art and culture programs that allow our neighbors to share stories, skills, and care together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right on time at 5 minutes. I don't see any questions for you. So again, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us as we work our way through the budget. I think next speaker is 71 Kaylee Mangalam.
No, not on the line.
Thank you. We have speaker 76, Jamie Richardson.
No, not in the chamber.
Thank you. Harrison Johnson, speaker 77.
No.
Thank you. Russell Maynard, speaker number 78.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll be brief. I'm just speaking to the SRO vacancy control bylaw passed successfully earlier. Thanks, everybody, for that. So I just wanted to address this to the annual budgets that are earmarked to support that bylaw amendment and what a crucial role the budget will play in its success. And I would say that that's why the budget plan for the SRO vacancy control bylaw needs a commitment that's based on a minimum of a 5 or even better, a 10-year horizon tied to the buildings that the city has circle fenced for this bylaw. Housing operational budgets in non-market housing are almost always developed in at least 10-year budgets. And this is by design, as this is the scale that's appropriate to housing. I'm sure everyone in council is aware. These are people's homes, and housing, whether private or public, is created with costs amortized across decades. So I just would encourage, as you're examining this year's budget, to be able to build in a plan for the sustainability of that important effort around the SRO vacancy bylaw, which arguably may be the most significant housing action the city's taken since they implemented the SRO bylaw in 2003 to prevent tenants from slipping into homelessness. And again, arguably, probably hundreds, if not thousands of people will not become homeless if vacancy control is implemented over 10 years and over that kind of long-term horizon. It's an important first step towards fixing the overall housing situation here in Vancouver, and it will be a lot harder to reduce homelessness without this program firmly in place and a sustainable budget to support it. So with that said, I wanted to thank you for your time and especially your leadership in the effort to address homelessness and housing security in Vancouver. And finally, to add, as a homeowner in Vancouver, I support a property tax increase to address the many objectives you've outlined. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your call tonight. I don't see any questions for you, so I am going to move to the next speaker, 79, Ali Chaudhry.
No, not on the line.
Thanks. And Council, I just have to go back through the earlier part of the list from this evening. Speaker number 95, Emily Luba.
No.
Fiona York, speaker number 96.
No.
Beverly Ho, 97.
No.
Haroon Khan, 98.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for it's been a marathon session these past 2 days. So you've all shown a lot of resilience in going through this budget proposal, and there are a lot of good things about it. I would like to talk about the policing matter and the budget. I think that there's a lot of division with respect to how policing is conducted in the city and in many cities across the country. We really need to push for more inclusion and diversity within the ranks of the police departments so that folks of unrepresented communities can feel safer and more protected. And also, as a trustee of the Al Jamia Masjid Vancouver, the work that our spiritual places can come together and support people in good times and bad. And we are first responders. We have been ministering to the homeless and to the underprivileged and people with mental health issues since we've opened our doors. And it's a higher purpose to do so. But and we have convened with the city, certainly in times of crisis, but not on a regular basis. I think the last time that I had attended one was pre-pandemic. And so even now, as things are opening up, I think it's more important for us to come together and see how we can integrate not just the police services, but the mental health supports, spiritual guidance, and a way to get people out of the cycle of dependency and victimization and exploitation that occurs on our streets every day. And this work needs to be done. We certainly stand ready to join this fight, because that's what it really is. It's the fight for the survival of so many people. The overdose deaths that have occurred over the last several years have really put it into perspective that there's just too much needless deaths that have occurred, and young people have been victimized by this all. So our job really is to integrate our work together, and with the budget should be reflected to go and ensure that we're able to go and have a greater outreach to the communities in which they serve, and on a practical basis, let's work together so that our policing results in the interactions between police and whoever that they're dealing with at the time. That violence is not the first response. It should be really a push for de-escalation and essentially support for people, because a lot of the calls that the police receive, they are due to people who have mental health issues and they needlessly die. And really, if we can prevent those deaths, it's a service for us all. So I'd like to thank you all again, and we appreciate all the work that you all do.
Thank you so much. You do have a question, Councillor Kirby-Young. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thanks. Hi, Haroon. How are you?
Hey, Sarah, how you doing?
Good, thanks. I just want to reflect back a couple of things that I heard you say and clarify a little bit. Because you talked about more inclusion and diversity. We heard from members of different faith communities today. We heard from a pastor. We heard from a representative from the Jewish Federation, and now yourself. And one thing that struck me, and I appreciate it, is I heard you saying about the importance of integration and mental health services. And am I reflecting back correctly? You're talking more about evolving
Absolutely.
all to de-escalation as opposed to um, abandoning the model, that it's more about an evolution of the police services and an integration with mental health. Is that a fair reflection of
Yes,
what you're saying?
that that's a fair reflection. It's de-escalating the interaction. So when you have an interaction that can be exacerbated by an aggressive response by the first responder, people who are already agitated already, they're more prone to react in a manner that would be construed as violent, and then the first responder would respond by delivering force, and it could be deadly, and it is deadly, and it's happened time and again, and it's like a Groundhog Day experience. It's the same day over and over and over and over again, and you're getting these results, and if we can somehow de-escalate that interaction, if we can learn how to go and ensure that we can essentially de-escalate the solution, get the person to calm down, and again get the help that they need, and so medical, police, and this integration of these other services and other folks who can come and help the situation. It's important. Our Indigenous people, I mean, they've been subjected to so much violence, and unfortunately, it's a learned response where people make these kind of judgments against somebody without actually getting to know them. And if you get to know people, you're able to go and then respond in a more humane way. And that's what we need to do.
Thank you. I hear you. I'm sorry to jump in. I just have a limited amount of time. So the other question I want to ask to be explicit, because I think your points are really well articulated, is that, to be clear, you're not advocating or supporting a significant defunding of the VP. Like some scholars we've had to suggest we defund the VPD by 50%.
No, it's really like it's utilizing that budget. See, it's one, getting more bodies on the street or getting them protected and so forth, but it's giving the police the budget to do this outreach, to implement and to create these connections. So that's money wisely spent. It's essentially, how do you spend that money, right? And how do you direct that money? And ultimately, to serve and protect is the mission of the police. And we've certainly had our issues within our own community, and we've certainly been subject to hate crimes and violence. We've been vandalized. We've had all kinds of things happen, and the police have been very helpful and very kind in terms of the protection that they've given us. And we do definitely appreciate it. But, like at the end of this month, we have the 5th anniversary of the Quebec mosque shooting, right? And that was a terrible catastrophe that happened. And the response of this city and many cities all over this country shows that people have to come together to go and uplift one another, especially in our times of need. And we do that. So
Sorry to interrupt.
the police.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Councilors just had 3 minutes for their questions, and we're a bit over here, but you do have another question from Councilor Boyle. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hi, Haroon. Thank you so much for waiting through many speakers to join us. I'm curious, following up on those questions, actually, I know the Al Jamia Mosque does an incredible amount of community service, and you spoke to best using this budget to meet the needs. I'm wondering, in the community work you do, are there situations you imagine where the police may not be the best people to respond? Obviously, there are situations where they could be, but in thinking about who the responders are and how we're allocating those resources to them, I guess I'm wondering, trying to understand your experience in terms of that allocation question and who responds to different calls and crises.
Well, we have 911 for a reason, and that's essentially the police are the first people called. You have the police, you have the fire department, you have the ambulance. But it really boils down to what the situation is. And when we're dealing with mental health issues, that's one thing. If a person's acting out, there's some self-harm. But if somebody has a weapon and they're doing something, the police have to intervene. That's the reality of it. But where the other supports come in is that you would at least have some type of team, and you have to work it out. You have to essentially do some role playing. You have to actually do it actuated, do it in public and on the street, and educate people that, look, we don't want to hurt you. You know, this is the outcome we want is peaceful. We just want you to calm down. And we'll get you the help you need. Like these kinds of things can help. Whereas stop, freeze, or I'll shoot, or we'll tase you, or we'll do this, or some threat of force. It will initiate a response that could be deadly and has been deadly. So I don't have all the answers, Christine, but I think the important thing is to talk about it and actually figure out how we can do this kind of peer-to-peer work and essentially talk with each other and not talk over each other and not having force being the main thrust of the response. The police play a vital role, and I support them, and I support the budget. But it's how that money is spent, and how it can best be spent is something that needs to be done internally. And also, we stand at the ready. Our mosques, our churches, our synagogues, our Indigenous peoples. All these people need to be part of that conversation, just like everybody that has spoken today. We need to talk about it, but then not just create another report or a study, but actually implement the findings of these reports and hopefully generate better outcomes in the future.
Thanks so much.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks so much, Arun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts tonight and being so reflective. We make it through this budget. Thanks again so much. Clerks, I'm just checking with you. I've got Ada Moss, speaker number 99.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 100, Dela Israel.
No.
That's it for my list. Is there anybody that we've
Yes,
missed?
speaker 23 is called in.
Okay, Willie Comernot.
Hello.
Hi there. Please go ahead.
Hello, Council. I go by the name Willie Comernot. I have been a lifelong resident of this marvelous city known as Vancouver, and I've taken a few glances at the budget, and I feel as though there are a few rather obvious items that have been missed over. I am rather not impressed with a few parts of the budget. For the most part, I am quite in favor of it. But for example, I am a certified lifeguard. I've spent more time on the water than I have on land. I would like to add to the budget a submarine, which I will man with a crew of my choosing. Said submarine will definitely not be used for a layer, and I don't think anyone would ever confuse that. It will be to protect us from an amphibious attack and will not be used for evil deeds whatsoever. Anyone who is under the impression that this submarine would be used for evil deeds is being absolutely ridiculous. I am an upstanding citizen in my community. If you were to question anyone about me, they would say Willie is not an evil genius. He is an upstanding, wonderful citizen, and Vancouver is lucky to have him. Having him as a neighbor has been wonderful. That is exactly what anyone in my community would say. I do not participate in mind control or the construction of a shrink ray. Such claims would be absolutely ludicrous, and I would defy you to find someone who would be making these claims. A shrink ray is something out of science fiction, and the idea that I would be constructing one that would require a submarine layer just to finalize is ludicrous. And I would suggest that no one suggests that. Thank you, Council.
I do have a question for you. Is this Stephen Quinn by any chance?
Yes, this is Stephen Quinn.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Speaker. There are no questions for you other than that one, but appreciate you calling in this evening. As the last caller, clerks, I'm going to go back to you, and just to make sure, I'm not think there's a submarine on the budget list, but there could be by Tuesday. So anybody else? Anybody else on the line?
No further callers on the line or in the chamber.
Great, thank you very much. So, council, that concludes the special.
I was going to offer a motion to adjourn, Mayor Stewart.
No, I did hear Councillor Hardwick first.
Oh, I'll second it then. So sorry, I
Okay,
didn't
great.
mean to steal her thunder.
That's good. Thanks. Just before we vote on that, just to let you know that we are coming back on Tuesday, December 7th at the regular time, 9:30. So all in favor of adjourning, say yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great. Thanks so much. We are adjourned. Thank you very much, council, for that. All the clerks and staff and all the people who presented.
Happy birthday, Councillor Weep.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. Have a good evening. What a note to end on.
Happy birthday, Weeb.
Is that really Stephen Quinn? Come on, really?